Chapter 329. Shut up. Without waiting for that person to finish speaking, the young man shouted. That person was startled, but before he could finish his sentence, the three of them looked at each other and clenched their weapons tightly, secretly on guard. Zhang Xiaohua saw that he had frightened the Misty School's disciple, so he cupped his hands and bowed. Senior brother, I used to work at Huanxi Mountain Villa, and my name is Zhang Xiaohua. Yes, I used to work with He Tianshu from the pharmacy hall, planting medicinal herbs. When I heard senior brother's words, I was very puzzled, so I came out. Senior brother, please explain in detail. He Tianshu from the pharmacy hall? The disciple frowned. There were thousands of people in the Misty School. How could he know each and every one of them? But soon after, he pondered for a moment, and said mockingly, Yes, I don't know people like He Tianshu. There are so many people in the Misty School, you can just make up a name, and there might not be no one in the sect. Righteous methods are useless against me. After saying that, his eyes looked at the small sword stuck in the ground. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, but immediately understood. He smiled without saying anything, and slowly walked forward. The disciple was surprised and stepped back. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua ignored him and walked straight to the small sword, bending down to pull it out. In fact, if he directly moved the sword, how could it be so laborious? He just didn't want more people to know that he cultivated the way of immortality, which would attract unnecessary trouble. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua pick up the small sword, the three people from the Righteous Alliance couldn't hold back. They had just used psychological tactics against the Misty School's disciple, but not only did they not win easily, there was also a tiger blocking their way. If they hesitated, there might be unexpected changes. In the current situation, 2 against 3, they still had the confidence to win, but after a while, that might not be the case. Although just now they were shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's qinggong, but when they heard that this young man was only a herb grower in the Huanxi Manor, and was only the subordinate of a Misty School's pharmacy hall's disciple, they couldn't help but look down on him. Thinking of this, a disciple from the Righteous Alliance sneered. Haha, another survivor of the Misty School, but your weight seems to be a lot lighter, just a servant. Huanxi Manor seems to be a branch of the Misty School, so your weight is also a bit lighter. But this merit is delivered to our door, how can we brothers reject it? After saying that, the other 2 people guarded the space behind Zhang Xiaohua and the Misty School disciple, preventing them from escaping. The other person held a long sword and stabbed towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua's long sword was placed on the back of the David's deer and did not bring it along. Seeing the opponent's long sword stabbing towards her, her body swayed, using the ethereal steps to dodge the sword. At the same time, she passed the small sword to her left hand and pushed forward with her right hand, using the fist of the Big Dipper. When the Righteous Alliance disciple saw that Zhang Xiaohua was so careless, actually not using a weapon and directly facing the enemy with bare hands, he was furious in his heart and directly slashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's right arm. Zhang Xiaohua did not panic, still using the ethereal steps to fight with him. After a few rounds, the long sword actually stained the corner of Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. Not to mention the Righteous Alliance disciple who was facing the enemy, the other 3 people were half happy and half worried. The 2 Righteous Alliance disciples were worried that the martial arts of this young man who appeared out of nowhere was actually so high. How was he a servant? He was even more powerful than the Misty School disciple just now. They were afraid that this mission would be ruined. And the Misty School disciple was happy that this young man who called himself Zhang Xiaohua was using the Misty School's ethereal steps. He had deliberately used it. Wasn't it to tell him his identity? Seeing that he could keep his life, how could he not be happy? But thinking about it carefully, this youth claimed to be a servant of Huanxi Manor. How could he have learned the ethereal steps? This was the sect's divine skill. Even he had only seen it recently. Looking at this youth's skill, he had been in Misty School for more than 10 years. How could he not have heard of it? Could this be a trap set by the Righteous Alliance? Not to mention that after the Misty School's disciple thought about it, the situation on the field did not change. Zhang Xiaohua only used the Big Dipper fist and ethereal steps to tangle with the Righteous Alliance's disciple. In the past, when Zhang Xiaohua was not proficient in martial arts, she used these 2 martial arts to defeat the young experts of the Dalan Temple in the martial arts exhibition. In these few years, how could Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts progress be imagined by an ordinary person? Not to mention the ethereal steps and Big Dipper divine fist. Even the ordinary Arhut fist and 6 directions fist would have a miraculous effect when used against the enemy under the effects of divine sense. This righteous Tao Alliance disciple was far from being a match for them. Seeing that his attack had no effect, the Righteous Alliance's disciple was somewhat anxious. With a loud shout, his long sword pierced towards Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Zhang Xiaohua dodged to the side again, and the disciple's left arm also lifted up at the same time. With a sob sound, an arrow was shot straight towards Zhang Xiaohua's body that was still in the air. The Misty School's disciple who was watching by the side also exclaimed in a low voice. This kind of concealed weapon that was shot in the air was the hardest to guard against. Presumably, the number of martial arts experts that were injured by this move was not small. But the next thing that happened made the four people present dumbstruck. They saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not make any other movements. She only stretched her right hand forward like she was picking up a flower. Very gently, she pinched the arrow between her thumb and forefinger. The blue arrow head on the arrow could be seen clearly under the moonlight. Seeing that the arrow had failed, the Righteous Alliance's disciple shouted, "Flower pinching finger? You are from the Dalin Temple. My two junior brothers, quickly come and help me." The other two did not have the time to look at the Misty School's disciple. They each drew their swords and were about to step forward. At this time, a light laugh came from the field and said, "Since you came down to attack, then don't blame me for returning an eye for an eye." Ha! They saw that Zhang Xiaohua was like a wisp of smoke. Her figure leapt up and pounced in front of the Righteous Alliance's disciple. That disciple hurriedly held his sword horizontally, wanting to block. But that sword seemed to pierce through the void and did not seem to have any strength. Zhang Xiaohua's figure was like a ghost. She leapt up, the small sword in her left hand very naturally extended forward, then immediately retracted. Her figure somersaulting backwards to meet one of the Righteous Alliance's disciple who was brandishing his blade. Similarly, her figure also leapt up, the small sword piercing out from a strange angle. The target was the disciple's throat. That disciple was unable to stop in time. He moved upwards, sending his throat to the tip of the small sword. That small sword touched his throat and immediately retracted. Her figure did not stop, immediately turning around and floating towards the last disciple. The last disciple was a smart one. Seeing that the situation was not good, he did not move forward at all. Instead, he leaned and leapt out of the field. By the time Zhang Xiaohua turned around, she was already quite a distance away. Zhang Xiaohua had already announced her name. Naturally she did not have any mercy. She used the levitation technique. Her body seemed to float in the air, floating on the ground. In a few blinks of an eye, she had already caught up to that disciple. She lifted her leg and lightly kicked that disciple's back. That disciple had started early, so his qinggong was passable. He was rejoicing. Who would have thought that there was no sound of wind behind him, but his back seemed to have been hit by a 1,000-gene-heavy object. He saw stars, spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately lost consciousness. His body flew diagonally far away before collapsing to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua kicked out, no longer paying attention to him. She kept the small sword, clapped her hands, and walked back with a smile. That Misty School's disciple seemed to have seen a monster. He looked at the ordinary thin-looking youth walking towards him in disbelief. He said, You. In the end, he did not finish his sentence. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him, sat cross-legged on the ground, and said with a smile, "Senior, the annoying flies are gone. This world is quiet. You can tell me about the Misty School." Then, looking at his bloody right hand, he said, "Senior brother, you'd better clean up the wound on your hand or the wound on your body. I don't have any experience in this area, and I don't have any medicine or anything like that on me." At this time that Misty School's disciple came to his senses and said, It's fine. It's just a small matter, brother. Wait a moment, I can handle it myself." After that, this disciple methodically took out something from his chest, applied medicine on the wound on his body, hand, and other places. He was very skilled. After waiting for him to finish, he came forward and saluted again, saying, "Brother, I was really rude just now, but in the past few years, my Misty School's disciples have been in danger, so I had to be careful. By the way, brother, what did you say you were called?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed involuntarily and said, "I'm the servant of the Huanxi Manor's herbs. My name is Zhang Xiaohua. I've been working with He Tianshu in the Huanxi Manor's pharmacy." "Oh brother, you're called Zhang Xiaohua. I'm Chu Yunfei of the Divine Machine Hall." "Divine Machine Hall? Hee, I have some impression of it, but I've only been to the Misty Mountain Villa a few times, so I don't know many disciples." Alas, in the current Jianghu, if there is no conspiracy, no one will admit that they are from the Misty School. My Divine Machine Hall is basically just a name now. "Oh, by the way, brother, are you really the servant of the Huanxi Manor's herbs? But how can your martial arts be so high?" Moreover, you can even use the ethereal steps of our Misty School? This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant, Chu Yunfei quickly said, Brother Zhang, if you have any difficulties, you don't have to say it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, There's nothing difficult about it. It's just that I had an agreement with sect leader O earlier, so I couldn't tell you about it. However, I'm indeed from Huanqi Manor, and I've seen Qiu Tong and Manor Lord O Yen. Is that so? Then I won't ask further. By the way, I just heard that the disciples of the Righteous Alliance said that the Misty School was destroyed. Where is Master O now? How is the Huanqi Manor now? What's going on? I only heard a few words just now, and I'm confused. Senior brother, please clear my doubts. Chu Yunfei smiled bitterly and said, Brother Zhang, have you not been in Jianghu for a long time? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Yes, I've been trapped in a place. After leaving the Huanqi Manor, I haven't been in Jianghu for 4 or 5 years. Alas, I see. Brother Zhang, the Misty School was destroyed 3 years ago. Master O. Chapter 330. Really? But I don't know what happened. No matter what, the Misty School is still a big sect in Jianghu. How can it be destroyed just like that? Moreover, all the thousands of disciples in the Misty School died for the sect? Chu Yunfei bitterly smiled and said, In this world, there is no sect that can stand forever. My Misty School has been declining for a long time. To be able to stand for 10,000 years in this unpredictable Jianghu is already a miracle. I heard that a long time ago, there was an extremely powerful Shindao sect. It seemed to be 100 times stronger than my Misty School, but wasn't it also destroyed before us? However, less than half of the elite disciples of the sect managed to escape. The rest of the disciples died on the spot. Bas. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stood up and said in a trembling voice, Only less than half of the elite disciples managed to escape? The rest died for the sect? Then did a disciple called Zhang Xiaohu manage to escape? Zhang Xiaohu? Chu Yunfei was dazed for a moment and said, Zhang Xiaohu, this name is very familiar. Let me think. Oh, I know. He used his connections to enter my Misty School. Later, he got lucky and was accepted by Martial Uncle Wen. Yes, it's that lucky guy. Did he also manage to escape? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care what other people said about her second brother. She hurriedly asked. No. Chu Yunfei decisively replied. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed. She clenched her teeth and clenched her fists. Just as she was about to ask which sect attacked the Misty Mountain Villa, Chu Yunfei said another sentence. Zhang Xiaohua almost fainted. However, Zhang Xiaohu doesn't seem to have died. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua nearly fell to the ground with a thud. He thought to himself, Senior brother, can you not speak like that? Can't you finish your sentence in one sentence? Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward and asked, Then, where is Zhang Xiaohu now? Well, I'm not sure if Zhang Xiaohu is dead or not. This time, Zhang Xiaohua fell in front of Chu Yunfei. Even the Righteous Alliance's 3 experts hadn't been able to force back Zhang Xiaohua. But Chu Yunfei had done it. Zhang Xiaohua forced herself to get up and thought to herself, My senior brother from Misty School, can we be more specific? Although this little sweetheart of yours has been tempered with immortal cultivation techniques, it still can't withstand your torment. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua lose her composure, Chu Yunfei felt embarrassed and said, Little brother, are you too tired? Those 3 Righteous Alliance's disciples are not ordinary experts. They have been chasing me for several days. If you are tired, you should take a rest first. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Senior brother Chu, it's better if you don't. If you have the time, please tell me about the Misty sect. I will be very grateful. So it's like this. Actually, what happened at Misty School that day is known by everyone in Jianghu. You can find anyone to inquire about it. Sigh, sad things should be told to sad people. Brother, listen to senior brother tell you about the sad things. Thus the 2 of them sat on the ground. With Chu Yunfei's tireless narration, Zhang Xiaohua learned about the events of that year. It was an autumn 3 years ago. It was the day when all things were competing with each other. But in this day of harvest and looking forward to the future, Misty School's sect leader O Peng was sitting on a chair with a headache. He had the urge to use his thumb to fiercely rub his temples. Ever since he subdued Xue Yupeng a year ago and gave her the position of vice sect leader of Misty School, he firmly controlled the Luo Xue gang under the Misty School. The strength of the entire Misty School greatly increased. The results greatly stimulated the ambitions of the 6 Misty Tigers. They all wanted to make contributions that no one had ever made in their lifetime. However, just as Openg finished organizing the resources of the Luo Xue gang, coordinated the water and land forces of the Misty School, and prepared to revive the immortal Dao and once again set his sights on Jianghu, he felt that it was difficult to move forward. Moreover, he had suffered an inexplicable setback. Let's first talk about the revival of the immortal Dao. Since he already knew that the heaven and earth yuan qi in this world was recovering, and at this time, he also discovered Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper Fist, which seemed to be an inheritance of the immortal Dao, and at this time, Openg almost thought that he was the godfather of the immortal Dao. He excitedly used an extremely cheap price to exchange for the manual of the Big Dipper Fist. At that time, he sent his eldest disciple, Zhang Chengyue, to impart the Big Dipper Fist to the only son of the deputy chief, Xue Tiantian. Although Xue Tiantian was only 4 years old, but he was considered to be a genius. In a short period of time, he was proficient in the Big Dipper Fist, and practiced the Big Dipper Fist no less than 5 times a day. Of course, since Xue Tiantian was a genius, and when Openg persuaded Xue Yupeng to join the Misty School, he also promised to teach him all the divine skills of the Misty School. At this time, he naturally couldn't hide anything from Xue Tiantian. Everything that could be taught was picked out for Xue Tiantian. Xue Yupeng was beaming with joy as she watched, and worked even harder for the Misty School. Xue Tiantian was like a sponge absorbing water, seriously absorbing the essence of the inheritance of the Misty School. Regarding the Big Dipper Fist, Xue Tiantian was quite knowledgeable. Although Xue Tiantian was only 4 years old, but he was also considered to be a genius. In a short period of time, he was proficient in the Big Dipper Fist, and practiced the Big Dipper Fist no less than 5 times a day. Of course, since Xue Tiantian was a genius, and when Openg persuaded Xue Yupeng to join the Misty School, he also promised to teach him all the divine skills of the Misty School. At this time, he naturally couldn't hide anything from Xue Tiantian. Everything that could be taught was picked out for Xue Tiantian. Xue Yupeng was all smiles as she watched, and worked even harder for the Misty School. Xue Tiantian was like a sponge absorbing water, seriously absorbing the essence of the inheritance of the Misty School. Ethereal steps, etc. Therefore, other than practicing 3 times a day in the morning, noon, and night, Xue Tiantian spent the rest of his time comprehending the ethereal steps and ethereal divine art. Although Xue Tiantian's progress in the latter two had exceeded Zhang Qingyue's and Openg's expectations, the two's attention was not on this. Instead, it was on the seemingly ordinary and error-filled Big Dipper magical fist technique. Xue Tiantian had been practicing the Big Dipper magical fist technique for more than half a year, but there was nothing abnormal about it. Other than his arm strength being slightly stronger than an ordinary child's, there was nothing else that could be seen. And you want to say that Xue Tiantian did not try his best to practice the Big Dipper magical fist technique? That was not right. The Big Dipper magical fist technique was the fist technique that he had learned. After mastering it, he did not give up and practiced it 3 or even 5 times a day. If it was any other fist technique, not to mention 3 times, even 1 or several times a day would not be a small number. After all, the people of the martial arts world still emphasized on internal strength. Could it be that this arm strength was the effect of the Big Dipper magical fist technique? Thinking about how Zhang Xiaohua's arms were different from an ordinary person's, Openg sometimes could not help but come to this conclusion. Later, when the Misty School recruited young disciples again in the 2nd year, Openg specially requested Zhang Chengyue to select a group of disciples with good talent and teach them the Big Dipper magical fist technique as a compulsory fist technique. However, the results were still not very obvious. It was similar to Xue Tiantian's situation. His arm strength had increased a lot, but there were no other abnormalities. In his disappointment, Openg thought of the missing Zhang Xiaohua. If Openg had not seen the exquisite moves of the Big Dipper magical fist technique, which were different from the current fist techniques, and the entire fist technique's attack and defense, Openg would not have felt sorry for the 1,000 taels of silver he had spent. This Zhang Xiaohua actually went missing as soon as she left the Misty School. She did not even do a good job in the after-sales service. Speaking of Zhang Xiaohua's disappearance, Openg was also helpless. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua asked for leave from the Misty School, he was not very willing. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not a disciple of the Misty School, and was also the subordinate of his own biological sister. It was not good for him to interfere. As for Zhang Xiaohu, it was just unintentional. Whether he went back or left the Misty School had nothing to do with Peng, so he naturally agreed very quickly. What Peng did not expect was that Zhang Xiaohu went back to the Misty School, but Zhang Xiaohua did not come back. What came back was the news of Zhang Xiaohua's disappearance. Peng was furious and almost wanted to slap Zhang Xiaohu to death. However, looking at Zhang Xiaohu's absent-minded and guilty face, he endured it again and again. However, he did not dare to be too loud and quickly sent a few capable disciples to inquire about the news. In fact, before Zhang Xiaohu returned to the mountain, he risked his life to inquire about Zhang Xiaohua in Xueqi Mountain. After he settled Li Jinfeng's family and waited for a day in Lu Town, he still did not see any trace of Zhang Xiaohua. He felt something was wrong and did not dare to return to the Guozhuang house. Instead, he went straight to Xueqi Mountain. Knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, he still went to the mountain. His own biological brother was there, so why would he care about his own safety? At that time, he only blamed himself for not staying, but left his younger brother behind. He also blamed himself for not being able to stay for his younger brother because of his poor martial arts. But since things had turned out this way, what was the use of more self-blame? It was not until Zhang Xiaohu went to Xueqi Mountain without hesitation that he found that the whole mountain was in chaos. Some people were fighting with their fists, some were fighting with their swords, and most of them were running down the mountain with small cloth bags on their backs. Zhang Xiaohua crouched on the side of the road, looking at this and that. None of them were good people, and he was surrounded by people, so he did not dare to show up casually. It was not until the sky was getting dark that he stopped an older bandit. After asking him, he knew that Xueqi Mountain was not the same as it was a few days ago. Xueqi Mountain no longer existed, just like a few years ago. It turned out that that night, Zhang Xiaohua was captured by Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue asked Ding Fei to carry him, and he returned to the mountain village to search carefully, but he still found nothing. In his rage, he killed many soldiers on duty and all the elites of Xueqi Mountain, causing great panic. After Qin Shiyue left, these mountain bandits swarmed to find their fort master. Unfortunately, their fort master was also killed in his own room. Then, the mountain bandits were in a mess, thinking that their mountain village had provoked a martial arts master and someone was coming to seek revenge. The whole mountain village was like a group of dragons without a leader. Well, the whole front half of the dragon was gone, leaving only those with poor martial arts and undisciplined people. They did not have the awareness that the mountain village is their home. Some people even saw the open secret room and found some scattered jewelry in the corner. So the internal strife of people dying for wealth and birds dying for food was really staged. Chapter 331. After fighting and killing, the result was really seen. The property of Li Jinfeng's family was found, and the private goods hidden by other people were also found. It was like pouring cold water into a hot pot of oil, and the pot exploded in an instant. The scene became more difficult to control. More people were killed and injured, and the property was also robbed in a mess. It was not until Zhang Xiaohu came to Xueqi Mountain again that the dog-eat-dog farce came to an end. The surviving people took their own gains, got off the pirate ship, abandoned the darkness for the light, and found a way out. Zhang Xiaohu was confused by the words of the bandit. When did his brother become so powerful? Was there such a divine power? But no matter how carefully he asked, he couldn't get anything. After all, those who could survive now were extremely cunning old bandits. Moreover, the bandit himself didn't see Qin Shiyue kill people. As he said, the martial arts master killed people like slaughtering chickens. The people on the wall of the stockade were killed before they had time to react. The rest of the people woke up and shouted loudly. When they fled, many more were killed. When the others woke up, it was already dawn. The martial arts master had already gone far away. Who could see the true face of Mount Lu? With a mind full of doubts, Zhang Xiaohu let the bandit go first. He couldn't block the bandit's way of turning over a new leaf. Could he? But Zhang Xiaohu heard the lethality of the martial arts master. He was definitely not his brother, Zhang Xiaohua. But since this person was not his younger brother, then where did his younger brother go? Was he killed by the martial arts master who came to seek revenge as a bandit? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer ambush on the side of the road. He jumped up and went up Shizue Mountain along the mountain road. When Zhang Xiaohu stepped into the gate of Shizue Mountain, there was a mess in front of him. Fortunately, the bandits in the stockade were used to disbanding. They robbed in an orderly manner and didn't set fire to the stockade. It seemed that they planned to go up the mountain again. There were only worthless corpses scattered all over the ground. Many bandits in the stockade had already run away. The rest were the old, weak, sick, and disabled, puppies and kittens. No one cared that a stranger would come to the stockade. Moreover, this person only looked at each corpse carefully. They thought that this guy just came to take the wealth of the dead. They all sneered in their hearts. Why did this guy only think of it now? The corpses underground have been swept away by us countless times. How can there be any surplus wealth? Then they were busy with their own things and went crazy for the last time. There were hundreds of corpses on the ground. Zhang Xiaohu looked through them one by one, regardless of their body shape or dress, for fear of missing something. Every time he turned over a corpse, he was afraid to see a familiar face. But after examining all the corpses, Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. Since there were no corpses, there must be hope of survival. So he worked hard again to look through all the places in the stockade, but still found nothing. At this time, he was completely relieved. Thinking of his brother's lightness skill, he must have run away. Right, at that time, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly had a thought. Did Xiaohua go back to the Guozhuang house first? The steady Zhang Xiaohu did not immediately return home. Instead, he looked through all the corpses again until the sky brightened. After working all night, he was full of energy and rode back to the Guozhuang house. He was really looking forward to when he returned to the Guozhuang house. His younger brother would be holding a bowl of rice and squatting under a tree, laughing at him for coming back so late. How could he be so stupid that he didn't know to go back to the Guozhuang house first? But when he rushed back to the Guozhuang house and saw his mother and sister-in-law waiting for him at the village entrance, he knew that something was wrong. His heart turned cold. Xiaohua really did not come back. Zhang Xiaohu's mind turned countless times, but he did not have any good excuses. If he said that Zhang Xiaohua went back or did something else, how could he explain the empty date red horse beside him? But if he told his mother about Zhang Xiaohua's disappearance, how could he open his mouth? Gua Sufei, who was at the village entrance, was also bitterly waiting for her two sons to return. First, she comforted herself that Li Jinfeng's family was warm and wanted them to stay for one more day. But 2 days had passed. Which family would have such a reason to keep their guests? As a result, Gua Sufei could no longer sit still. She had been waiting at the entrance of the village the night before yesterday, hoping that her son would return. Last night, she also did not sleep well. At dawn, she had been waiting at the entrance of the village. When it was close to noon, she saw a familiar date red horse appear. Her heart was filled with joy, but she immediately saw an empty horse. That horse was missing her heart. When Zhang Xiaohu arrived at the village entrance and dismounted from the horse, Gua Sufei tightly grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's arm, gritted her teeth, and interrogated Zhang Xiaohua's whereabouts. Zhang Xiaohu's face was ashen. How could he dare to tell the truth at the village entrance? He only pulled his sister-in-law and dragged his mother back to the small courtyard. When the whole family was gathered, he told the whole story. When she heard that her own son, who was trying to save someone, had ended up missing, Gua Sufei could not help but feel sad. She knew that her son's actions were the actions of a man and were righteous. But after all, the person he saved was a stranger she had never seen before, and the one who went missing was her son, who she was worried about. How could she not cry? Zhang Kai and Mr. Liu had different feelings. After all, they were both born as strict fathers. They felt that for a child to do such a righteous and awe-inspiring thing, it was exactly what a man should do. They were quite proud. Even if they were on the side, they would still encourage and gladly go forward. Moreover, they still had not received the most serious grievous news. And Zhang Xiaohua had acted for righteousness, so she must be loved by heaven and earth. How could she die so easily? Alas, how could they know that heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs? In this world, how much righteousness could be preached and how much good intentions could be rewarded? If Zhang Xiaohua had not been coincidentally lucky, she would have been captured and taken to the Dragon God sect long ago. Who knew what her ending would be? Everyone tried to persuade Gua Sufei, but they could not ease the knot in her heart. In the end, it was Mr. Liu, who was not involved in the matter, who probed, Could we ask the Misty School to help Zhang Xiaohua? This sentence was like an epiphany, waking Zhang Xiaohu up. Yes, his abilities were limited, but he had a powerful sect behind him. With such a great resource, how could he not make full use of it? After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohu did not have the mood to stay at home. He packed his luggage and immediately set off from the Guozhuang house. He rushed back to the Misty School in Pingyang City overnight. He also made an appointment with his family. Once there was any news, he would ask someone to inform them immediately. After Zhang Xiaohu rushed back to the Misty School, he did not know how to ask for help. He could not possibly ask sect leader O directly and say that his younger brother was missing and see if he could help look for him. Zhang Xiaohu could imagine that he would definitely be chased out by O Peng. Therefore, he could only ask his master, Wen Hai, for help. Wen Hai was also rather helpless. Although he was O Peng's personal disciple, he did not hold any real power in the sect. He did not have the right to mobilize the disciples of the Divine Mechanics Division. Therefore, Wen Hai also took the time to find an opportunity to tactfully convey this request to eldest senior brother Zhang Chengyue, hoping that Zhang Chengyue would extend a helping hand on the account that they were fellow disciples of the same sect. Zhang Chengyue naturally knew the importance of Zhang Xiaohua. When he heard this, he did not even say a second word to Wen Hai. He immediately rushed out of the door and hurriedly informed O Peng of this news, leaving Wen Hai stunned at the side. He thought that eldest senior brother was angry over this small matter. Just as Wen Hai apologetically told Zhang Xiaohu that he might not be able to help and that he could look for O Yen, Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly rushed over to look for Zhang Xiaohu. When Zhang Xiaohu arrived at the meeting hall and repeated the matter of Zhang Xiaohua's disappearance, Zhang Xiaohu's reaction was far beyond his expectations. Sect leader O immediately sent 10 disciples of the Divine Mechanics Division to Xueqi Mountain to find Zhang Xiaohua's whereabouts. They wanted to see her alive or dead. Zhang Xiaohu was touched. He did not expect sect leader O to be so benevolent. A professional was a professional. Not long after, the disciples of the Divine Mechanics Division brought back the news. Although they did not find Zhang Xiaohua's whereabouts, they found out that Xueqi Mountain was related to the Dragon God sect. On the day of the incident at Xueqi Mountain, there was a special envoy from the Tenryu sect present in the stronghold. When he heard this news, O Peng hesitated. At this time, the Righteous Alliance and the Tenryu sect were at loggerheads. However, there was no direct conflict. Many people related to the Righteous Alliance were killed by the Tenryu sect's disciples, and many of them were exterminated. However, the Righteous Alliance did not dare to fight the Tenryu sect head-on. They only made solemn statements and seriously protested. Occasionally, they skirted around the edges and scratched at the weak spots of the Tenryu sect. Even the super sects of Jianghu were so docile, so how could O Peng not avoid them? He sternly ordered the disciples of the Divine Mechanics Division to quickly return to the stronghold. At the same time, he ordered Zhang Chengyue to temporarily postpone the plan for the Path of Immortality. He was afraid that the Tenryu sect had other intentions for kidnapping Zhang Xiaohua, or that they had learned the importance of the Fist of the North Star from Zhang Xiaohua. As for Zhang Xiaohu, O Peng only said that the disciples of the Divine Mechanics Division had not found any news about Zhang Xiaohua and were half-heartedly brushing him off. As for Zhang Xiaohu, he did not have any news about his younger brother. Naturally, he was unable to pass any information to the Guozhuang house. He could only hope that the two elders at home would be able to recover from their grief with time. Time flew by. Soon, it had been almost a year since Zhang Xiaohua went missing. Who knew how many sorrows, joys, and separations had happened in the Jianghu? Other than Zhang Xiaohu, who would still remember Zhang Xiaohua, who had been in the limelight at the Misty School's martial arts competition? Perhaps only O Peng was unable to restrain the passion in his heart. When he saw that the Tenryu sect did not seem to care about the Misty School and placed his hopes on the Fist of the North Star once again, he was extremely disappointed. Only then would he remember Zhang Xiaohua, the originator of the Fist of the North Star. At this moment, O Peng was not only vexed about the setback of the Path of Immortality's revival plan, but also about something else. Chapter 332. In the past month, all of the ethereal sex branches, strongholds, and even escort agencies had been wiped out by an unknown force. Many of their elite disciples had gone missing, forcing sect leader O to slowly withdraw his forces to the vicinity of Pingyang City. However, the Divine Secrets Hall's disciples that he had sent out to gather information either never returned or did not receive any news at all. Left with no choice, Peng sent out the fourth of the 6 ethereal tigers, Shangguan Fenglu, and the 6th, Su Pei Hua, to lead a group of elite disciples to personally investigate the matter. With such a crisis hanging over his head like a sharp sword, how could Peng not be vexed? Who was the mastermind behind this series of events? This was a question that had always troubled Peng. Peng felt like he was scratching an itch. He knew that it was extremely itchy, but he just couldn't reach out to scratch it. He couldn't even scratch his ears and cheeks. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Peng's mind. Could it be the Dragon God sect? Could it be that after Zhang Xiaohua was captured by the Tenryu sect, he was tortured to extort a confession? Why torture him? He's just a village boy. The Tenryu sect has plenty of ways to make him talk. So, Zhang Xiaohua revealed everything about his Fist of the North Star? The Tenryu sect is a great sect with a heritage similar to the Misty School. If I can see through it myself, Di Shirtian of the Tenryu sect must also be aware of it. Could it be that the Tenryu sect is trying to cover up the revival of the immortal Tao? Or is it because they want to leave before my Misty School that they suddenly attacked my Misty School? Sigh, I shouldn't have been soft-hearted back then. Peng's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness. But after a while, there was a burst of confusion in his eyes. This is also not right. Even if Sakura knows the secret of the Big Dipper magical fist, whether or not this Big Dipper magical fist is actually the big heavenly cycle of stars fist is still two different things. He didn't settle the matter first and cultivate his own immortal Tao disciple. Besides, the Tenryu sect's strength is comparable to the combined strength of the 3 super sections. They have always been restrained by the 3 super sections. If they were to harm my Misty School, the other 3 sects would definitely react. Why is there no news at all? Could it be? Peng's heart, which had been tempered to be strong, suddenly jumped. He instantly thought of another possibility, unless... Right at this moment, someone rushed into the assembly hall in a hurry. Peng was startled. He looked up and saw that it was his eldest disciple, Zhang Chengyue. Peng frowned slightly. Zhang Chengyue's face was pale and he was very flustered. Zhang Chengyue had always been experienced and steady in handling matters. He had never been so rude. Therefore he didn't have the intention to scold Zhang Chengyue and asked, "Chengyue, why are you so flustered?" "Big sect master. There's a big disaster." Hearing Peng's dissatisfied tone, Zhang Chengyue already knew that he was being rude. However, it wasn't the time to pay attention to it. Big disaster? Peng's heart jumped and he blurted out. "Did the Tenryu sect besiege my Misty Mountain Manor?" "No, big sect master. No enemies appeared around our Misty School. It's just that." Zhang Chengyue's tone was somewhat hesitant. Then he looked at Peng's gaze and said with gritted teeth, "Big sect master, 4th martial uncle and 6th martial uncle." Peng couldn't help but ask, "What happened to them?" Zhang Chengyue said with some sorrow, 2 martial uncles were killed and their corpses were brought back by the disciples of the sect." "What?" Peng exclaimed and immediately stood up from his chair. 4th martial uncle, Shangguan Fenglu, was quick-witted and resourceful. 6th martial uncle, Su Pei Hua, was the best in Jianghu. When the 2 of them were roaming Jianghu, they were always together and had been through a lot. Now, the 2 of them had taken elixirs to increase their power. There were few opponents in Jianghu who could match them. But now, they were both killed at the same time. This was something he never expected. "Quick! Where are the corpses of the 2 martial brothers?" Reporting to Big Sect Master, "It's in the square in front of the conference hall." This disciple doesn't dare to act rashly. Hearing this, Peng stomped his right foot and his body floated up. He flew like a gust of wind to the entrance of the conference hall. His figure was 70% similar to Zhang Xiaohua's. From the chair to the door, Peng's feet basically didn't have any place to touch the ground. It was also very similar to Zhang Xiaohua's levitation technique. The square in front of the conference hall was still empty. There was only a broken carriage parked there alone. Beside it, there were a few dejected and injured disciples. Peng jumped down from the high platform. When the disciples saw him, they immediately saluted. Peng didn't even look at them. He walked to the front of the carriage and lifted the mat on the carriage with a trembling hand. Seeing the familiar lifeless face under the mat, Peng's heart couldn't help but ache and almost shed tears. This was the person he had grown up with, practiced martial arts with, and roamed the Jianghu with. They weren't blood brothers, but they were better than blood brothers. Now, This person was quietly lying in this shabby carriage, closing the eyes that had cared for him for dozens of years. Peng raised his head and shouted sternly. What are you doing? Why didn't you buy the best coffins and use the best carriages to bring the two elders back? The disciples were submissive. Only one of them mustered up the courage and said, Sect leader, it's not that I didn't want to buy the coffins for the two elders. It's just that after the attack, the masked man in black had already prepared the carriage and mat. He told me not to move them. He also said that if I moved them and sect leader didn't notice anything wrong, I would be responsible for everything. I was afraid that I would delay the sect's important matters, so I rushed back and didn't dare to move them. Hearing his disciples' words, Peng clenched his teeth and regained his senses. He waved his hand and said, All right, Cheng Yu, send someone to call eldest martial uncle, second martial uncle, and fifth martial uncle here. Also, carefully carry the bodies of the two martial uncles to the Divine Engineering Hall. Have Hall Master Shi and the Hall Elders examine them first. I want to see who was so bold as to touch the people of our Misty School. This debt of blood must be paid with blood. Also, the few of you, tell me in detail what happened when you were attacked. After he finished speaking, Peng didn't call the disciples to the Hall of Assembly. Instead, he asked them in detail in the square. When Zhang Chengyue heard this, he did not dare to tarry. He hurriedly called someone over and carefully instructed them to inform the three elders. He personally drove the carriage and brought the corpses of his two martial uncles to the Divine Mechanics Hall. The attack on Shangguan Fenglu and the others was very old-fashioned. The enemy didn't set up many traps. They just waited in one of the Misty School's branches. This branch was located in the corner of an extremely small town. There weren't many people there. When Shangguan Fenglu and the others arrived, it was already dusk. The group of more than 10 people was ambushed as soon as they arrived at the branch's courtyard. The elite disciples of the Misty School were very conceited. After all, they had been through the test of blood and fire. They also had two elders by their side. Naturally, they didn't plan to escape. They only wanted to avenge their brothers. It was a pity that the opponents who had set up the ambush seemed to have already predicted it. Or rather, the opponents were extremely powerful. Although their numbers were not much higher than the Ethereal Sect, the moment the Ethereal Sect's disciples exchanged blows with them, they realized that the men in black who had set up the ambush were all experts in the martial arts world. They actually managed to trap all the Ethereal Sect's disciples in the courtyard, and none of them were able to escape. Shangguan Fenglu and Su Peihua, who were holding the line, weren't in a better situation. They were facing three masters who were also masked in black. The three of them worked together to suppress the two of them. However, the two elders of the Misty School had taken the authentic strength-enhancing panacea, so they had more internal energy than their opponents. Even with Shangguan Fenglu's lightness skill, it was very likely that he could escape. However, if he ran away, Su Peihua, who was left behind, would die. Therefore, Shangguan Fenglu could only fight side by side with Su Peihua, hoping that they could fight their way out. Although the battle was divided into two groups, it was equally fierce and bloody. By the time night fell, the disciples of the Misty School had been completely annihilated. Only a few who were waiting to be used were left with their acupoints sealed. Shangguan Fenglu and Su Peihua were also seriously injured. They were barely holding on. At this moment, a yellow-faced old man who hadn't been seen before floated over. Seeing the situation, he was very surprised. What's wrong? These two people are so difficult to deal with. Why haven't they succeeded yet? Shangguan Fenglu and Su Peihua were shocked when they saw this person. Just as they were about to call out his name, the yellow-faced old man came in and hit their chests with his palm. In an instant, the two of them spat out blood and fell to the ground, dead before they could even say a word. The yellow-faced old man looked around and said proudly, "Act according to the original plan. Get someone to bring these two bodies back to the Misty School." Then he floated away. When the injured disciple finished telling the whole story of the attack, Peng's frown deepened. These disciples' kung fu was weak. They were the ones who were supposed to contact and guide the disciples. When they were attacked, they could only take care of themselves. How could they have the time to observe and collect other information? Moreover, when their acupoints were sealed, they only heard a few words and knew that a master of the masters had arrived and killed the two elders in one move. How could they know who this master was? At this moment, another disciple whispered, "Grand Gang Leader, this disciple secretly saw something." "Tell me quickly," Peng said anxiously. Among the 3 people who besieged the elders, one of them was wearing a felt hat. It was very strange, so I took a few more glances at him. Moreover, when they let us go, I took another glance at that person. At this time, his felt hat was gone. I reckon that the 2 elders had taken it away, but he was bald. The Dahlin Temple. Opang called out the name of this sect. If there was a sect that had the strength to wipe out so many elite disciples of the Misty School, and even 2 elders, then the Dahlin Temple should be one of them. If there was a recent grudge with the Misty School, then the Dahlin Temple should be at the top of the list. Chapter 333. At this time, from the corner of the square, 3 people quickly walked over. They were Misty sects Xueqi, Li Jian, Li Lauer, Lu Qingyang, and Lu Laowu. The 3 of them came together and looked at Opang and the several injured disciples with astonishment. They asked, "Big sect leader, do you have any clues? Who's the one playing tricks behind us?" Opang waved at the disciples to let them go back and recover. He then turned to look at the 3 brothers who had grown up with him. He bit his lip and tears welled up in his eyes. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Xueqi was careful and asked immediately, "What's wrong, third? What happened?" Lu Qingyang smiled. "Third brother, what are you afraid of? The Misty School has been through more than 1 or 2 crises. Didn't we get through them all safely? All right, where are 4th and 6th? 6th still owes me 2 rounds of wine. That bastard's external skills are so bad that he's no match for me." His words seemed to have hit the softest spot in Opang's heart. Tears welled up in his eyes. Opang immediately turned his face away and swiped his finger in the air to cover it up. "They're at the Divine Mechanics Hall right now. Let's go take a look." That bastard 6th didn't look for me first. Damn it. Lu Qingyang was still careless and walked towards the Divine Mechanics Hall. Xueqi looked at Li Jian in surprise. He was about to ask Opang again when Opang also started walking and followed closely behind Lu Qingyang. A cold light flashed in Li Jian's eyes and he quickly followed. Perhaps he, who was the calmest, had realized something. Just as they reached the front of the Divine Mechanics Hall, they saw Zhang Chengyue rush out. He stopped when he saw the 4 of them and waited for Opang to approach before whispering, "Sect leader, Hall Master Sure and the others have seen it. Is it the Dahlin Temple's technique?" Before Zhang Chengyue could reply, Lu Qingyang shouted, "What? The Dahlin Temple's technique? Oh my! Is Lu Qingyang injured? I told him to practice the Golden Bell Shield earlier. Now look, the old bald donkeys from the Dahlin Temple are so cunning. Lu Qingyang is going to have a hard time. By the way, old 6th is injured. Why didn't he go to the pharmacy?" In an instant, Hu Lao Dai and Li Lauer, who were following behind him, seemed to have understood something. They rushed forward, ignoring Opang and Lu Qingyang, and rushed into the Divine Machine Hall. Opang raised his hand in an attempt to stop her, but he only managed to raise his arm a little before it fell limply to the ground. Old 5th Lu didn't understand and followed him in. Just as Opang was about to take a step forward, Zhang Chengyue said, "Grand Sect Master, the 2 martial uncles didn't die at the hands of the Dahlin Temple. The 2 fatal palm prints on their bodies were from the Righteous Alliance's Grand Universe Palm." "Ah! Zhang San's Grand Universe Palm? How is this possible?" Opang was even more surprised. At this moment, Old 5th Lu's sorrowful shout came from the Divine Mechanics Hall. "Old 4th! Old 6!" What followed was a burst of wailing. Opang looked at the door of the Divine Mechanics Hall. His feet moved slightly, but he quickly retracted them. Standing there silently, Opang stroked the short beard on his chin and frowned deeply. After a while, he instructed Zhang Chengyue, "Chengyue, hurry and inform the disciples to be on full alert from now on. I reckon that there will be strong enemies coming soon. Be prepared to drag Ethereal Peak in. Also, send more men to move all the precious items in the manor to the secret chamber. If anything happens, we'll defend against the enemies with the mountain. This manor is easy to attack but hard to defend. We can only rely on Ethereal Peak. Oh right, also, find someone to send the young mistress to Ethereal Peak. This has to be done first." Zhang Chengyue's expression froze when he heard that. He hurriedly accepted the order and was about to leave. Opang stopped him and whispered in his ear. Zhang Chengyue was shocked and puzzled. He asked, "Master, are we really going to do this?" Opang nodded. "Let's do it." It's either the fish dies or the net breaks. Even if we die, we'll make sure that their efforts are in vain. But master, will this person succeed? Sigh, man proposes, God disposes. Who knows? Zhang Chengyue nodded and left with the order. Peng sighed as he watched Zhang Chengyue leave in a hurry. Then, he took a deep breath and tidied his clothes before walking steadily into the Divine Secrets Hall. In the Divine Secrets Hall, 2 tall wooden coffins were placed in the middle. Although the sun was shining brightly and a lot of sunlight shone in, it was still desolate. The Divine Secrets Hall's Xueqi and 2 white-haired elders stood beside the coffins with their hands clasped behind their backs. They looked sad. Big Bro Hu and Li Lauer stood on the other side, staring at their 2 junior brothers in the coffins. No one knew what they were thinking. Only old Fifth Lu held onto Su Laoyu's hand like a child. Tears streamed down his face. Peng quietly walked to a corner of the coffins. He did not speak and just looked at it quietly, as if he was reminiscing about the past. The entire Divine Secrets Hall had long lost its former solemnity. Only sorrow filled the entire hall. After a while, old Fifth Lu had cried enough. He jumped up, wiped his tears and ran to Peng. He tugged at Peng's clothes and shouted, "Lao Lu, who did it? Was it the bald donkeys from the Dalan Temple? Which one? I must settle this with him today so that 6th brother can rest in peace in the underworld." Peng looked at Lu Qingyang and said softly, "Lao Lu, calm down and listen to me. Calm down my ass. How can I calm down? Lao Lu and Lao Lu were killed and they even sent someone to their doorstep. Isn't this a slap to the Misty School's face? If I don't take revenge, my surname is no longer Lu. Lao Lu, tell me who it is. Is it Chongqing or Chongqing? Did Chongqing do it himself?" Peng said with a gloomy face. The fatal injuries on Lao Lu and Lao Lu were caused by Zhang San from the Righteous Alliance. However, it was said that there were monks involved. I suspect that the Dalan Temple was involved. Zhang San? This ruffian has never interfered with our Misty School. How dare he do this? I'm going to find him. After old Fifth Lu finished speaking, he swung his arm and was about to rush out. How could Peng let him go? He pulled him back and advised, "Lao Lu, where are you going to find him? Are you going to kill your way to the Righteous Alliance's main peak? Even if it's the Righteous Alliance's righteous peak, so what? At the very least, I'm about 200 pounds. I'm going to go against the Righteous Alliance." Old Fifth Lu was full of pride. He threw Peng's hand away and was about to leave. At this moment, Big Boss Hu scolded, "Lao Lu, stop. Don't you think it's chaotic now? Do you want us to worry about you? Do you want us to watch you get sent back by someone else?" Old Fifth Lu listened to Big Boss Hu the most. Naturally, he didn't dare to move half a step. He only said loudly, "But Big Brother Lao Lu and Lao Lu." After saying that, he stomped his feet vigorously. In the end, he squatted down and used his fists to hit the ground. After a few hits, blood dripped from his fists. Seeing this, Big Boss Hu sighed and didn't stop him. Peng walked over and patted Lu Qingyang's shoulder, saying, "Lao Lu, get up. Don't worry, we'll definitely avenge Lao Lu and Lao Lu. Even if we have to sacrifice all of our Misty School's resources, we'll kill our way to the Righteous Alliance's peak." Good. Lu Qingyang immediately stood up. He ignored the blood on his hands and asked, "When are we leaving?" Peng smiled bitterly. "Lao Lu, don't worry. Even if we don't kill our way to the Righteous Alliance's peak, they'll immediately send us to our door." Is that so? Big Boss Hu and old Fifth Lu asked in unison. However, while Lu Qingyang was pleasantly surprised, Hu Yuni was somewhat astonished. What's going on here? Lao Lu, tell us in detail. Big Boss Hu frowned and asked. After Peng explained the matter in detail, Big Boss Hu frowned even more and said, "If that's the case, our Misty School is now facing the most serious situation. If anything goes wrong, we'll be in danger of being exterminated. However, why would the Righteous Alliance join hands with the Dalan Temple?" Peng smiled bitterly. "I'm just guessing. I don't have any real evidence. Maybe that baldy is just a baldy? Our Misty School can't afford to offend either of these 2 sections. Just one of them is enough for us to deal with. Let alone 2 sections. I can't find any reason for the 2 sects to join hands against our Misty School. Could it be that they're shifting the blame to others? What Big Brother said makes sense. There's another possibility. which is the Tenryu sect. Hearing this, Xueqi gasped and said, "The Tenryu sect is a colossus. It's an existence that can contend with the entire Righteous Alliance. When did we get into such trouble?" Openg explained, "Big brother, there's only one possibility. If it's the Tenryu sect, they wouldn't be so troublesome. They could just directly attack us. This method isn't their style. But if it's not them, then it's the Righteous Alliance. The Grand Heaven Earth Hand isn't something that ordinary people can imitate. Yes, big brother, it's most likely the Righteous Alliance. But they have no reason to do such a heinous thing in Jianghu. Could it be?" At this point, the two of them said in unison, "It's the secret plane? But we've kept the news about the secret plane very well. Even the Hallmasters know very little about it. How could they leak it?" "Alas, big brother, we didn't leak it, but we can't guarantee that the Yanming Villa, the Tan family, and the Wan Jianfeng didn't leak it. But it's not very likely. Yanming Jusher is an extremely cautious person. His Yanming Villa is not easy for outsiders to enter. The Tan family is a big family that practices martial arts. It's even harder to sneak in than the Misty School. Wan Chengjiu of the Wan Jianfeng is even more scheming. He even spies on the Five Claw Peak. How could he leak the news? I estimate that there are no more than 5 people on his side who know about the secret plane. Alas, big brother, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. We've been operating the secret plane for 3 or 4 years and have reaped endless benefits from it. In recent years, the development of the Misty School has relied on the medicinal materials in the secret plane. It's hard to guarantee that no one will find out. Moreover, we've also obtained the life-prolonging pill from the secret plane. Such a heaven-defying thing will definitely shorten one's life if we have it. Misfortune is a blessing in disguise. The ancients didn't deceive us." Chapter 334. When the two of them analyzed up to this point, they had already determined that the news of the secret plane must have been leaked, which attracted the attention of the Righteous Alliance. Success is because of the secret plane. Failure is also because of the secret plane. Xueqi sighed. Earlier, when they obtained the treasures of the secret plane, they had naively fantasized that if there was a critical moment like today, they would hand over the map and the life-prolonging pill. A wise man submits to circumstances and can barely survive the crisis of the sect being exterminated. Even if they had to be a coward, so what? However, the current situation developed greatly beyond their initial expectations. The Righteous Alliance actually acted ruthlessly and destroyed 2 of the Misty Six Tigers in one fell swoop. This deep hatred had already been formed. How could there be any room for negotiation? Could it be that the Righteous Alliance had the idea of exterminating the Misty School? Could it be that they were not afraid of the other sect's attention? At this time, Xueqi did not need to think about which power leaked the news of the secret plane, nor did he need to let Openg send people to investigate this news, nor did he need to ask Openg about the whereabouts of the map and the life-prolonging pill. All these doubts could only be asked in the future when the Misty School was able to survive. Now, the only thing they needed to do was to face the Righteous Alliance, who they did not know when they would attack. This was a martial arts sect that rose again after the immortal Tao was annihilated. In fact, if Openg and others blamed all the crimes on the secret plane, it may not be completely correct. As a martial arts sect, the Righteous Alliance had long been aware of the immortal Tao and had long coveted the immortal Tao inheritance. The previous Xing Long family was just the tip of the iceberg of the Righteous Alliance's immortal Tao inheritance. The Misty School, as a sect with thousands of years of inheritance, had been in decline for a long time and had long been targeted by the Righteous Alliance. If it was not for fear of the other sects with immortal Tao inheritance, the Righteous Alliance would have already made a move on the Misty School. And this secret plane was just a fuse. Even if there was no secret plane, sooner or later, the Righteous Alliance would inevitably make a move on the Misty School. Who told the Misty School to have the immortal Tao inheritance but was unable to protect it? This annexation of the Misty School was nothing more than a drill that the Righteous Alliance had been preparing for a long time. Openg continued, "Big brother, second brother, fifth brother, the Righteous Alliance came in a menacing manner. First, they reduced our forces in the periphery of our Misty School. Then, they set up a trap to make us lose our brothers. I presume that they have been plotting this for a long time. Moreover, they sent the remains of fourth brother and sixth brother back. This is not only a blow to our confidence, but also a signal for us to attack. I estimate that the Righteous Alliance will launch their final attack on us tomorrow at the latest." "Aha!" Old Fifth Lu shouted and jumped up. Third brother, I'll go get my axe. I'll guard the archway. I'd like to see if that yellow-faced Zhang San can step on my body and walk into the Misty School. With that, he ran out of the Divine Mechanics Hall like the wind. Peng raised his hand to stop him, but Hu Yuni said, "Let old fifth go." Then he said to Li Jian, "Second brother, go and watch him. Don't let him do anything stupid." Li Jian didn't say anything and chased after him. After the two left, Hu Yuni asked, "Third brother, do you think we should send a message to the Dalan Temple and the Cult of Incense? Ask them to come and help us?" Well, the Dalan Temple hasn't been cleared of suspicion. They might not. Maybe it's just a bald man. Even if it's a monk, it doesn't mean that the Dalan Temple is involved. After all, they are all part of the path of immortality. They might help us. Help us. Peng sneered. According to the records, when the Shun Dao sect was destroyed, the Dalan Temple didn't help us. That was then and this is now. If we don't have the Dalan Temple and the Cult of Incense's help, even if we barely make it through tomorrow, the Misty School's vitality will be greatly damaged. Why don't we give it a try? Peng sighed. Now that things have come to this, we can only give it a try. The Righteous Alliance has been plotting for a long time. They might not let us send out a message. Then, Peng said to Hall Master Shur of the Divine Mechanics Hall, "Hall Master Shur, send a few elite disciples in groups to the Dalan Temple and the Cult of Incense to ask for help." Shur Yukuan cupped his hands and said yes. Then, he quickly left with two elders. For a moment, the Divine Mechanics Hall fell into silence. Peng and Hu Yuni were like stone statues. They stood in front of the coffins and stared at the two people who seemed to be sleeping. For a long time, they didn't say a word. After an unknown period of time, time seemed to have lost its value in grief. No matter how much time passed, it couldn't make up for the memories. Suddenly, Peng opened his mouth and said softly, "Big brother." Third brother sigh. In the past, when I saw other people go through life and death, I always felt that it was because of love. But now that it's my turn, I know what it means to be a hero with a short breath. I watched you all grow up. Us 6 brothers have roamed the Jianghu together since we were young. How many storms of blood have we safely walked through? Of course, we've long held our heads in our hands. But who would have thought that when the Misty School was flourishing, something like this would happen? I thought I would be the first to lie in the coffin. That's right, big brother. Parting is inevitable in life. I didn't know that death was so close to us, forcing us to be unprepared. Hu Yuni sighed but didn't say anything. Peng continued, "Big brother, I have an extremely important matter to entrust to you." Entrust? Third brother, what do you mean? It's like this, big brother. This time, the Righteous Alliance came prepared. They must have made a meticulous plan. Our Misty School hastily accepted the challenge. Moreover, their strength is clearly not on the same level. I'm worried that our Misty School won't be able to escape this misfortune. Hu Yuni didn't reply. He seemed to know that Peng wasn't lying. Big brother, the Misty School can be destroyed, but the Misty School's legacy can't be lost. As the leader of the Misty School, I can't abandon my brothers at this time. The heavy responsibility of protecting the Misty School's descendants will be entrusted to Big Brother. This, Hu Yuni muttered to himself. He wasn't an impulsive person and was very clear about the severity of the matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given the position of leader of the Misty School to Peng. In his heart, he was extremely willing to stay and avenge his 2 junior brothers. But logically speaking, he also knew that the most important thing now was to preserve the Misty School's legacy. Can't 5th brother go? Hu Yuni probed. What do you think, big brother? Peng didn't give a direct answer. He knew that big brother who was very clear about this. Sure enough, Hu Yuni sighed again. I want to kill the thief, but I'm powerless. Then Peng said, Big brother, go and prepare. Bring all the martial arts manuals of our Misty School. Also, pick out some of the talented low-level disciples. Forget it. Take away all the commoner level 1 and level 2 disciples. They won't be of much help here. Even if they aren't talented, they'll still be a spark of our Misty School. I'll also take some of the elite disciples to protect you. The Righteous Alliance will definitely guard against us. However, it is extremely difficult for them to guard against the secret passageway at the back of Misty Peak. Big brother, after you are ready, just wait in the secret passageway. If something unexpected happens, just rush out immediately. No matter how many people the Righteous Alliance has, they won't be able to surround the entire Misty Peak. Once we rush out, big brother, I'll leave it to you. Take the spark of our Misty School and find a place to hide and accumulate strength. We'll think about making a comeback when we have the chance. Alright, big brother, during this period, let's see how the Dalan Temple and the incense cult react. If it's not necessary, it's better to avoid contact with them. Everyone in the Jianghu is a wolf. Yes, third brother, I know this. Although I don't have the talent and vision of a faction leader like you, I'm still confident in protecting these little bastards. But, third brother, I gave you the position of faction leader back then. Today, you'll have to take the blame for me. Big brother, as the faction leader, I have to take the blame for the entire faction. I already had this awareness when I took over the Misty School from Master. Big brother, don't worry. Maybe things aren't that bad. Maybe the Dalan Temple and the incense cult have already noticed the Righteous Alliance's movements and are on their way to help. These words were extremely unrealistic. Xueqi also knew that he was just comforting himself. He walked over and patted Peng's shoulder saying, "Third brother, take care." At this moment, Peng didn't have the dignity of a faction leader at all. He was just like a child who had just started learning martial arts. He stood there obediently and smiled saying, "Don't worry, big brother. I know." Xueqi looked at him with tears in his eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be a life and death parting of the two brothers who were as close as father and son. Peng couldn't hold it in anymore. He reached out his hand and Xueqi reached out to hold it. It was just like when Peng was young and Xueqi took his hand to the top of Misty Peak to teach him martial arts. Big brother, be careful. Third brother, be careful too. Out of all the words he could say, he could only say this ordinary sentence. Immediately after, the two brothers let go of each other and laughed loudly. What joy is there in being a great man who can support the heavens and earth? What is there to fear in death? Life is like a floating cloud that comes with the wind and goes with the wind. With that, Xueqi flicked his sleeves and rushed out of the door. Peng stood there in a daze for a moment, feeling the loneliness after a feast. Just as he was about to turn around and look at his brothers in the coffins, he heard hurried footsteps outside the door. At this moment, Peng couldn't even be bothered to frown as he walked slowly towards the entrance of the Divine Secrets Hall. He had just taken a few steps when he saw Zhang Chengyue rushing in with a nervous expression. Zhang Chengyue was originally extremely flustered. However, when he saw Peng's unhurried manner, he was stunned at first. Then he slowed down and lowered his voice, saying, "Big faction leader, things have taken a turn for the worse." Peng smiled first and said, "Chengyue, have you done what I asked you to do?" "Yes, big faction leader. Other than the matter of eldest martial uncle finding someone to take over the secret martial arts manuals, everything else has been done." "Good. Chengyue, as the eldest disciple of the Misty School's headmaster, you should have the resolve to surpass others. I know that you're handling the sex affairs with ease, but you lack the tempering in times of danger. This is a chance given to you by the heavens. As long as you get through this crisis, you'll be able to look down on others, and I can also rest assured that the entire Misty School will be in your hands." Chapter 335. Zhang Chengyue listened with his hands down and nodded repeatedly. How could he not know in his heart that at this time, other than Peng, he, the chief disciple, should be the one to straighten his back in front of all the disciples? He did not have the slightest room to retreat. He was also clear about what eldest martial uncle wanted to do, but this very important matter could not be done by him. He could only stand beside Master with a smile. This was the pride of a direct disciple, but also the sorrow of a direct disciple. After Peng finished speaking, Zhang Chengyue regained his composure and said in a low voice, "Great sect master, the disciples of the Divine Mechanics Hall have sent news that there are countless masked people surrounding the Misty Mountain Villa. They are advancing towards us. They failed to break through the encirclement and lost a few brothers. They have already retreated. What about the back mountain of the Misty Mountain? Have they found any traces of the enemy?" "Not at the moment. I have already sent people to check." "Good. Quickly inform eldest martial uncle and let him take action as soon as possible. Also, inform all the brothers in the sect to prepare for the enemy." "Yes, master." After hearing this, Zhang Chengyue quickly walked out. His footsteps were very steady, and he was more confident than when he had just entered. Looking at Zhang Chengyue's back, Oh Peng smiled for the first time of the day. Danger was not always a bad thing. The Misty School after its nirvanic rebirth might have a new atmosphere. However, he still had a trace of doubt in his heart. The army was already at the border and they were about to meet with weapons, but the Righteous Alliance still wanted to cover their faces. What kind of medicine were they selling? After thinking, Oh Peng pulled himself together and quickly walked out of the Divine Mechanics Hall. In the Misty Mountain Villa, from the memorial archway to the square, the disciples had already formed a formation. They were all holding various weapons and were waiting for battle. In the pavilions behind the square, there were also many disciples moving things and setting up traps. Although there were many people and things were complicated, they were still in good order. There was no unnecessary panic, just like the tension before the battle. Seeing such a situation, Oh Peng was extremely gratified. Even though these disciples did not have as much information as Zhang Chengyue, causing them to feel a heavy psychological pressure, but this passion to serve the ethereal sect, as long as they could get through this hurdle, would definitely be synonymous with iron and blood in the future. In an instant, Oh Peng was even more confident that he could survive this ordeal. Before Oh Peng could return to the meeting hall, Zhang Chengyue came over to report, Sect Master, according to the scouts of the Divine Mechanics sect, not only has the front of Misty Manor been surrounded, but there are also traces of enemies at the back of Misty Peak. There are even Righteous Tao Alliance disciples at the back of the mountain? How many are there? There's a lot of vegetation at the back of the mountain, so I can't see clearly. However, they're about to surround us. Where are your eldest martial uncle and the others? Disciple has already informed eldest martial uncle of the situation. They are preparing to enter the secret passage. All right, quickly send someone to inform them to break out of the encirclement immediately. If they are surrounded, it will be even more difficult for them to break out. Let the disciples of the various halls mix with the elite disciples. Let them be led by the hall masters of the various halls. Let the female disciples of the Ming-Tsue Hall, the third-generation disciples, and the other disciples set up a defense on the Misty Peak. Their martial arts are limited. If they face the enemy at the front line, they will only be killed. Zhang Chengyue accepted the order and left. He returned not long after. Oh Peng frowned and asked, Chengyue, don't you think the Righteous Tao Alliance is being too ostentatious this time? Our Misty School, Misty Mountain Manor, and Misty Peak occupy such a large area. They actually want to surround us. Don't tell me Zhang San of the Righteous Tao Alliance is not afraid of the Dalan Temple and the incense cult? What if the two sects send a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Won't the Righteous Tao Alliance go for wool but come home shorn? Zhang Chengyue was also puzzled and said, That's right, sect leader. Disciple has also been thinking about this problem. Don't tell me the Righteous Tao Alliance also had a fortuitous encounter in the past few years? Even if they have more disciples than us, if they kill 1,000, they will lose 800 of their own. If they don't have full confidence, why would they dare to do such a desperate thing? That's right. There's something fishy about it. That's right, Chengyue. Did you notice that the Righteous Tao Alliance is covering their faces in broad daylight? Aren't they trying to hide something? Ha ha ha, sect leader is right. This kind of small fry, I'm afraid they don't dare to see the light. Both master and disciple laughed heartily. However, their laughter hid deep sorrow. If something was out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy about it. It's just that they didn't know about it. Time passed bit by bit and it was already close to noon. In front of the memorial archway, there were already many masked people in martial attire. They were all armed and just by looking at their figures, one could tell that they were all valiant people. It was as if they were waiting for something. Sure enough, when noon came, a whistling arrow rose from the back mountain of the Misty Peak. With a loud bang, the masked man immediately shouted and drew his weapon, rushing towards the Misty Mountain Manor. Like a tidal wave, he charged towards the defensive line that the Misty School's disciples had already set up. Hearing the whistling arrow from the back mountain, Oh Peng's expression changed. He immediately said calmly, Chengyue, how is the defensive line at the back mountain? Don't worry, sect leader. I've already sent the elite disciples over. The back mountain is easy to defend and hard to attack. It shouldn't be a problem. Oh Peng nodded slightly. He knew that the back mountain of the Misty Peak was mostly steep cliffs and there were many paths that didn't lead up. They only needed to send a few elite disciples to block the enemy. The battle was very fierce. Not long after, there were casualties and screams could be heard from time to time. Peng stood there with his hands behind his back. His eyes were slightly narrowed and his teeth were slightly clenched. He had a rare impulse in his heart. He really wanted to swing his sword and fight side by side with his brothers in the sect. However, he knew that a sect leader wasn't meant to swing his sword. Sensing the change in Peng's expression, Zhang Chengyue said, "Sect leader, I'll take command here. You should go to the Misty Peak first. Fifth uncle and miss are both there. You can only take command of the situation if you go there." Peng nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll leave this place to you. Chengyue, if things don't work out, retreat to the Misty Peak. As long as there's life, there's hope." "Yes, sect leader. I understand." After saying that, Peng looked at the stalemate of the battle and returned to the Misty Peak. Along the way, Peng saw many disciples with weapons lying in ambush by the side of the road and behind the rocks, waiting for the enemy to attack. Looking at the nervous expressions of many female disciples, Peng shook his head slightly. As he was walking, Peng suddenly saw a figure that he had almost forgotten. He waved his hand and said, "Zhang Xiaohu, come here for a moment." Sect leader. Zhang Xiaohu walked over quickly. Peng asked, "Zhang Xiaohu, why are you here?" Zhang Xiaohu said in surprise, "I heard from the sect leader that the third-generation disciples are required to set up a defense in the mountains. So I came. My master and the others are in front with the sect leader." Peng realized that although Zhang Xiaohu was old, he had just joined the sect and could only be considered a third-generation disciple. Moreover, his martial arts were indeed weak. If he fought the enemy in the front line, he would be killed within a few moves. So, he smiled and said, "Didn't the sect leader choose the first and second-ranked disciples? Why didn't you leave?" Sect leader. Zhang Xiaohu was a little excited. At this time, Peng still remembered him. How could he not be grateful? He said, "My talent is limited. It's better not to compete with those children. Besides, I have the strength to fight. I can contribute to the Misty School when the Misty School is in danger. I'm willing to live and die with the Misty School. I'd rather die together with the Misty School than drag out an ignoble existence." Peng nodded and patted him on the shoulder saying, "Good. However, your martial arts are indeed weak and you're dragging out an ignoble existence. It's not necessarily a bad thing for a hero." After saying that, he left Zhang Xiaohu, who was still pondering the meaning of his words, and went up the peak. On the Misty Peak, the autumn noon sun was still scorching. Even with the whistling mountain wind, it still made people feel uncomfortable. Many family members and disciples of the Misty School had already gathered here. Seeing Peng come up, the sect leader's wife, who had never asked about the affairs of the sect, took the initiative to ask quietly, "How is it? What's the situation down there?" Peng smiled and said, "Madam, don't worry. It's just a clown. How can he be a match for our Misty School?" The sect leader's wife smiled and did not ask any more questions. At this time, Yen walked over and said, "Big brother." Peng looked at Yen kindly and said, "Yen, you don't blame Big brother, right?" Yen was extremely intelligent. How could she not understand Peng's meaning? She smiled and said, "Big brother Yen, has lived under Big brother's protection since I was young. Today, when the sect is in danger, I should go through thick and thin with the entire Misty School." Peng smiled and said, "Yen has such feelings. Our Misty School's danger is not for weak girls like you to bear. However, you're the sister of the sect leader of the Misty School. How can the Righteous Alliance let you go? If we let you go, the Righteous Alliance will definitely send more people to search for you. It's not safe at all. On the contrary, Big brother and the others won't be able to escape. Therefore, rather than leaving you outside, it's better to let you stay by Big brother's side. You don't have the strength to truss a chicken. Even Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance can't force himself on you." "I understand, Big brother. You don't have to explain." Yan's face was obedient. However, her slightly thin body under the hot sun and the mountain wind made people feel pity for her. Without waiting for Yen to leave, Lu Qingyang and old Fifth Lu came over again. Holding a large axe, they arrogantly said, "Third brother, how can you let me go up the mountain? Rather than waiting here, it's better to let me go down the mountain and kill a few Righteous Alliance thieves with Shernyo and the others." Peng smiled and said, "Old Fifth, I'll need you later. Look, our family members and the disciples of Mingtsue Hall need your protection." If it weren't for the fact that your martial arts are much better than Xueqi's, how could I let you take on such a heavy responsibility? Old Fifth Lu opened his mouth and said, I knew third brother wouldn't be biased. Don't worry. As long as I'm here with this pair of axes, that Zhang-san won't be able to take even half a step into Misty Peak. After saying that, he carried his axe and walked to the mountain path, making a one-man can hold back 10,000 men stance. Chapter 336. The Misty Peak was just a place where the disciples of the Misty School used to practice martial arts. There were no houses or anything like that. The Misty School disciples had left in a hurry and did not even take any chairs or other things with them. Peng looked around and casually sat on a rock and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, a few more disciples came up from the bottom of the mountain and reported their battle results. It was the news that the disciples of the Misty School were retreating in defeat. Peng could no longer sit still. He stood up, walked to the front of the mountain and looked down. The ethereal peak was actually not very high. Although he could not see clearly, he could tell the result of the battle at a glance. The masked members of the Righteous Alliance had already pushed their front line to the back of the meeting hall. The disciples of the Misty School fought with their lives. With every step they took back, there would be disciples of the Righteous Alliance or Misty School lying on the ground. There were many corpses on the square in front of the meeting hall. Peng sighed and turned back to shout, Where is Aunt Qin? Big Sect Master, I'm here. Peng said, Take half of the female disciples of the Mingzue School down the mountain to support Chungyue and the others. Tell them to form a formation in front of the Misty Peak and use the terrain to defend against the enemy. Also, take a look at the situation. If it really doesn't work, retreat back up the mountain. Yes, Big Sect Master. After hearing this, Aunt Qin led Chang'e and the other disciples down the mountain. The elite disciples at the foot of the mountain saw the female disciples of the Mingzue School coming down the mountain to support them. They immediately became spirited and together with the female disciples, they blocked the Righteous Alliance at the foot of the Misty Peak. The battle between sects was far more tragic than the feuds between individuals in the pugilistic world. In just a few moments, many disciples of the Misty School and the Righteous Alliance had lost their lives. On the side of the Misty School, there were experts led by Zhang Chungyue, Wen Wenhai, Lu Mingyue and the others. However, most of the disciples with average martial arts skills had already died under the sword. Even the elite disciples who had undergone special training had lost many of their lives. Many of them were still fighting with injuries. Peng sighed and turned to look at the back of the mountain. Inadvertently, he saw the panoramic view of Pingyang City not far away. He could not help but feel a pang in his heart. Back then, his younger senior brothers loved to watch the lights of Pingyang City at night when they were not practicing martial arts. In the blink of an eye, decades had passed. Everything seemed to have happened just last night. Today, he was separated from his two brothers by life and death. The changes in the world and the cycle of heaven were truly unpredictable. The back of the mountain was peaceful. There were almost no signs of fighting. The main focus of the Righteous Alliance must be in front of the Misty School. The back of the mountain was just to prevent the disciples of the Misty School from escaping. Peng estimated that Hu Yuni should have led a group of disciples through the secret passage by now. Perhaps, they would be lucky enough to avoid the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Unfortunately, just as he was thinking, he saw a commotion in the back of the mountain. The faint sound of swords clashing could be heard. Wasn't it the direction of the exit of the secret passage? Could it be that the Righteous Alliance knew about the exit of the Misty School's secret passage? However, before Peng could think further, a whistling arrow was heard from the secret passage. Peng was shocked. He hurriedly ran to the front of the mountain. When he looked down, from afar, from the direction of Pingyang City, there were many blurry figures leaping over like bullets. A long howl was heard from one of the figures in front. The sound was so loud that it shook the surroundings. It showed that the person's inner strength was extremely profound. Hearing this long howl, Peng's eyes flashed fiercely. His entire person exuded a shocking murderous aura. At the same time, he circulated his qi in his dantian. A purple color flashed across his face. He also let out a long howl. His aura was not inferior to the former's. After the two long howls, the blurry figures were much closer. There were about 4 or 5 of them in front. They were approaching the main road of the ethereal villa. One look and one could tell that they were people with superb qinggong. Seeing this, Peng felt much more at ease. The person who let out the long howl was the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San. The few behind him must be the deputy leaders of the Righteous Alliance. Since the main characters had appeared, the ending had to begin. Everything would come to an end. Not long after, Zhang San and the others had arrived at the entrance of the ethereal villa. Zhang San was an old man with a yellow face. He was dressed in hemp clothes. He was not in a hurry to enter the Misty School. Instead, he stopped at the foot of the archway and stared at the two majestic words. After staring for a long time, he waved his hand and led the 4 deputy leaders behind him into the ethereal villa. Ever since Zhang San's roar sounded out, the Righteous Alliance's attacks had also increased, and the number of casualties on both sides had increased by quite a bit. Seeing that the two sides were either fighting one-on-one or ganging up on several people, Zhang San frowned slightly. Soon after, he increased his speed and passed through the intense battle, completely ignoring the Righteous Alliance disciples who were still at a disadvantage. That was, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Peng would not brandish his sword here. It was even more impossible for Zhang San to do so. The disciples of the Misty School did not even look at the people who had just entered. Although they had a slight advantage, they did not have the extra energy to deal with other people, not to mention the leaders of the sections. Only when they were going up the mountain did a few low-level disciples try to attack the leaders of the Righteous Alliance with their weapons. However, before the weapons could even reach them, the figures of the leaders had already disappeared. The difference between them was too great. Fortunately, these old men would not lower themselves to the same level as them. After dodging the weapons, they ran away and did not retaliate at all. On the peak of the Misty Peak, Lu Qingyang held 2 broad axes in his hands and stood proudly. Seeing Zhang San approaching, he shouted, "Old Zhang, eat this axe of yours." After he finished speaking, he raised his arm and chopped down with the wheel-sized axe. Although it was only a single move, the force behind it was sharp and the technique was profound. It enveloped the top of Zhang San's head, making it impossible for Zhang San to dodge or evade. Lu Qingyang's move was a bit of a bully. Not to mention that he had the upper hand, while Zhang San was climbing the peak and was at a disadvantage. In fact, even if Zhang San could stop and let this move pass, Lu Qingyang would not do so. Who was Zhang San? He was the leader of the Righteous Alliance. When he did not show his face, his howl could shake the entire place. But when he just showed his face, he was suppressed by others. How could he dare to let others do this? He was indeed a top expert in the Jianghu. When Zhang San saw the broad axe chopping down, he was not nervous at all. He laughed and said, "Leader O, is this how your Misty School treats its guests?" While laughing, his body did not slow down. He stretched out his fan-like right hand and reached up like lightning. He found the right opportunity and slapped to the side. Clang! A muffled sound was heard. It was like an axe hitting a wooden board. Old Fifth Lu's broad axe was slapped to the side by Zhang San's palm. Old Fifth Lu was furious. He did not care about his unstable body. He raised his other hand and was about to chop down. But at this time, Zhang San had already jumped to the peak. He laughed coldly and slapped towards Old Fifth Lu's chest. If this universal hand hit him, wouldn't Old Fifth Lu be the same as the other 2 brothers? Although Old Fifth Lu was reckless, he had also fought in life-and-death situations. He hurriedly blocked the broad axe in front of his chest. Seeing this, Zhang San did not change his move. He directly slapped the broad axe. With the same muffled sound, a huge force penetrated Old Fifth Lu's arm. Old Fifth Lu's body was already unstable. At this moment, his lower body was unstable. He was sent flying back by Zhang San's slap. At this time, a black shadow pulled up. The scabbard in his hand touched Old Fifth Lu's body, eliminating the force of Old Fifth Lu's retreat. Old Fifth Lu's strong body landed steadily. Beside him stood the thin figure of Li Jian. Lu Qingyang naturally looked at the 2 broad axes in his hands. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. On the 2 broad axes, there were 2 distinct palm prints. Zhang San did not look at Lu Qingyang anymore. He raised his head and looked at Peng. Peng stood far away and looked at him coldly. When their eyes met, the corners of their eyes faintly trembled. Zhang San smiled and said, "Leader O, is this how you treat your guests?" Peng was still cold. He said, "When a friend comes, there is good wine. When a wolf comes, there is a hunting knife. Does my Misty School have to sweep the bed and welcome the Righteous Alliance?" Zhang San chuckled and did not answer. A thin old man at the side said loudly, "Since ancient times, the weak are prey to the strong. Only the fittest survive. Your Misty School has been declining for a long time. It's time for the Misty Peak to change its master." Peng glanced at the old man and said, "So it's the first deputy leader of the Righteous Alliance, Old Master Chai. Every word you say is true. You are right. In this Jianghu, it has always been a place where fists speak. Old Master Chai's intention is to decide the fate of our Misty School?" Old Master Chai, Chai Qingrong said proudly, "That's my intention. If you want to speak, you need to have the strength to speak. This humble one wants to see if Old Master Chai has the ability to speak." A cold voice sounded. It was the black-clothed Li Jian. Chai Qingrong drew his sword from his waist and sneered. "This Chai has long heard of the Misty Seven Swords. Today is the right time. Why not let this Chai broaden his horizons?" "As you wish, there is no need to invite." After saying that, Li Jian threw away his scabbard and stabbed out with his sword. Chai Qingrong saw this and laughed angrily. Good, good, good. The waves of the river will surpass one another." The long sword in his hand was also thrust out. The two immediately began to fight. Lu Qingyang saw this and waved the axe in his hand. He said loudly, "Which boy will fight with this grandpa?" The several deputy leaders of the Righteous Alliance looked at each other. None of them wanted to go forward. Of course, whoever went forward would have to call the other grandpa. A moment later, a black-faced rough man stepped out from the crowd. He held a copper staff and shouted like thunder, "You brute, don't try to take advantage of me with your mouth. Your grandpa me will teach you a lesson." Old Fifth Lu looked over and saw that it was the Righteous Alliance's fifth deputy leader, Mi Kong. He couldn't help but sneer. "I was wondering who it was. Isn't it the Mi Kong from a few years ago who fought to a draw with me? Come, come, come. Let me see if you have improved in these few years." Chapter 337. Seeing that Lu Qingyang was also fighting with Mi Kong, who was holding a bronze staff, Zhang San smiled and said, "Sect Leader O, this humble one would also like to exchange pointers with Sect Leader O. Would it be possible for you to give me some pointers?" Peng said, "This humble one has the same intention. I would like to ask Sect Leader Zhang for the blood feud between my two junior brothers." "Ha ha!" Zhang San laughed. "How can one not suffer when one is in Jianghu? Sect Leader O, bring it on. This humble one awaits." Seeing this, Peng let out a cold snort. Without exerting any strength in his legs, his body floated towards Zhang San like a willow branch. When he was close enough, he stretched out his right hand and pressed two fingers together towards Zhang San's chest pressure point. Zhang San did not dare to be careless. His body tilted slightly and his palms fluttered, displaying a set of grand heaven-earth hand, together with Peng's secret finger technique. The group of 5 from the Righteous Tao Alliance had only ascended the Misty Peak for a short while when 3 of them entered and stood together with the 3 from the Misty Sect. The 6 people who were fighting in the Misty Peak were the leaders of the 2 sects and were also the top experts in the pugilistic world. The battle on the Misty Peak was not only a test of individual martial arts but also the survival of the sect. Who would dare to hold back? The 6 people were all showing off what they had learned, displaying all sorts of strange and wonderful moves. In a short while, danger was everywhere, and there was no longer the usual restraint of a martial arts exchange. Although there were many disciples from the Misty School on the peak, they were all people with low martial arts skills. There were also many women, and they knew the key to this battle. Although they were very worried, they did not dare to get close. They all retreated far away, fearing that they would affect the situation. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there did not seem to be any changes in the situation. They were evenly matched, but even so, it was enough to show the strength of the Misty School. After all, the 3 leaders of the Righteous Alliance, except for Mi Kong, were all old men. The cultivation of internal energy could not be forced, and there were very few shortcuts. The older one was, the more refined the cultivation of internal energy. The 3 from the Misty School were all in their 40s, much younger than their opponents. Even if they were young and vigorous, they could not make up for the lack of internal energy. But now they were evenly matched, which was really rare. At this time between the 2 of them, sword light flashed. Li Jian shouted, and the purple light on his face brightened. He lifted his sword and slowly chopped towards Chai Qingrong. Chai Qingrong frowned. The 2 of them had fought for a while and were familiar with each other's sword moves. Li Jian's chop was strange, and he had never used it before. It was also very rare for swords to have such a chop, not to mention his sword that was wrapped in a scabbard. How could it hurt someone? But Chai Qingrong was an old man who had lived for decades, and was used to being cautious. He did not dare to be careless, and raised his sword to meet the attack, preparing to block this extremely crude sword move. But just as the two swords were about to meet, Chai Qingrong suddenly realized that there was a faint green light on the scabbard that Li Jian stretched out. He did not know what it was, but his heart tightened, and he knew that it was not good. Sure enough, when the two swords met, there was no clanging sound like before. Instead, there was a muffled kachub sound. Chai Qingrong's hand lightened, and the sword in his hand was easily cut in half by Li Jian's scabbard. Chai Qingrong was greatly shocked, and he suddenly shouted, "Sword light!" At this time, the sword in Li Jian's hand did not decrease in power, and the sword light in the scabbard became even brighter. It actually spat out more than half a foot, and directly chopped towards Chai Qingrong's face. Seeing this, Chai Qingrong immediately exerted strength in his legs, and desperately dodged to the side. He wanted to dodge the sword that would cut open his abdomen, but the green light on Li Jian's sword was very precise. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Chai Qingrong was about to be cut in half by Li Jian. At this time, a large hand suddenly stretched out from the side, grabbed Chai Qingrong's arm, and pulled hard. Just as he was pulled away from Li Jian's sword, it only saved his life. Chai Qingrong's entire right arm was easily cut off by Li Jian's sword light. Chai Qingrong was still in shock, and a wave of intense pain attacked him. He shouted loudly, and fainted. At the place where his arm was cut off, blood spurted out like a fountain. The person who saved Chai Qingrong was the Righteous Alliance's second vice-alliance leader, Yu Zhanfei. Yu Zhanfei did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly used his finger to seal a few major acupoints on Chai Qingrong's shoulder. Only then was the blood stopped. The third vice-alliance leader, Yan Yang, also hurried over. He took out medicine for wounds and applied it on Chai Qingrong's internal and external treatment. Li Jian coldly looked at the three people busying themselves. He held the scabbard in his hand, and the tip of the sword pointed to the ground. He did not say a word. Just as Chai Qingrong cried out "sword light," Mi Kong also heard it. His heart trembled, and he secretly said as expected. At this time, Lu Qingyang saw the other's mind relax. He took a deep breath and also shouted, "Rice worm, watch my flying axe." Finished speaking, the axe in his right hand flew out like a hidden weapon, flying straight towards Mi Kong's head. Then, he took advantage of the situation, and a big fist the size of an alms bowl followed. If it was an ordinary axe, this kind of move would only add to the ridicule, and could be dodged with just a tilt of the head. But Lu Qingyang's move made Mi Kong feel his mind go blank. That axe seemed to be flashing lightning on the horizon, carrying the power of a thunderbolt, like the weight of Mount Tai, with an unavoidable power. Seeing that the axe was close to him, it would be too late if he did not dodge it. Mi Kong was also amazing. At the critical moment, he forcibly restrained his mind, broke free from the invisible shackles, squatted down, and slightly tilted his head. The huge axe whistled past his ear with a whoosh sound, startling Mi Kong and making him break out in a cold sweat. However, before he had time to get up, a huge fist came from afar, getting bigger and bigger, and was about to hit his head. Lu Qingyang's fist was filled with hatred. The internal strength may not be comparable to Zhang Xiaohua's 10,000 jin, but if it hit, no one would doubt that peach blossoms would immediately bloom. Mi Kong was also amazing. Seeing the fist coming with the sound of wind, he knew it was powerful. He hurriedly used an iron plank bridge, his upper body leaning back, and then threw away the copper rod in his hand. He used his empty hand to support Lu Qingyang's arm, but when Mi Kong did not fully use the iron plank bridge, Lu Qingyang's fist had already hit the front of his jaw. At this time, his palms were just holding Lu Qingyang's arm. However, when he used his strength to support Lu Qingyang's arm, he suddenly found that Lu Qingyang's arm was like a rock, and only slightly moved up. Mi Kong's heart was screaming, but it was useless to scream now. With a blunt sound, the fist hit Mi Kong's jaw. Although Mi Kong was also a master of internal strength, he had not yet trained his face and jaw to the point of iron. How could he withstand a blow of thousands of jin? He only felt darkness in front of his eyes, and then golden sparks flew everywhere. He fainted, and his body also fell far away with the momentum of the fist. If it was flat ground it would be fine, but it was the top of Piao Miao Peak. The place where Mi Kong fell was empty. He rolled down the mountain path, and whether he was dead or alive was unknown. Yu Zhanfei, who had just sealed Chai Qingrong's acupoints, also paid some attention to this. Seeing this, he left Chai Qingrong to Yan Yang, and hurriedly used his qinggong to catch up. He wanted to save the unconscious Mi Kong. When two flowers bloomed, another branch bloomed. Another battle. Just as Chai Qingrong shouted sword chi, Zhang Sen also heard it. He couldn't help but panic, and his eyes involuntarily looked to the side. Seeing this, Peng's eyes were full of mockery. His left hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, suddenly pointed at Zhang San's dantian acupoint. Although Zhang San was a little distracted, he was still an observant and alert person. He immediately dodged and clapped his palms together. The Daqian Kuan palm came up. Seeing that Peng's finger was about to touch Zhang San's palm, Peng's finger retracted and clenched into a fist. At the same time, two fingers of his right hand also pointed out. Zhang San had no choice but to separate one of his palms to meet Peng's right hand. Just as one of Zhang San's palms was separated, Peng's left index finger stretched out again and pointed at Zhang San's Daqian Kuan palm. The palm that was able to leave a handprint on Lu Qingyang's steel axe was suddenly pierced, and a finger-sized hole appeared. Invisible sword chi. Zhang San was also shocked. He didn't dare to continue fighting, and wanted to retreat. But how could Peng let him go? His figure flew up, following him like a shadow. The two fingers of his right hand were also like a sword, and went straight for Zhang San's dantian. Zhang San didn't dare to let him hit. The dantian acupoint was the essence of internal strength. If an ordinary expert used internal strength to hit it and break it, then all their internal strength would be gone, let alone an expert like Peng. If the invisible sword chi entered his body, wouldn't it immediately turn Zhang San into a cripple? At this time, among the group of 5 people who had just climbed up the misty peak, Yu Zhanfei's figure had just disappeared from the peak. Only Yan Yang was still supporting the unconscious Chai Qingrong. Yan Yang saw that the Alliance Master situation was critical, so he didn't care about taking care of Chai Qingrong. He placed her on the ground, drew the long sword from his waist, and slightly shook it, wanting to rush up to help. To the side, Li Jian, whose sword was pointed to the ground, looked at the triumphant Lu Qingyang and couldn't help but deeply frown. Looking at the level of martial arts of the Righteous Tao Alliance's alliance masters, it was only so. His own 6 brothers had all taken chi-generating pills and bone-strengthening pills, so their internal strength was extraordinary. Since these alliance masters couldn't beat him, how could they kill Old 4 and Old 6? Only if several alliance masters rushed up and bullied them with numbers would they be able to succeed. Thinking of this, Li Jian's eyes flashed with a cold light. The scabbard in his hand was also drawn, and he slowly walked up. The situation immediately became 2 against 2. Yan Yang hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to make a move. At this time, Zhang Sen opened his mouth. He fled to the back of the mountain and loudly shouted, "If you guys don't come out, I will be seriously injured by Peng." Seeing this, Peng was also stunned. His internal strength was now profound, and he had already paid attention to the back of the mountain, but he didn't see any movement. However, things were out of his expectations. Following Zhang San's cry for help, from the back of the misty peak, several people jumped up. Chapter 338. Since the people who jumped up from behind the mountain were able to escape Peng's detection, they must be experts in the Jianghu. Peng originally thought that they were the hidden experts of the Righteous Alliance, but when he saw the 3 old monks standing in the wind with a majestic aura, and the masked woman dressed in palace attire beside them, as well as 3 other short and strong old men who looked similar, Peng could not help but change his expression. He raised his arm and pointed at them, saying, "You, how can you collude with the Righteous Alliance?" This sentence was said with surprise at first, but in the end, it was said with gritted teeth. Yes, those 3 monks were the Dalan Temple's elder Chong Shang, the Arhut Hall's elder Chong Xing, and the Disciplinary Hall's elder Chong Gung. The other 4 were the famous and mysterious members of the Dalan Temple. Although the woman in the palace dress was veiled, since she was able to appear with the Dalan Temple's elder Chong Shang, who else could she be but the leader of the Dalan Temple, Abbess Jing-yi? The 3 similar-looking old men in hemp clothes were the outstanding figures of the previous generation of Jianghu. The 3 of them were secretly cultivated by the Dalan Temple and knew a set of joint formations. In their early years, when they roamed Jianghu, They had never been defeated and were known as the world's #1. How could Peng not be shocked by such a spectacular lineup? Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the two major sects, which were both immortal Dao legacies and specialized in martial Dao, would actually work together with the righteous Dao alliance to deal with ethereal sect. Even though he had just sent a disciple to ask for help, even though he knew that there were monks among the attackers, he still tried his best to exclude this thought. Moreover, even though he had a faint feeling that by taking down the Luo Shui gang, he had already offended the Dalan Temple's disciplinary hall and that the Dalan Temple might intervene, he never thought that the Dalan Temple, which had never shown its face in Jianghu, would also intervene. In an instant, Peng understood why the members of the Righteous Alliance besieging the Misty Mountain Villa had to cover their faces. They were indeed afraid that the people of the Misty sect would recognize them because many of them were not disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Perhaps even more of them were lay disciples of the Dalan Temple. Understanding this, Peng could not help but feel disheartened. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder Chongsheng, why are you not at the Dalan Temple but at my Misty Peak? If I knew that you were coming, I would definitely open the door to the Misty School to welcome you. Why did you have to go through so much trouble to come up from behind the mountain?" The elder Chongsheng clasped his hands together and said, "Almsgiver I haven't seen you for a long time. Your martial arts skills have become extraordinary, to be congratulated." However, he did not mention to him the Misty School Abbess Jing E to the Dalan Temple to meet to greet the Abbess Jing. The old voice of the Dalan Temple rang out. "No need for formalities. Peng, your martial arts are really good." Peng sneered in his heart. The two of them kept mentioning his martial arts. If he still did not know what they were here for, he would not be worthy of being the head of the Misty School. However, since the two of them did not mention it, Peng could only pretend that he did not know. He turned to Zhang San and said, "Alliance Master Zhang, our competition is not over yet. It just so happens that there are two seniors here. How about you and I have a good competition?" Zhang San led the two vice leaders of the Righteous Alliance to challenge the three from the Misty School. He originally wanted to test them, but he did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. The leaders of the two super sects did not appear in time, causing one of his vice leaders to become a cripple and the other to be injured or dead. He himself also almost died at Peng's hands. Now that he saw Peng challenge him again, how could he still participate? He only smiled and said, "Alliance Master let's not beat around the bush. Since things have come to this point, let's be frank. Alliance Master's Misty School's strength has increased too quickly in the past few years. Even Alliance Master and the Misty School's 6 tigers have high martial arts. Don't you think you should give us an explanation?" Peng said, "This is the result of my Misty School's hard work. If Alliance Master Zhang is interested, you can join our Misty School and experience it for yourself." Zhang San sneered and said, "Hee, Peng, you're still stubborn. The secret plains matter has long been spread from Wanjian Peak. Do you know where the other vice leaders of the Righteous Alliance, the other elders of the Dalan Temple, and the other leaders of the Fragrance Cult went?" Peng sneered and said, "Could it be that they also went to Wanjian Peak to destroy the sect? A small Wanjian Peak can't afford such a big battle." "That's right, Wanjian Peak alone does not need such a big battle. But what if the Tan family and Yanming Villa are also involved?" Peng's face slightly changed, but immediately returned to normal. He smiled and said, "You're right. If you want to condemn someone, why worry about the pretext?" Alliance Master do you think that the alliance of your 4 sects is very strong, and the news of the secret plane is very difficult to leak? But you never thought that it was because you were so cautious that the news was leaked. Peng said, "Alliance Master Zhang, you're really boring. The other 3 sects are very close to my Misty School, but I don't know what you're talking about." Zhang San shook his head and said, "Alliance Master you don't have to deny it. You still don't know that one of the people from your 4 sects who went to the secret plane for the first time fled to my Righteous Alliance. Otherwise, how could I persuade the elders and Jingyi Nun?" Peng frowned and said, "If Alliance Master Zhang has the leisure to tell me a story, I'm all ears. If you want to find out the truth from me, I can only say sorry." Zhang San ignored him and continued, "Leader I reckon that a person of great importance has a short memory. The first time your 4 sects went to retrieve the treasure, there was an outsider. This person was the leader of the evil tiger gang, Situ Ping." Peng's eyebrows moved slightly. Situ Ping was brought back to the gang by Wanjian Peak's Ma Xiangyang. Originally, Situ Ping was a meritorious person who brought you to the secret plane. He didn't covet the things in your jade bottles and only gave him some medicinal materials. In any case, you had already made an agreement. However, Wan Chengjiu was stingy and went back on his word. He only used his status as a disciple to perfunctorily restrict his freedom, and sent his own disciples to seize the evil tiger gang's territory. How could he let Situ Ping feel at ease? If it weren't for Situ Ping sneaking out of the Myriad Sword Peak a few days ago and coincidentally joining our Righteous Tao Alliance, how would we know such details of such a secret? Alliance Master O, you don't need to deny it. We have already been to the secret plane and we don't want to disturb the peace of your 4 sections. However, the secret plane is too dangerous. Without the sheepskin scroll to enter the secret plane, my Righteous Alliance has already lost a lot of disciples. We had no choice but to use this method. I hope Alliance Master O can be magnanimous enough to forgive us. When O Peng heard this, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Let's not talk about whether your story is true or not. Even if it is, you killed 2 of my junior brothers, destroyed a lot of my disciples, and destroyed a lot of my branches. With just a few words, you want my Misty School to hand over some sheepskin scroll? Aren't you too naive? Then, he turned his head and asked the leaders of the 2 large sects. 2 seniors, don't you think so? At this time the masked Nun Jingyi's old voice sounded again. O Peng, you have wronged me and Elder Zhang. The Righteous Alliance's attack on your Misty School was their own action. Our 2 sects didn't participate. The matter of your 2 junior brothers was just an accident. At that time, we only wanted to capture the 2 of them and didn't have any intention of harming them. However, this Zhang Sen acted on his own initiative and killed them. This matter is what Elder Zhang Xing and I just heard about it from Elder Zhang Xing. The reason why we came up the mountain so late was to let your Misty School and the Righteous Alliance resolve this enmity first. You see, now that one of the 2 vice leaders of the Righteous Alliance is dead and the other is crippled, we can be considered even with the Misty School. What do you think? Hearing Nun Jingyi's words, O Peng was startled at first. Then he looked up to the sky and laughed. What do you think? What do you think? My 2 junior brothers lost their lives just like that. You all just played a trick and said that we're even. Nun, ask yourself, can we be even like this? My Misty School and Mimi's 6 Misty Tigers are no longer complete. Can we be even? Moreover, the death knot between the Misty School and the Righteous Alliance has already been formed. Only a life and death struggle can break it. Don't tell me Nun doesn't know? Nun Jingyi didn't reply. O Peng asked again, Nun, please tell me. Was my senior brother also killed by the Righteous Alliance? Nun Jingyi looked at Elder Zhang Xing and said, Hu Yuni was only seriously injured. Your Misty School lost more than half of its elite disciples. The lower-level disciples were all unharmed and have already broken out of the encirclement. Yes, Nun, thank you for holding back. I think at this time, no one in the Righteous Alliance has the strength to seriously injure my senior brother. Seeing that the Dalan Temple and Incense Religion didn't speak, O Peng turned to Zhang San and said, Alliance Leader Zhang, there is one more thing I need to ask. Zhang San was expressionless and said, Leader Zhang, please speak. O Peng pointed to O Yen in the distance and said, This is my younger sister. The whole Jianghu knows that she doesn't know martial arts and doesn't have the strength to truss up a chicken. But when she went south 2 years ago, she was unexpectedly attacked by people in Jianghu. I want to ask, does your Righteous Alliance still have the morals of Jianghu to attack a weak woman? Hearing this, Zhang Sen smiled and said, Leader O misunderstood. Although my Righteous Alliance isn't a great sect with a history of 10,000 years, we still follow the morals of Jianghu. We can't do something like bullying a weak woman. However, this matter about your younger sister, I only recently found out. I don't know if Leader Zhang is interested in hearing about it? O Peng cupped his hands and said, Leader Zhang, no matter how hostile we are now, I still admire your Jianghu morals of not bullying a weak woman. Elder Zhang Xing and Nun Jingyi are also here. They also heard it. I hope you can be like this as always. Zhang Sen didn't understand, but still smiled and said, This is natural. The 2 sect leaders also know about this. O Peng asked again, Then Leader Zhang, can you enlighten me? Who is so cruel and unscrupulous to attack a defenseless woman? Zhang Sen said, This person is someone you can't even think of. Chapter 339. I didn't even think about it. Peng was surprised and was about to speak when he heard a noise at the foot of the misty peak. He looked up and saw Zhang Chengyue, who was covered in blood, holding a long sword and leading disciples who were also covered in blood back to the top of the mountain. Peng glanced around and found that most of the disciples who came back were female disciples of Mingcue Hall. Shi Niu, Wan Wenhai and Lu Yueming were not among them. Even Shi Yuquan and other hallmasters were not there. Peng's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Qingyue's pale and tired face was full of doubts, but when he saw the 3 bald monks and the woman in the palace dress, he immediately understood. He walked to Peng and whispered, "Grandmaster, our disciples can't fight against the 3 sections. Only a few hallmasters are still fighting." Shi Niu's joints were broken by an unknown monk from the Dalan temple. Junior brother Wen and junior brother Lu's dantian were broken by the incense cult's incense hand. Most of the elite disciples were martyred, and the others were seriously injured. Most of the low-level disciples guarding the mountain were also killed by them. Peng nodded. These were already losses. When he saw the leaders of the 2 sects, he had already expected it. These people said that they were good, but when it came to the interests of the sect, how could they be merciful? Peng patted Zhang Chengyue on the shoulder and said, "Chengyue, you've worked hard." Then he turned to Elder Chongsheng and Nun Jingyi and said, "Is this how the 2 sects treat my Misty School? Is this what you mean by just for the secluded land? Don't the 2 sects care about the thousands of years of friendship between the 3 sects?" He seemed to know that the 2 would not answer directly, so he turned to Zhang San and asked, "Chief Zhang, you just said that the person who attacked my Huanxi mountain villa was Wan Chengjiu of Wanjian Peak?" Zhang San was shocked at first, but then he smiled and said, "Grand faction leader, you're really good at seeing through things. It's this guy. I learned from Situ Ping that Wan Chengjiu wanted to monopolize the resources in the secret plane, so he was blinded by greed and wanted to use your sister to threaten Grand faction leader to hand over the sheepskin scroll. He also used the same method to deal with the other 2 families, but he didn't succeed. Sigh, brat, you're not worth my time. If it weren't for this bastard's wild ambition, how could there be today's outcome? Big gang leader is mistaken. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. It seems like Big Gang leader has admitted to the existence of this secret plane. Then, I ask Big Gang leader to hand over the sheepskin scroll. Is there something wrong with Alliance head Zhang's ears? Did you hear me say that I have a sheepskin scroll in my hands? What part of your body did you hear? I'm still wondering why Wan Chengjiu of Myriad Swords Peak would attack my sister so shamelessly. You. Zhang San pointed at Peng, not knowing what to say. Me, what about me? You killed my brothers, destroyed my sect, and now you want me to submit to you? Ha ha ha, how about this, Alliance head Zhang, you and I will fight to the death. If I lose to you, I will tell you what you want to know. What do you think? This. Zhang San muttered to himself for a moment, but didn't say anything else. He had already fought once, and his hand had been injured by the invisible sword Qi. If he agreed now, his 2 backers would have a reason not to interfere. At that time, not only would Misty Sect be destroyed, the Righteous Alliance would also be captured. In any case, I'm not the only one who wants the sheepskin scroll. Why should I charge in front? I've been paying attention to the sheepskin scroll of Myriad Swords Peak for a long time. I've already arranged for elite men. This time with the help of the 2 sects, it will be easy for me to get it. Whoever gets the last one will get it. I'll just watch the show. Besides, I was tricked by the Dalan Temple and Incense Cult, and lost 2 of my Vice Alliance heads. Why would I be stupid enough to charge in front? After thinking, Zhang Sen stood to the side with his hands crossed, quietly watching the development of the situation. At this time, the sun had already set in the west. In the distance, the sky was filled with red clouds. It was a beautiful scene. The peak of Misty Peak was whistling, the trees were trembling, and clothes were fluttering. However, no one on the peak was in the mood to look at such a scene. They all looked at the middle-aged man in white with a calm expression. Seeing Peng's roguish answer, the masked Nun Jingyi said, Peng, if you answer like this, it won't be interesting. You're forcing me. Peng's expression changed slightly. He closed his eyes for a moment and smiled. Nun, you're thinking too much. When the nest is overturned, no egg will remain intact. How can I worry too much at this time? If Nun Rushi wants to test my martial arts, I won't dare to refuse. Nun Jingyi laughed and said, "Your master was no match for me when he was young. Although your invisible sword qi is powerful, it is no match for me. How can I bully the weak?" Then she raised her voice and said, "Ruping, come out." Ruping? As soon as the two words came out, the whole misty peak fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what Nun Jingyi was up to. However, O Peng and gang leader O's faces were a little pale. Seeing that no one answered, Nun Jingyi raised her voice again and said angrily, "Ruping, don't you want to recognize me as your master?" Then, a middle-aged beautiful woman with a pale face walked out slowly from the Misty School. She came to Nun Jingyi and bowed deeply. "Ruping greets master." In an instant, the whole misty peak fell into silence. Even people's breathing was almost inaudible. That was because everyone was astonished. This middle-aged beautiful woman was the wife of gang leader O of the Misty School. She was the wife of gang leader O who had never interfered in the affairs of the Misty School. O Yan's phoenix eyes widened. Her small mouth opened and closed, as if she was calling for her sister-in-law. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang were surprised at first. Then they seemed to have realized something. Their eyes were full of complicated emotions. Zhang Chengyue and his disciples were also extremely surprised. Their eyes showed confusion, resentment, hatred, jealousy, and so on. Only O Peng's eyes were clear as if he had known it all along. Nun Jingyi said, "Ruping, stand aside." Then she said to O Peng, "Gang leader O, you are the son-in-law of Fragrant Sect. How can I not know your every move? You'd better take out the sheepskin scroll and come to Fragrance Peak to be your live-in son-in-law." Ruping stood up and looked at O Peng from afar. She said frankly, "Husband, you have to believe me. Since I married into the Misty School, I have never sent a word back to Fragrance Sect." O Peng smiled and said, "Actually, I already knew everything before you married into the Misty School. You never asked me about the affairs of the Misty School. You never stepped into the meeting hall. How can I not know your good intentions? It's just that I always had a question that I wanted to ask you. I thought I would never have the chance, but now, I can finally ask." Ruping's face turned a little red. She asked, "You and I are husband and wife. Why can't we be honest with each other? Husband, just say it." O Peng said, "Actually, it's very simple. I just want to know. That year by the side of Lake Chui, under the willow tree, you and I met by chance. Was it Fragrant Sect's arrangement, or was it a gift from the heavens?" Hearing this, Ruping's face was filled with happiness. Her forehead was slightly red. She said, "That was my first time in Jianghu. It was just a simple trip. I naturally remember that day at the end of spring. Under the drizzle, you and I met under the willow tree. You actually guessed that my surname was Yang and not Lu. At that moment, I knew that you would be my life's protection. It was only after that that I told my master. If husband doesn't believe me, you can ask me face to face." Before O Peng could speak, Nun Jingyi snorted and said, "This old woman also didn't expect that my most beloved disciple would be able to catch the rich husband of the Misty School on her first trip. However, you were only the third disciple of the Misty School at that time. This old woman didn't have the ability of divination. How would I know that you would become the head of the Misty School? A married daughter is like spilled water. This saying is right. Ruping's elbow has always been towards your Misty School. Unexpectedly, you didn't even send a single message back to your sect. It's a waste of my love for you." Yang Ruping whispered, "Master, since I'm married to my husband, I naturally have to prioritize him. As for the matter of the sect, I've already made it clear before I left. If I know of it, I will definitely report it. If I don't know, how can I report it?" "Hi, you little girl. How can I not know what you're thinking? If it wasn't for this today, why would I call you out? You two are a happy couple. As your master, I'm also happy to see you too." Nun Jingyi sighed. The conversation between the master and disciple wasn't hidden from anyone. At first, everyone in the Misty School was resentful of this Misty School gang leader's wife who usually didn't show her face. However, now that they heard it, their gang leader already knew of this matter. Moreover, the gang leader's wife and the gang leader's wife also met by chance before they found out about each other's identities. This was far from a trap or a conspiracy. Moreover, when they thought about how the gang leader's wife had never said a word about the sex matters for the past few decades, they understood what the gang leader's wife was thinking. As a result, Their previous disdain had long since disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by envy of the love between the two and worry about their current situation. After Peng received a satisfactory answer, a gratified smile appeared in his eyes. He bowed deeply to Nanjingyi and said, "Actually, this son-in-law has always wanted to pay his respects to Nanjingyi, but he never had the chance. Today, I'll take this opportunity to formally pay my respects to you." Haha, Peng, after today, our family will have plenty of opportunities to talk. There's no need to rush. After Peng finished bowing, he smiled and said, "This son-in-law still has a matter to ask Nanjingyi, but I don't know how to deal with this son-in-law." About this? Nanjingyi was a little hesitant. Chapter 340. At this time, the elder next to him put his palms together and said in a low voice, "Leader O, since things have already come to this, there is no point in saying more. Earlier, Nanjingyi has already said a lot of good things about the Misty School. My Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance have also made a lot of concessions. However, since the Misty School has already come to this point, do you think it still has any meaning to exist? In fact, Nanjingyi and I don't want the Misty School to bleed too much. We also don't want to take too many lives. Your junior brother's matter was only an accident. It was done deliberately by some people. I can guarantee that it was not the intention of the Dalan Temple or the Cult of Fragrance." Peng smiled and said, "Thank you, Elder, for your kindness." The elder continued, "However, for you, Leader O, there is only one path you can take. Please speak. That is to cripple your own martial arts and take the remaining disciples of the Misty School to join the Cult of Fragrance and be your free son-in-law." Once this was said, everyone was shocked. Only Peng's eyelids didn't move. He smiled and said, "It seems that Elder thinks highly of me. However, I don't know if there is any other path I can take." "No. As early as your Misty School's elder who took the disciples to escape from the back of the mountain, you already had no other choice." Peng suddenly understood. Indeed, the back of the mountain was guarded by the Dalan Temple and the Cult of Fragrance. How could they let his senior brother and a group of low-level disciples escape? It turned out that it was just a compromise. Of course, he still had another path to take. With the Misty School's Qinggong, ethereal steps, even if he faced the former #1 in Jianghu, he still had a chance to escape. However, would he do that? Hearing this, Yang Ruping begged Nanjingyi in a low voice. Nanjingyi just sighed and shook her head slightly. Peng looked up to the sky and laughed. He said to the Misty School's disciples, "Brothers and sisters of the Misty School, I am not talented enough to lead the Misty School to glory. Instead, I have brought disaster to the Misty School. I have mistreated you." After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the people of the Misty School and continued, "I hope that you can use this crisis to see the dangers of the martial world and see clearly who the culprit behind the destruction of my Misty School is. I hope that one day, you can once again rebuild Misty and take back Misty Heights." All the ethereal disciples had tears in their eyes. Zhang Chongyue took half a step forward and said, "Master, where there's life, there's hope. Didn't you just educate your disciple?" Peng patted his shoulder and smiled, "I know. Chengyu, I've made things difficult for you." Then, Peng raised his eyes to look at Li Jian and Lu Qingyang. He knew that he had been predetermined. How could these two outstanding martial arts brothers escape? Then, Peng looked at Yen who was standing in the distance. Peng's eyes were full of love as he smiled and nodded. Finally, his eyes finally returned to Yang Ruping. He smiled and said, "Ruping, I really didn't expect that they would prepare such a happy ending for us. Even if we don't grow old together, we can't." "Husband," Yang Ruping cried. Peng continued, "Ruping, in the future, my Misty School will rely on you to take care of me. I hope you can promise me a few things." Yang Ruping nodded. Peng said, "I only have one sister, Yen Er. You know this. We have depended on each other since childhood. I hope you will treat her well in the future. This Huanxi Manor is Yen Er's property. It does not belong to the Misty School. Please uphold justice." Yang Ruping's eyes were wet. She nodded slightly. Peng said, "From now on, your husband will be a cripple. He will no longer be able to protect the disciples of the Misty School. Even if he joins the Misty School, he will be bullied. I hope you can hold up the world for them." Yang Ruping's tears fell. She nodded desperately. Peng said, "One last thing. Ruping, after knowing your identity, I have been afraid of such an ending. I was afraid that we would turn against each other because of the power behind us. So, I didn't dare to have children. Now it seems that this is good. You must promise me that you will take care of yourself. If there is a chance, you will find your own happiness." Young Ruping's tears fell like rain. She shook her head desperately and shouted, "Husband, don't think too much." After saying that, she rushed over recklessly. However, it was too late. Peng's mouth was already bleeding. When Yang Ruping ran to the front of Peng, she only heard Peng's last words in this world. "I have guessed the process and the ending, but this ending came too early. Ruping, it's good to meet you." After that, he closed his eyes. Peng actually broke his own meridians and died. The mountain wind blew. Peng's face was serene, as if there was happiness on his face. His feet stood firmly on the high mountain peak. He stood firm. Big brother. Yen saw this scene from afar. How could she endure it? Her eyes turned black and she fainted. "Master," Zhang Chengyue, who was the closest, screamed. He then smiled sadly and said, "I know the pain in my heart. Master, wait for me. I will go with you." After that, he put the sword in his hand to his neck and killed himself. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang saw this and were shocked. They shouted, "Fourth brother." Then the two of them raised their swords and axes, and attacked Zhang San in unison, saying, "Old Zhang, leave your head behind." When Zhang San saw this, he hurriedly dodged. What a joke! Old Fifth Lu was naturally not his opponent. In addition, there was also Li Jian who could use sword light. He could only dodge. His old life was more important. Things like face were all nonsense. Zhang San dodged and shouted, "Elder, help me. Nun Jingyi, save me." Nun Jingyi waved her hand. The three consecrators beside her stood up and surrounded the two in a few moves. They began to fight. Li Jian's sword light was rare and Lu Qingyang's axe was powerful. However, they were not invincible. Not long after, they were forced to reveal many flaws by the three former Zhonghu's number one. Fortunately, the two had already thrown their lives to the back of their minds. Their attacks were often suicidal. For a while, they were not defeated. The elder frowned and whispered a few words. Monk Chongxing and Monk Chonggung waved their long sleeves and also joined the fight. When the two elders of the Dalan Temple joined the fight, the situation changed immediately. Usually, the three people who were once famous in Jianghu and the two who were now famous in Jianghu would shake the whole Jianghu with a stomp of their feet. It had never been seen in Jianghu that these five people joined hands to deal with two people. The two brothers from the Misty School could be considered to have gained some face. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang had long given up their lives. Why would they be afraid of two more monks? After a few moves, under the attacks of the five people, they were almost powerless to fight back. The two looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Ha ha! The two laughed. They gathered their strength in their palms and suddenly slapped their own foreheads. Unfortunately, under the joint attack of these five people, they didn't even have the chance to kill themselves. The old man in the linen robe suddenly rushed forward, and with a quick move, he actually sealed the meridians and acupoints of the two people, making them unable to move at all. But things didn't end there. When the three turned around and returned to the side of Nun Jin-yi, the two monks from the Dalan Temple attacked again. One of them punched Li Jian's dantian. Blood spurted out from Li Jian's mouth. His dantian, which had been refined for many years, was broken at this moment. The other monk's 10 fingers danced like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It didn't take long for him to caress all the joints in Lu Qingyang's body. Lu Qingyang instantly collapsed on the ground. This was Jianghu, pure Jianghu. When they saw this, many of the injured disciples standing around them could no longer remain standing. They had just lost their beloved sect master, and when they saw the two elders screaming in pain, they rushed forward and used their bodies to protect the two elders who were already crippled to the point that they could not be any more crippled. They would forever be the elders in their hearts. Looking at the disciples who were looking at him with eyes burning with anger, Zhang San smiled. If looks could kill, the first one to be killed on Misty Peak would be him. But can looks kill? Of course not, so Zhang San spoke. Sect masters, although Peng has been punished, the whereabouts of the sheepskin scroll are still unknown. What should we do? I ask the two of you to support me in capturing all the disciples of the Misty School and torture them one by one, especially her. Zhang San's finger pointed at Oh Yen, who had just woken up. Her eyes were shining with determination. Before he could finish his words, the sound of a sword clanging could be heard. Yang Ruping pulled out the sword from Oh Peng's waist and placed it on her neck. She shouted, "Master, Oh Yen is my husband's younger sister. She has no strength to truss up a chicken. Your disciple has just promised to protect her for life. How can I let others bully her now? And these disciples of the Misty School are all my subordinates. Your disciple has to fulfill my husband's dying wish and protect them under my wings. If Master agrees to this bastard's unreasonable request, your disciple will not be able to face my husband who has just closed his eyes. Only by following my husband can I be at ease." With the sword on her neck, Yang Ruping's left hand held onto Oh Peng's body, which was gradually turning cold. Her right hand was incomparably firm. The sharp edge of the sword had already left a bloody mark on her skin. No one doubted her words. If she didn't get a definite answer, she would definitely not hesitate to fulfill her promise. That promise was, willing to be lovebirds in heaven, willing to be intertwined branches on earth? That promise was, hand in hand and grow old together? That promise was, live on the same bed and die in the same cave? A simple sword could be fulfilled. But, a simple sword, could it solve all the problems? Nun Jing-yi seemed to care a lot about her last disciple. She said hurriedly, "Ruping, don't be so impulsive. I will also listen to Oh Peng's words. Don't worry, I will make the decision for you." Hearing this, Yang Ruping was slightly relieved. She took down the sword but did not return it to the sheath. She still held it in her hand. Zhang San was still unwilling. He asked, "Nun Jing-yi, what do you think we should do?" Nun Jing-yi did not answer him directly. Instead she asked softly, "Oh Yen, you don't have to be afraid. Let me ask you, do you know about the sheepskin scroll in your brother's hands?" Chapter 341. The delicate Oh Yen was very determined at this time. She bowed from afar and said loudly, "Master, my elder brother didn't tell me anything about the sheepskin scroll." "Good." Master Jing-yi nodded and turned to Zhang San. "Leader Zhang, did you hear that clearly?" "I understand. Master, Oh Peng must be afraid of implicating his sister, so he may not give the sheepskin scroll to Oh Yen for safekeeping. However, I think Oh Peng just said something about the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Do you think he will put the sheepskin scroll there?" Yang Ruping said angrily, "Leader Zhang, my husband said very clearly just now that the Huanxi Mountain Villa belongs to Oh Yen, not the Misty School. I will protect my sister and won't let you harass the Huanxi Mountain Villa. In addition, you keep saying that the Misty School has a sheepskin scroll in their hands and that it was a message from Situ Ping of the evil tiger gang. Where is this so-called Situ Ping?" Zhang San said, "This Situ Ping's matter is absolutely true, but she suddenly disappeared some time ago. Our righteous alliance has sent many disciples, but we haven't received any news yet." "What? Alliance Master Zhang, why didn't you inform us earlier about what we were waiting for?" Nun Jingyi and the elders were both angry. Please calm down. It's not that I didn't want to report it, but the arrow has already been knocked. I'm afraid. Afraid that we won't act according to the plan? Alliance head Zhang, you're too scheming. Nun Jingyi said coldly. I don't dare. Let's talk about this another time. The key now is the sheepskin scroll in the Misty School. Master, we can't guarantee that the sheepskin scroll is hidden in Oh Peng's body. You! Yang Ruping raised her sword and pointed it at Zhang San. If there was an invisible sword chi, it would have already pierced through him. Nun Jingyi thought for a while and said, Ruping, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. I will help you. However, since the three sects came here with such great fanfare, if we don't get to the bottom of this, it will be hard to explain to anyone. I'll give you half a day's time. No matter what you find, you must evacuate. From now on, your righteous alliance is not allowed to take a single step into Huanxi Manor. Alright, you've heard from Oh Peng that Huanxi Manor is not a part of the Misty School, which means it's not part of our plan. You can't touch a single blade of grass, a single tree, a single person or a single animal in Huanxi Manor. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment and said, Nun Jingyi is right. We'll do as Nun says. After saying that, he nodded at Yu Zhanfei. Yu Zhanfei turned around and went down the misty peak. On the other side, Changgung of the Dalan Temple and one of the consecrators of the incense cult also followed. Then the elder put his palms together and said in a low voice, Nun Jing Yi, what Nun Zhang said makes sense. There are many disciples in the Misty School. It's hard to guarantee that someone is hiding the sheepskin scroll. Hearing the elder's words, Nun Jingyi smiled and said, Elder, you worry too much. I won't say anything about the Luo Shui gang. When your Dalan temple takes over, please pay more attention and don't lose track of the sheepskin scroll. Since the disciples of the Misty School are accepted by my incense cult, they will naturally be under my management. When they come down from the Misty Peak, they will change into my incense cult's clothes. My disciples will inspect them one by one. If the elder is still worried, you can also send people to participate. Also, O Peng's body will be changed and placed in the coffin. Elder, you can recite sutras for him. The elder smiled and said, That's good. Then he turned to Zhang San and said, Nun Zhang, you have to work even harder to take over the Misty Mountain Villa and the Misty Peak. If you find the sheepskin scroll, please inform us as soon as possible. This year's time to enter the forest is approaching. Our 3 sects still need to make more preparations. Zhang San's face showed unconcealable excitement. He cupped his hands and said, That's right, that's right. Master and Nun don't need to worry. This one will definitely worry. I hope that our 3 sects can find a way to enter the secret plane soon, so that our 3 sects' strength can be further improved. Others were the meat on the chopping block, while others were the meat on the chopping block. In the blink of an eye, the incense cult, the Dalan Temple and the Alliance of the Righteous Tao had settled the Misty School's 10,000 years of inheritance. As the master of the Misty School, the disciples of the Misty School could only watch from the side and listen. They were at the mercy of others without the slightest bit of argument. Even Yang Rupiang, who was now the barrier, could only wipe her tears and endure in order to complete her husband's unfulfilled wish. At this time, half of the blood-red sunset in the sky was still exposed outside the mountain. The blood-red glow was like the blood dripping from the Misty Peak. When the sun set, there was no trace of people on the Misty Peak. The mountain wind only whimpered and whistled. No one knew that the whole mountain had changed owners in one day. Another sect with 10,000 years of inheritance had been annihilated in the cruel Jianghu. The stars have changed, mulberry fields have changed, and the sea has changed. Chu Yunfei escaped from the back of the mountain with Hu Yuni that day. He did not know the details after that. Many of the details were heard from Jianghu later. However, after Chu Yunfei finished, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and sighed again and again. She only regretted that she was not at the top of the Misty Peak that day. But he forgot that at that time, no matter how good his martial arts were now, he only knew that at that time, he could be beaten from the top to the bottom of the mountain with one punch. How could he have a chance to stand out? Everything had to be done with strength. Courage and hot-bloodedness were the only things that mattered. Under the bright moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua played with a small sword in her hand. She asked with concern, What about the surviving Misty School disciples? Chu Yunfei looked at the moon hanging in the sky and said, I heard that they went with the wife of the first sect master to the incense cult. A new Misty Hall was added to the incense cult. The wife of the first sect master became the hall master and protected all the Misty Hall disciples. Wife of the first sect master? Do you still recognize her as the wife of the first sect master? Yes, of course. She and the first sect master are in love. She did not marry into the Misty School for the benefit of the sect. She even protected the surviving disciples when the Misty School was in danger. Why don't we respect her? Even the great elder said the same thing. First elder? Oh right, it's Elder Hu. I seem to have vaguely seen him before. Is he all right? Alas, the first elder was seriously injured and almost lost his cultivation. Otherwise, how could the Dalan Temple and the incense cult let him go? Now he is barely holding on. He is afraid that if something happens to him, the Misty School's disciples outside will be scattered. Alas, the Misty School is already like this. Do you still think that you are from the Misty School? Although the Misty School is no longer in the Misty Peak and the Misty Heights, the Misty School will always be in our hearts. We will always be the disciples of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. She also had deep feelings for the Misty School. Thinking of O Peng's words, it seemed like it was only yesterday. Unfortunately, now they were separated by life and death and could never see each other again. Even Zhang Changyue, who was very good to her, had already entered the Yellow Springs. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think of the scene when he gave her the banknotes. By the way, I forgot to ask. What's the situation in the Xuanxi villa? No one in the Xuanxi villa has moved. Even the guards are still the same. But the incense cult has taken over. Everything is the same as before. Alas, is Miss O still in the villa? How is that possible? Although the Xuanxi villa is still Miss O's, how can she establish herself in the villa without the protection of the Grand Master? She is now following the Grand Master's wife in the incense cult. Then, what about Qiu Tong? Brother Zhang, it seems that you are really from the Xuanxi villa. You are so familiar with it. Nonsense. It's the real deal. I guarantee it's genuine. Except for Miss O, I don't know about the others. Qiu Tong may be in the Xuanxi villa or in the incense cult. After talking for so long, where are you hiding now? In. Speaking of this, Chu Yunfei glanced at Zhang Xiaohua vigilantly. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and then understood. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, Alas, Brother Chu, I was wrong. You don't need to answer me. I'm not the Righteous Alliance. Where you are has nothing to do with me. By the way, I want to ask you, where is the incense cult? Or where is the Misty Hall? Brother Zhang, I'm sorry. You saved my life, so I shouldn't hide anything from you. But after all, this is related to the survival of the Misty School. Please forgive me. It doesn't matter. I was just asking. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the moon. It was getting late. She got up and said, Brother Chu, I want to ask you one last question. Chu Yunfei smiled and said, Just say it. Do you know where the incense cult is? Well, Chu Yunfei bitterly smiled and said, The incense cult has always been mysterious. They rarely appear in Jianghu. How would I know where they are? Even Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance wouldn't know. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Is the Misty School and the incense cult so complicated that you don't know where they are? Chu Yunfei bitterly smiled. I'm just an ordinary disciple. How would I know? Maybe the Grand Elder would know. Oh right, there's a rumor in Jianghu that the incense cult is on the moon. I don't know where this came from. On the moon? Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the moon and smiled. She was already at the 6th level of qi refining, and could be considered a member of the immortal sect. But she still couldn't fly. How could the incense cult be on the moon? However, if she wanted to find her second brother, she had to find the incense cult. The only person who might know the location of the incense cult was the Misty School's Grand Elder Hu Yuni. What should I do? If Chu Yunfei doesn't let down his guard, how can I find Grand Elder Hu? But I can't tell anyone about my background, so it's difficult. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, Senior Chu, there's something I need to trouble you with. Tell me, I'll listen first. I would like to trouble you to go back and ask Great Elder, who if he knows the address of the fragrant religion. If he knows, can I trouble Senior Chu to tell me the address? Ha! You want to go to the incense cult? Is that Zhang Xiaohu your brother? Yes, Zhang Xiaohu is my brother. We haven't seen each other for 4 or 5 years. I want to see the incense cult with my own eyes. What if you can't find it? Chu Yunfei frowned. Zhang Xiaohua had a harmless look on his face. He shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Please vote for me. Thank you. Qidian website welcomes all readers to read. The newest, fastest, and most popular series is Qidian's original. Chapter 342. Chu Yunfei frowned when he heard this. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua would gnash his teeth or even fly into a rage. But Zhang Xiaohua's reaction was far beyond his imagination. Could it be? Chu Yunfei was a little hesitant. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had already mentally prepared herself before Chu Yunfei spoke. After talking for so long, she already had a plan in mind. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had lived alone on the deserted island for 4 years and had matured a long time ago. It would be strange if she was still so hot-blooded. Since Chu Yunfei did not want to tell Zhang Xiaohua where the Misty School was hiding, and Zhang Xiaohua did not want others to know where her home was, of course, she had to find another place. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, Senior Brother Chu, of course you won't go to Pingyang City. You see, not far from here, there is a town called Songning Town by the sea. Do you know of it? Chu Yunfei frowned. It seemed that this young man wanted him to go to Songning Town. Although he did not know where Songning Town was, could it be a trap? However, after thinking for a while, he felt relieved. With this young man's martial arts, it would be easy for him to take him down now. Why would he go through so much trouble? Why would he go to Songning Town to set up a trap for him? Chu Yunfei cupped his hands and said, "Little brother, please tell me. Although I don't know where Songning Town is, since it is not far from here in the east, it is extremely easy to find. Since little brother has saved my life tonight, I should be able to help little brother inquire about some information." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Then thank you, senior brother Chu. If you can get the address of the fragrant cult from Elder Hu, please go to the south of Songning Town and find a scabby boy. His family is very poor and doesn't live well. It should be easy to find him. I don't know the specific location. By the way, his name is Xiaohua Ji." Xiaohua Ji? Chu Yunfei was stunned. Why was there another Xiaohua Ji? Was this name very popular this year? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "What a coincidence. It's the next name." What else could Chu Yunfei say? "You can just say that you're my senior brother wherever you go. Just tell me the address of the fragrant religion. You don't have to tell me anything else. Is that okay?" Chu Yunfei pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Didn't I just say that little brother saved my life? How could I forget? This isn't something that requires me to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire. How can I not agree? It's just that I've just come out this year, and I've already encountered so many things. This time, I might not be able to come out so easily. However, little brother, you don't have to worry. It's just a message. Anyone will do. If I can't come out, I'll let the other brothers do it for me." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, senior martial brother Chu." Chu Yunfei repeatedly said that he didn't dare. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and saw that it was getting late. She cupped her hands and said, "Senior martial brother Chu, the night is still long. It's a good time to hurry up. I'm in a hurry to go home, so I can't send you off. Please forgive me." When Chu Yunfei heard this, he also agreed. He said with a smile, "I also have the same idea. Then let's part here. I don't dare to forget the kindness of saving my life. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and used her qinggong to go up the mountain. She turned around and waved her hand at Chu Yunfei. Then she jumped onto the David's deer and left. Chu Yunfei was not in a hurry. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua leave, he took his time to clean up and bandage all the wounds on his body. Then he walked to the 3 corpses that Zhang Xiaohua had just killed. Using his hands, he lifted up their stiff heads and carefully examined the sword marks on the 3 corpses. His face was once again filled with shock. He squatted on the ground and pondered for a long time before standing up with a serious face. He turned around to leave, but after taking a few steps, he hesitated and turned back. He bent down and took out the items on the 3 corpses. Then he used his uninjured hand to carry the 3 corpses to a hidden place. He took off their clothes and used the sword he picked up to stab the heads and necks of the corpses a few times. Only then did he stand up and use his qinggong to fly in another direction. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged in a tree hole in the distance. She smiled in the darkness. With her divine sense, where could she not see clearly? In her divine sense, Chu Yunfei flew for a while, looked around and listened carefully. Then he went in another direction. Zhang Xiaohua smiled again and withdrew her divine sense. She took out some primeval stones and closed her eyes to meditate. As for Chu Yunfei, after walking for a long time, he looked at the stars in the sky and determined the direction. Then he chose a new direction and went in another direction. Luckily Zhang Xiaohua did not have any thoughts of following him. Otherwise, she would have been played by this disciple of the ethereal sect that she had just saved. After a night of silence, Zhang Xiaohua woke up in the morning. She went out of the tree hole and breathed in some fresh air. Then she began her morning practice. Yes, it was naturally the Big Dipper magical fist. After 18 rounds of the fist art, the 9 streams of bone-honing energy flowed through the bones in her body. Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that her fist art seemed to be showing signs of leveling up. This was a feeling that she did not have when she practiced the Big Dipper magical fist in the past. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while. Could it be related to the body odor in the tea house a few days ago? Since she could not think of a reason, she could only scratch her head. However, wasn't it a good thing to be able to improve? Zhang Xiaohua grinned. She lifted her leg and got on the David's deer. Without waiting for him to speak, the David's deer galloped forward. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed like a happy person. Her laughter shocked many birds that had gone to look for insects to eat. In the next few days, there was nothing much to talk about. Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry. However, there were a few things that were quite troublesome. You say, this person is too much. I'm just traveling alone. I don't have any bags with me and I don't wear any gorgeous clothes. Why would someone want to take advantage of me? Zhang Xiaohua thought about this from time to time. Although the route map that Ji Xiaohua gave him was basically the official road, there were still some secluded places on the official road. There were still some unsafe factors. In Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, he was just an ordinary country boy. Yes, he was riding a mule. How could he be liked by people? However, there were still a few ignorant boorish people who actually asked him to pay for the road. They even took a fancy to Huan Huan and wanted to sell it or kill it to eat. Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was not worth it to smash them into meat paste. However, if he let them go like this, who knew if they would rob ordinary passers-by like him in the future? By the way, who knew if they had done such things like robbing and killing before? There were too many injustices in this world. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua could not care less about all of them. However, since they dared to bully him, how could he let them go? Therefore, whenever he encountered such a situation, Zhang Xiaohua would give them 2 tight slaps. First, he would slap the teeth out of their mouths. Regardless of whether they had any difficulties or not, would they have a reason to rob you? Then, he carefully looked at this person's face. He looked passable and seemed like a kind person. All right, brother, take out the money and other things from your pocket, and this young master will spare your life. Then make a vicious oath, and if this young master hears it well, I will kick you away. Next time, don't mess around. Even if you want to rob, find a fat head with big ears, or a corrupt official or something like that. Io, you still dare to argue, saying that this person has bodyguards? You only know how to bully the weak. I will teach you a lesson. Let's see if you still dare to go down the wrong path. If you look at him, he doesn't look like a kind person. Moreover, his actions are also vicious. Well, brother, first take out the money and other things in your arms. Then, if you want me to spare your life, well, no problem. Kacha, kacha, I will use a small sword to cut off your thumbs. Let's see if you have any way to raise a sword in the future. Cough, cough. Although it was said that one could not judge a book by its cover, perhaps there were people who were wicked beyond redemption who had a likable face. However, I don't have the time to distinguish between them, right? Sorry, I only judge a book by its cover. Zhang Xiaohua could only comfort herself like this. When it came to judging a book by its cover, not only was Zhang Xiaohua like this, but other people were also like this. Why? Wasn't it because of the mule that Zhang Xiaohua was riding on that had a lot of its fur rotted? When it came to using a mule to carry things or drive a carriage, people had seen many of them. However, people who traveled on horseback were all riding horses. Even if a shepherd boy rode an ox, this person was just herding the ox. Moreover, the shepherd boy looked childish and cute. Riding on him would make people feel comfortable. This country boy was not young anymore. He actually rode an ugly mule on the road and swaggered through the streets with his head held high. It was as if he was riding on a handsome horse. He even waved a crutch in his hand from time to time. Yes, that's right. He was also holding a small stone in his hand. Please, he was not small anymore. Was he still playing with stones? With such an image, how could it not attract people's attention? In the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua still felt awkward. That's right. In her divine sense, all the aunties and children on the roadside were pointing at Huan Huan and laughing. Just thinking about it made her want to cover her face and run away. However, after a long time, she naturally turned a blind eye to it. Can't I withdraw my divine sense? Can't I close my eyes and rest my mind and draw the qi into my body? Just as she drew the qi from the vitality stone into her body and refined it, she heard the sound of horse hooves behind her. There was also the sound of the coachman scolding the horse. Without releasing her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was another group of bodyguards protecting the carriage on the official road. Zhang Xiaohua consciously patted Huan Huan. Huan Huan ran to the side of the road unwillingly. These 4 odd beasts were also strange. Not to mention the mountain road, as long as they walked on the main road, they had to walk in the middle. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua would not have the reputation of being arrogant. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how many carriages like this in a day, so he naturally couldn't be bothered with them. When the bodyguards saw that he was tactful enough to make way for them, they also took a few more glances at his ugly Huan Huan and waved their whips to pass. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua heard a bell-like laughter. Miss, quickly come and see. Quickly come and see. There's a strange kid here. He's actually riding a 4 odd beasts. Moreover, this kid is actually sleeping on the 4 odd beasts. 4 odd beasts? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He really didn't know what Huan Huan was. He only thought that it didn't look like a cow, a deer, a horse, or a donkey. Zhang Xiaohua casually called it a 4 odd beasts. Now, someone actually recognized it and stopped calling Huan Huan a mule. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but open his eyes slightly. Chapter 343. The carriage that sped past Zhang Xiaohua was a rather luxurious one. It was only slightly inferior to the one that Yan used to sit in. With a single glance, one could tell that it belonged to someone of status. There were 8 bodyguards in the front, back, left, and right of the carriage. They were all riding horses of different colors. All of them were very handsome. They looked 100 times better than Zhang Xiaohua. The carriage was running very fast. However, the odd beast that Zhang Xiaohua was riding was not slow either. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could still see everything clearly. The curtain on the carriage was lifted up slightly. A round baby face peeked out from the curtain. He was looking at the carriage with a smile. Suddenly, the curtain on the other side of the window was lifted up as well. A pair of black eyes appeared. That pair of eyes looked at the ugly odd beast that Zhang Xiaohua was riding. They were also full of surprise. Little Orange, the young man sitting on the odd beast, is a mutant. Lower your voice. Don't disturb him. Oh really? Zhang Xiaohua was a little muffled. She thought about it carefully. Wasn't he just using his hand to cover his mouth? He really thought that he was a mutant. Then someone said in a low voice, Miss, I think this young man looks just like Ma San-er who grows vegetables in our house. He just looks very handsome. Why do you say that he is a mutant? Little Orange, didn't I always tell you that you can't judge a book by its cover? Don't look at the young man's ordinary clothes. Have you noticed that his clothes are not ordinary? He must be wearing very rare clothes. Also think about it. Although our odd beast is not an adult yet and has a gentle temperament, is there anyone who can get close to it? Our odd beast is very alert. As long as there is any movement, it will immediately run far away. Don't even mention being ridden on its back. That's right, young Mississippi. Now that you mention it, I do remember. Last year, young Master Biao wanted to feed the 4 odd beasts some food, but the 4 odd beasts refused to eat no matter what. This made young Master Biao angry and he starved for a few days. It was almost starving to death, but it still refused to eat. In the end, when old Master Biao found out, he severely punished young Master Biao in front of the 4 odd beasts. Only then did the 4 odd beasts slowly walk away and start eating. The odd beast seems to be able to understand humans. This young man can actually subdue an adult odd beast. He really is a real person, does not show his true appearance. He even fooled me. Aya. Miss. What a pity. A pity? A soft and pleasant voice sounded. She asked curiously, What's there to pity? Of course it's a pity. Miss, you see, this young man's age is quite suitable for you. Moreover, his skin looks very good. It's just that his appearance is really too ordinary. He doesn't look like the handsome type. Moreover, he actually has a stick in his hand. Why isn't it a folding fan or something like that? I reckon that he doesn't even know how to recite poems or paint. Otherwise, miss, you can invite him to have a chat on the horse. Who knows, maybe there will be some kind of marriage linked by a thread. Bah, you little girl. You're really bold. You actually dare to say this to me. Is it because you're moved by love? If you like, I'll stop the car and ask about this young man's origin. I'll just let you marry him. With the name of our villa and the rich dowry that I'll give, this young man will definitely be very happy. As the 2 girls talked, they looked outside. At this time, They were already some distance away from Zhang Xiaohua. Presumably, they couldn't hear the soft whispers in the carriage clearly. However, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes and ears were very clear now. They were practically talking beside his ear. Hearing this, he was very depressed. He really wanted to find a ditch and see which part of him was not handsome. Then he would drown himself. Just as he was thinking, he saw that the two girls were looking at him. However, he didn't hear what they were saying. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was moved. He raised his hand and waved at the two girls. He smiled kindly, revealing his white teeth. The two girls were shocked. They hurriedly put down the curtain. Moreover, there was a light bang sound and the sound of someone crying out in pain. Presumably, someone hit their head. Could it be that this person actually heard us talking? The soft voice in the carriage said timidly. Behind the carriage, on the side of the official road, Zhang Xiaohua, who was riding on the odd beast, was very pleased with himself. However, not long after he was pleased with himself, he saw the carriage gradually moving away. He suddenly patted his head and shouted, "Oh, I forgot one thing." After saying that, he patted Huan Huan's head. The odd beast immediately sped up and chased after them. Huan Huan's feet didn't have horseshoes, so she ran very lightly. It wasn't until she was about to catch up with the carriage that the bodyguards behind them noticed. Seeing that the young man they had just seen had caught up, the bodyguards all showed vigilant expressions. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he called out loudly, "Miss on the carriage, greetings. I have a question to ask. Please stop for a moment and let's talk." "Oh, miss, that young man really caught up with us. How did he know that we were sitting in the carriage? Oh, he really heard us talking. It's all your fault. What should we do? Could it be that he's here to judge?" The girl was anxious. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do I have to? He really wanted to release his divine senses to take a look inside the carriage, but after all, there were two girls sitting in it. No matter what, he had to avoid some taboos, right? Even thieves have morals. He was also a Qi refinement warrior of the immortal Tao. How could he be so unprincipled? The girl in the carriage didn't say anything. The bodyguards slowed down their horses slowly, and the carriage naturally came to a stop. The leader, a man with extremely thick eyebrows, turned his horse over and shouted, "That brat you, what's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped his fists and said, "Brother, I have an extremely simple question to ask the girl in the carriage. Please do me a favor." The man immediately put his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist and asked vigilantly, "How did you know that the person in the carriage is a girl?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Just now when you passed by me, the person in the carriage opened the curtain and I accidentally saw it." At this moment, the soft and pleasant voice in the carriage said, "Young master, it was this little girl who spoke rudely and hurt you. Please forgive me." This little girl apologizes. "Spoke insolently? What did you say about me? Are you scolding me?" Zhang Xiaohua looked innocent. Well, the girl in the carriage was speechless. Yes, she apologized as soon as she arrived. What kind of path was this? "Yes, my miss was wrong," she said, "in the future, not just now. You're disturbing our journey. Who knows, we might be annoyed and scold you later. I'm apologizing to you now, in case you start sneezing all over the place and don't know who to look for," Little Orange said impolitely. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. How could there be such an unreasonable girl? However, he was too lazy to argue with her. He continued, "If you can answer my question, you can scold me all you want today." Zhang Xiaohua actually called himself a young man. It seemed that he was really holding a folding fan and wearing a scholar's headband. "Young master, please tell me. See if I can answer your question." "Oh, it's very simple. I'm just asking. What do the odd beasts usually eat?" "Fuck, what else can the odd beasts eat?" However, the odd beasts really like to eat the grass with dew in the morning. If there is a bit of yellow in it, it won't eat it. If that's the case, then thank you for answering my question. This young man thanks you. Please go on." Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands in a polite manner again. The bodyguards were confused by the two's conversation. When they saw the young man cupping his hands in farewell, they also cupped their hands casually. With a wave of their hands, the carriage continued to move forward. However, after a few steps, a scream came from the carriage. "Oh, we were fooled by this guy. Since he didn't hear us, How did he know that we know what the odd beasts eat? After that, the curtain of the carriage was lifted again. A pair of black eyes accompanied by a thin oval face stared hatefully at the ordinary young man sitting arrogantly on the odd beasts in the distance. At this time, there was no one on the official road. That Huan leisurely ran to the center of the road again. In fact, after asking the young lady, Zhang Xiaohua was a little regretful. Wasn't it a waste of time to ask? Cows eat grass, horses eat grass, donkeys eat grass, and deer also eat grass. Could it be that the odd beasts could eat meat? She was concerned about Huan and wanted it to recover as soon as possible. The key was to make it prettier as soon as possible. That was why she was anxious to seek medical treatment. However, Zhang Xiaohua regretted one thing. Why didn't she release her divine sense to take a look? This girl who spoke so nicely, was she also good-looking? Sometimes, being a gentleman was also not a good feeling. Although she was unhappy, who asked her not to take a peek at that time? Now, she couldn't chase after them. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes again. Holding 2 primordial stones in her hand, she continued to cultivate in a half-asleep state. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua found a place to rest for a while. She let Huan rest and drink some water before continuing on the road. Not long after they walked along the main road, they heard the sound of hurried horse hooves behind them. It was actually louder than the sound of the carriage in the morning. This time, without Zhang Xiaohua's signal, Huan took the initiative to move to the side. Alas, this beast also knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Sure enough, just as Huan moved to the side, about 20 burly men dressed in the same clothes and riding horses rushed over from the main road. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with her divine sense and found that there were actually a few people with bulging temples. They were actually inner force experts. This group of people hurriedly passed by. The few people in the lead didn't look at Zhang Xiaohua and only treated him as a youth from the countryside. The last few people stared at him fiercely for a long time, as if trying to find a flaw. However, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and looked like she was sleeping. She only released her divine sense and looked at them coldly. Those few people only retracted their gazes when they saw that there was nothing unusual and left on their horses. Chapter 344. Zhang Xiaohua didn't withdraw her divine sense after the group of people walked away. She just followed them from a distance, wanting to see what they wanted to do. Yeah, I just walked my own path and didn't provoke anyone. How dare you stare at me so fiercely? Do you think I'm not pleasing to your eyes and want to cut me down? Really, I just want to go home. Why is it so difficult? If I'm not being robbed, I'm being molested. How dare you guys stare at me? Is this Jianghu? A place where you have to draw your sword if you don't like it? A place where you have to kill and rob for some benefits? A place where there's blood everywhere and where you can only protect yourself with your fists? A series of self-questioning made Zhang Xiaohua confused. Was this the Jianghu that she had painstakingly found after leaving the Guozhuang house? In fact, it was normal. It wasn't as good as the ancients said. People in the city want to go out, and people outside the city want to come in. People in the city and outside the city were always envious of each other and desperately wanted to live the life of the other. The life that they hadn't experienced was always full of novelty and temptation. When she finally lived that kind of life after racking her brains, she found that the taste of it was far from what she had imagined. The price she had to pay was far from what she could bear. Thinking about the years she had spent in Jianghu, she had experienced a lot of conspiracy, darkness, and killing. Oh Yan's attack, the destruction of the Misty School, the evil deeds in Shizue Mountain, and the murder of the Righteous Alliance. But there were also a lot of kinship, love, justice, and axioms. The loyal love of Aunt Qin in Mingcue Hall and the loyalty of Master O and his wife in the Misty School all left a deep impression on her. Especially, if she hadn't been in Jianghu, how could she have met her dream? Thinking about this girl made her feel sweet in her heart. Moreover, if he hadn't come out of the Guozhuang house, how could he have had these opportunities? How could he have learned the immortal Tao cultivation method and learned the mystical magic? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. The road was under her feet, and it was up to her to decide where she wanted to go. Since she had already stepped into Jianghu, she had to get used to the rules of Jianghu. If she didn't want to get used to other people's rules, she had to be strong enough to establish her own order and make others follow her rules. Just like just now, if Zhang Xiaohua hadn't stepped out of the Guozhuang house, the other party wouldn't even look at her. She was just a chicken or a kitten, and the other party could kill her with a wave of his saber. If it was the Zhang Xiaohua from 4 years ago, the other party would certainly stare at her and might even dismount to chop her. But what kind of temper could she have? You should have used your qinggong to escape. Fortunately, you still know ethereal steps. But what about now? Although they would glare at you, although they would dismount and chop you down, would you be afraid? Don't you want to give it a try? Don't you want them to dismount and chop you down? Don't you want to go on a killing spree and leave behind all these things that you don't like? Even when the other party had already run far away, you still used your divine sense to chase after them, trying to figure out their background. What did this mean? With strong martial strength you would have the right to speak. You would have the right to control the fate of others, and you would have ambitions and desires that were different from ordinary people. This Jiang Hu is no longer the Jiang Hu of the past. Zhang Xiaohua instantly retracted his divine sense. He seemed to have understood something. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He casually played with a long sword in his hand and walked calmly under the autumn sun. Winter was always poetic, and the afternoon sun was always very long. Zhang Xiaohua, who had not enjoyed such peace for a long time, felt tranquil in his heart. He seemed to have entered a state of being unperturbed. He was very satisfied with his current life. It was as if this boring road was very charming. He did not feel that the long journey was far. Even when the sun set, Zhang Xiaohua and Huan's shadows were elongated. When the sun set, the moon peeked out, and the stars in the sky shone brightly. Zhang Xiaohua did not open his narrowed eyes. However, at this moment, a clanging sound of weapons clashing sounded from afar. It completely disrupted the tranquil mountain and the tranquil night sky. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes abruptly. There was anger in his eyes. Could it be that he was in the mood to relax but was disturbed? He was very unhappy. He looked far ahead and saw some smoke rising in the night sky. Wasn't that the place where the clanging sound came from? If it were not for the silence of the mountain, the sound would not have spread so far. However, when Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw the situation over there, guess what? Zhang Xiaohua was sick of it. Almost instantly, a voice sounded from the bottom of his heart, as if a small hand was trying to reach out from his throat. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the sky and shouted, "God, you're not playing with me, are you? Why am I met with an assassination again? What's wrong with this world?" Yes, in his divine sense, far away, next to a few bonfires, the gorgeous carriage that he had met earlier was parked there alone. The horse pulling the carriage had been cut down. He did not know if the coachman was dead or had run away. The 8 arrogant bodyguards were being beaten up by dozens of uniformed men. Weren't these men the ones that Zhang Xiaohua had met in the afternoon? This is Jiang Hu. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think of his previous experience. Just like Jiang Hu, there was no choice. Even if he did not want to participate, he would always encounter such things. Tell me, do you want to help or not? In fact, Zhang Xiaohua was a little sick of it. There would always be a time when one's hands would be soft when killing someone. However, looking at the merciless manner in front of him, if he interfered, how could it end without killing? Or rather, if he encountered it, if the other party did not kill him to silence him, how could it end? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to turn the horse's head. Oh no, turn the mule's head and go back. I really want to go home quietly. I don't want to cause trouble. God, do I look like a naughty child? However, in front of him was the road that he had to pass. Who knew if that group of bad guys, yes, let's call them bad guys for the time being. Who knew who was right and who was wrong? Who knew which direction they would go after they finished their evil deeds? If nothing goes wrong, they will definitely turn back. At that time, won't I have to meet them head-on? Bumping into him head-on? And the direction I'm going is the direction they are killing people in. How could they let me go? Hide to the side? Hide underground? A few ideas flashed through Zhang Xiaohua's mind. However, they were immediately rejected by Zhang Xiaohua. That's right. Who am I now? I am an immortal cultivator. Why would I be afraid of you martial arts clowns? Look at you guys. You guys are nothing more than trash, and you still want me to hide from you guys? It's not that I don't want to care. It's just that I have met too many of such people along the way. I can't be bothered. However, if I continue to hide like this, wouldn't I be throwing the face of the immortal cultivators? If Venerable Fiery Dragon knew about this, Wouldn't he jump out from the underworld and scold me? Sighing slightly, Zhang Xiaohua could only temporarily and unwillingly accept the mission given to her by the heavens. She released her divine sense and sat on the back of the 4 odd beasts. She continued to move forward at her original speed. It's best that you guys play your own vendetta and quickly finish it. After that, you guys can go on your own way. When I'm there, you guys will have left too. That's what Zhang Xiaohua thought. However, the 8 bodyguards were actually quite skilled in martial arts. They carried Zhang Xiaohua for a long time before they reluctantly left this world. At this moment, the curtain of the luxurious carriage had already been lifted, revealing the timid little orange who had long been frightened by the bloody scene in front of her. This lively little girl's body was trembling violently, as if she was sifting chaff. Even so, she still stood strong in front of an even weaker little girl. Her skin was also dark, and she still looked like a silly little girl. The girl behind her had a skinny oval face. Her lacquered eyes were unusually clear. There was only a slight hint of panic in her eyes. She did not have the fear and terror that little orange had. Looking at the 2 girls through her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. It seemed like this little girl was not simple. Under the watchful eyes of so many tigers and wolves, she could still be so shocked. Her background was definitely not simple. Wasn't that a little too unethical? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. She allowed Huan Huan to jog forward while she took out a small sword from her bosom. With a wave of her hand, the small sword whistled through the air like a cheerful cry and shot towards the scene. Next to the carriage, a group of bad guys tidied up the place a little. Like a pack of wolves, they surrounded the 2 little girls who were not wearing red hats. Miss Nya, I'm really sorry for interrupting your progress, the man said fiercely. I'm sure you know what we're going to do. I can guarantee that if you hand over the item, we'll leave right away. We won't harm you or the girl's life. Miss Nya stood behind Little Orange and asked very calmly, Who are you? How did you know I had something on me? Ha! The man laughed rudely. Miss Nya, are you trying to find out where we came from? If you know, do you think you'll be able to survive? Miss Nya bit her lip, thinking about something. Then she asked, Good man, I don't know who you are, but although the treasure is precious, it's a dead object. It's not as important as a human life. This little girl will hand it over right now. However, I'll have to ask you to swear an oath. What do you think? Haha, the man laughed. If I take the treasure and harm Miss Nya's life, I'll die from the flying sword. This, Miss Nya muttered. Good man, you're trying to deceive me. Why don't you include my maid? Well said, well said. If I harm Miss Nya and this unknown maid's life, I'll die from the flying sword. However, Miss Nya was still worried. This thug's martial arts were powerful. How could a flying sword take his life? However, she didn't dare to say anything else. She was just a little lamb. Whether or not he swore an oath, he could still forcefully take the item. Now that she was given a way out, it was best to quickly accept it. Qidian Chinese website welcomes all readers to read. The newest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at Qidian Originals. Chapter 345. With that thought, Miss Nya bit her lip and was about to walk into the carriage when Little Orange suddenly said in a trembling voice, Miss, you mustn't trust them. These people have always been untrustworthy. If you give them the item and they go back on their word, what will we do? Miss Nya smiled bitterly. Little Orange, you think I don't know? But look, even if we don't give them the item, they can still find it if they kill us, right? If we know what's good for us, maybe they'll spare our lives on account of our straightforwardness. Then, without waiting for Little Orange to say anything else, she lowered her head and entered the carriage. After a while, she hid one hand in her sleeve and held a small brocade box in the other. Standing on the carriage, she raised her voice and said, Hero, this item is for you. Please be magnanimous and spare us 2 defenseless girls. Then, she threw the brocade box to the man. Seeing this, the evil man rejoiced in his heart. He raised his hand and carefully caught it. Then, he carefully opened it to take a look. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he put it away. He did not think that he would be able to get it so easily. For a moment, he did not know what to do. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and turned his horse around to go back. At this time, a man with a scar on his face said, Vice Hallmaster, we're going back now? Nonsense, we're done here. Why wouldn't we go back? But how should we deal with these two girls? How to deal with them? Didn't we just talk about it? Let them live. Since they're so straightforward, we can't just let them do the same. But if we don't kill them and they find out who we are, it won't be good. After all, we're not masked today. But didn't I swear to the heavens just now? Do you want me to die a horrible death? No, Hall Master. How could I dare to curse you like that? It's just that. It's just what? I'll be frank with you. I just feel that it's a pity to let these two girls go like this. The so-called Vice Hall Master looked at the two thin and weak little girls under the night sky. How could he have any appetite? Then, he turned to look at the lecherous light in the eyes of the scarred man. He smiled and said, "Thief, I didn't expect you to like this." Scarface waved his hand and said shyly, "Hall Master, you're so naughty." To each his own. The so-called Vice Hall Master immediately had goosebumps all over his body. He shrunk his neck in fear and said, "That's good. Later, if you have any goods you don't like, leave them for this Hall Master. That's right. Remember not to take their lives. This Hall Master has already promised. In addition, after you're done, remember to sell them to a brothel far away. I seem to have only promised to take their lives. After today, I won't care so much." After saying that, he laughed and stood to the side as if he was waiting to watch a good show. At this time, many of the men next to him looked at Scarface with resentment and jealousy. Why didn't they think of that? When Little Orange in the carriage heard this, his face turned ashen. He had already lost his mind. He just hugged his chest and trembled non-stop. Miss Nye clenched her teeth and flames of anger appeared in her eyes. Yes, she was really too naive. He said that he wouldn't take her life, so he naturally had many methods to deal with her. How could these men, who were old enough to be her elders, be so filthy? Suddenly, the hand hidden in her sleeve reached out. There was a small knife in her hand. She resolutely put it to her neck and looked at the moon in the distance. The sky was full of stars. Under such a beautiful night sky, such a shameless scene was still playing out. She then looked in a certain direction. There seemed to be endless longing. Then, her eyes flashed with determination. She waved her arm and was about to commit suicide. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, who was sprinting over, saw this scene through her divine sense. She couldn't help but think of O Peng, who was forced to commit suicide, and Yang Rupiang, who put a sword to her neck and used her life to show her determination to protect the disciples of the Misty School. Although O Peng was using her, in order to repay her for saving O Yen, he treated her extremely well. Regarding this, Zhang Xiaohua had always been grateful. And Yang Rupiang used her life to protect the disciples of the Misty School, including her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu. This couldn't help but be said to have touched Zhang Xiaohua greatly. And now, a dark and thin girl actually had such determination and decisiveness. How could it not resonate with Zhang Xiaohua? With a thought, the small sword circling in the air was about to strike down Miss Nye's knife like lightning. However, someone was even faster. Scarface casually threw an iron ball in front of her and hit Miss Nye's wrist with great force. Ouch! The knife fell to the ground. Her wrist went limp and tilted. Miss Nye held her wrist in extreme pain. Tears streamed down her face. Her wrist was actually broken. She heard Scarface say with a lewd smile, "Little girl, this uncle has long been guarding against this move of yours. Who knows how many little fellows have the same idea as you? Hee, seeing you in pain, this uncle's heart feels so good." His howl, like a hungry wolf, traveled far into the night sky. Speaking of which, Zhang Xiaohua had already arrived. Naturally, she heard those words. Her heart was filled with anger. "If you guys want to rob me, then just take it. I'm not trying to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, but going back on your words is your fault. Since you promised to let me live, then don't try to deceive me." What's more, from what Scarface said, this scoundrel has done many such bad things. This is good karma sent to my door by the heavens. How can I reject it? Having made up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua stopped moving forward. She jumped down from Huan Huan's back and found a big tree. She floated up and sat cross-legged. Releasing her powerful divine sense, the small sword that had stopped in midair suddenly sped up. Like lightning, it streaked across the night sky and directly stabbed into Scarface's throat. Scarface was proudly taking off his shirt and walking around happily. The lightning came so fast that he didn't have any time to react. He immediately covered his neck and collapsed on the ground. The vice hallmaster, who was prepared to watch a good show, couldn't help but laugh when he saw Scarface like this. He said, "Bastard, other people ride horses. Why did you go crazy before you even got on the horse?" While he was talking, he saw a flash of black light. It was the small sword that was shooting towards his throat. Since this vice hallmaster was able to become a vice hallmaster, he naturally had extraordinary skills. Although he was in a dangerous situation, he wasn't in a hurry. Seeing that it was too late to pull out the long sword from his waist, he boldly grabbed it with his hand. Seeing that he was about to grab it, the vice hallmaster was prepared for his hand to bleed. At least it wouldn't be cheaper than having his throat pierced. However, at that moment, the small sword that the vice hallmaster regarded as a hidden weapon rose up and avoided his hand. Like a snake, it quickly moved towards his throat. Flying sword! The vice hallmaster cried out in horror. Then, the small sword lightly touched his throat, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, and flew away. The vice hallmaster was like a piece of rotten wood. With a plop, he fell off his horse. Before he died, he only had one thought. There are gods 3 feet above my head. Heaven is watching everything that I do. Why would I make such a vicious oath when I have nothing better to do? If what? Who knows? Maybe if I don't do evil anymore and take the things and leave? Maybe if there's a next time, I swear that I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death? No one paid attention to Scarface's fall, but the vice hallmaster's fall attracted the attention of the people who were always trying to flatter him. A few people immediately jumped off their horses and rushed to help the vice hallmaster up. However, before they could express their loyalty, there were a series of people who fell off their horses. Someone with sharp eyes immediately saw the small sword flying in the crowd and shouted, "Be careful of hidden weapons." The rest of the people immediately drew their long swords from their waists and were carefully on guard. At this time, someone finally saw that the vice hallmaster was dead and there was blood in his throat. Flying sword. The legendary flying sword. The vice hallmaster actually summoned the legendary flying sword. Before he could finish his sentence, another one was killed and fell off his horse with a plop. The rest of the people didn't dare to stand there in a daze. What a joke! Although the immortal Tao had been lost for 10,000 years, the legends of the immortal Tao had not been lost. The flying sword was already a magical power that people in the Jianghu dreamed of having. Now that they suddenly saw it was their own chasing sword, how could they not tremble in fear? These well-trained people actually scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. There were originally about 20 people in this group of bad guys. In the battle with the bodyguards, a few of them had died. Just now, the small sword had killed a few more, so there were only about 10 left. They all turned their horses around and fled in all directions. In an instant, there were only a few batches of horses without masters left in the field. There were also corpses on the ground and 2 dumbfounded little girls who couldn't believe their eyes. Flying sword. It was a flying sword. It was the flying sword that the bad guy who swindled her trust swore. Although her martial arts were low and she couldn't see clearly, from the moment the evil man who was about to humiliate her fell to the ground, to the moment the bad guys inexplicably fell off their horses and didn't get up again, to the moment the bad guys fled in panic while shouting, how could she not know that this really was a flying sword? Although Miss Nie's wrist hurt terribly, she endured it and put her palms together to thank the heavens. When Little Orange saw that the bad guys had scattered, her body stopped trembling and her face was no longer pale. She scolded Miss Nie. "Miss, why are you thanking the heavens? You should be thanking our Grandpa Immortal. If you want to thank the heavens, you should wait until you meet your Mr. Right." Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was far away and couldn't hear her. Otherwise, she would have fallen off the tree. Chapter 346. The remaining dozen or so mounted their horses and fled in all directions. In their minds, even if the flying sword was powerful, there was only one after all. By the time he killed one of them, the others would have already fled far away. Even if he killed the others, there would always be a number of people who would be able to escape alive. As long as they could outrun the others, this path of survival would be theirs. Unfortunately, they were extremely wrong. How did Zhang Xiaohua practice the flying sword? It was a real kung fu that was practiced by killing birds and roasting meat. Even the seabirds on the island, which were not afraid of thunder and lightning, could not escape from Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. How could a dozen bad guys on horses escape from Zhang Xiaohua's evil hands? Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture with her hands. Like threading a needle, the small sword shuttled back and forth in the darkness. Every time it passed by, it would take a life. Every time it turned back, it would take a little bit of blood. Since the secret of the flying sword had been exposed, it was impossible for Zhang Xiaohua to let any of them go back alive. Moreover, looking at their behavior, it was even worse than the bandits of Xueqi Mountain. How could Zhang Xiaohua let them go? Not long after, before these bad guys could escape far, their lives were all taken by the small sword. Everyone died with the same question in their minds: I still can't outrun others. It was not that they did not resist. After all, they were a little scared, thinking that there was a white-bearded old man in the sky staring at them angrily. Moreover, the flying sword was really strange. The angle was tricky and the speed was very fast. They could neither catch nor block it, so they had to use their throats to block it. The flying sword completed its heroic feat of saving the beauty and flew back happily. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and caught it. Under the moonlight, she looked at the tip of the sword that had killed a lot of people. There was not a drop of blood. Zhang Xiaohua secretly praised it in her heart. What a necessary weapon for killing and robbing. She put it in her arms casually. With a crooked mouth, Zhang Xiaohua pinched her chin with her hand and looked far ahead. There were still some bonfires shining, but she did not jump down the tree to report the merit and receive the reward. I just used a flying sword to kill people. If I go down now, wouldn't I be putting a label on my forehead saying that I know how to use a flying sword? I can't kill these two little girls to silence them, so why should I go down? A hero saving a damsel in distress? Am I a hero? The two little girls aren't beauties, so there's no need for me to go down. Even if the young lady is a beauty, she's still too young. I really don't dare to be interested. Moreover, I'm not the type that she likes. Why should I ask her to marry me? It's better not to go down. God, I really don't want to cause any trouble. I just want to go home quietly and not cause any trouble. You saw what happened today. You forced me to be a chivalrous person and I satisfied your curiosity. Please let me go. It's already late and it's not good to sleep in the wild. The ground is full of corpses. I'm sure the two girls will be scared. They will drive the carriage away by themselves in a while. I won't go down to greet them. Anyway, we will have to part, so why do we have to meet them? It's already late. If I go down now and see them, I won't be able to talk much to them. How rude would it be if I go down now? Moreover, where do I sleep? How can they sleep? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. I still have this bit of manners. Forget it. I'll sleep on the tree branch. I won't go down. Zhang Xiaohua found countless excuses to hide herself between the branches of the big tree. It seemed that she wanted to escape from something. Sure enough, not long after night fell, Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep peacefully with a primordial stone in her hand, leaving Huan to walk slowly under the tree. Tonight's tree was found by Zhang Xiaohua in a hurry. It wasn't very tall. When Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep, the starlight in the night sky was still shining around Zhang Xiaohua, forming a cluster of light that was invisible to the naked eye. This cluster of starlight was quite big. At this time, it was already close to the ground. Huan was originally pacing under the tree. Suddenly, its nose sniffed as if it had asked something. It slowly walked to Zhang Xiaohua's body and lay down in the cluster of starlight. Its mouth and nose instinctively inhaled and exhaled endless starlight. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked at Huan. Suddenly, her face changed. She instantly released her divine sense and her face changed greatly. "Oh, this is bad. These two little girls still haven't left?" Others may not know what Huan's cry is, but they have raised Huan before. They must know that I am here. If I don't appear, won't it be more conspicuous? This Huan is really too much. Of all times, why is she shouting now? "Oh, this is bad. Why is that young lady lying there motionless? Why is the little girl crying so sadly? Is she dead? No, she still seems to be breathing. Oh, I have to be a good person to the end. I should go and take a look. I don't know what has happened." When Zhang Xiaohua got down from the tree, she rode Huan to the side of the carriage. Several bonfires had been extinguished, leaving only embers. There were many corpses scattered around the carriage. Several horses were also scattered in the surrounding bushes. It was silent and strange. If all of this was not caused by Zhang Xiaohua, she would definitely be scared. Hearing some noise, the crying little orange raised her head in horror. But when she saw that it was the village boy she had teased yesterday morning, she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. However, she was also slightly disappointed. She and the young lady were saved by the flying sword yesterday. They thought that a godlike person would appear and tell them something. But when it was late at night and the bonfires were extinguished, he did not appear. It was very different from the plot in the novel. And in such a dark night, the two of them really did not know where to go. Should they drive the carriage forward? Needless to say, the horse driving the carriage had already been killed, and needless to say, the young lady's wrist had already been broken. She couldn't tame the other horse by herself, not to mention harnessing the carriage. Moreover, so many people had already died here. Even if there were any bad guys coming, they would definitely be terrified and would definitely stay far away. It was much safer than two young ladies traveling alone. After thinking about it, the two of them finally decided to stay in the carriage surrounded by about 30 corpses. However, Miss Nie's wrist had been broken by Scarface's iron ball and was already in extreme pain. In the first half of the night, she fumbled around to fix the bone, applied medicine, and bandaged it carelessly. After that, she could barely hold on. But in the second half of the night, she could no longer hold on. In addition to the shock, she finally fell sick and had a high fever. She started talking nonsense and her wrist was swollen to the point that it was bigger than a steamed bun. Seeing this scene, Little Orange did not even close her eyes for the rest of the night. She kept crying. At this moment, she saw Zhang Xiaohua looking around curiously and looking at the corpses on the ground with curiosity and fear. Little Orange couldn't help but laugh. Could this be the mutant that the young lady mentioned? No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem like it. However, thinking about how this guy waved his hand with bad intentions yesterday morning, he probably wasn't a good person. Would he take advantage of the situation to rape her? Thinking up to this point, Little Orange became a little scared again. Seeing Little Orange's worried expression, Zhang Xiaohua was very depressed. She had already worked hard enough pretending. Big sister, can you please say something? Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua could only timidly say, Miss, did you meet some bad people? This guy was really good at pretending. Little Orange immediately threw her fear to the back of her head and said while crying, Young master has good eyesight. That's right. Yesterday, when we came here, some bad people tried to rob us. Thankfully, our bodyguards were capable and killed them all. However, our bodyguards also died together with them. Only one of them survived, and he was also heavily injured. Last night, he already went ahead to seek help. I believe he'll be back soon. Oh, is that so? Zhang Xiaohua blinked and said, I thought that Miss would need some help. Since that's the case, this one will take her leave. It's not proper for a man and a woman to be alone in the wilderness. After saying that, she turned to leave. However, it wasn't easy to find someone to vent her anger on. How could Little Orange let him go? She hurriedly called out, Young master, although our bodyguards will be back in a while, there is still some time. Look at us two weak girls. It's not good for us to stay in this pile of corpses. Does Miss have any orders? However, this one is scared to death of these corpses. I want to leave as soon as possible. Little Orange heard this and was delighted. That's good. I wonder if young master knows how to drive a carriage? Drive a carriage? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Don't you know how to drive a carriage? You don't seem to be very good at it. Do you really not know how to drive a carriage? Little Orange was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Don't worry, Mississippi. It's not that I don't know how to drive a carriage. It's just that the teacher who taught me said that since I've already started studying, it's best to forget about the past. I naturally know how to drive a carriage. But I've already started reading the sage's books. Why do I have to go back to the past and drive a carriage? Looking at Zhang Xiaohua in front of her, Little Orange really didn't know what to say. She turned around and looked at the unconscious Mississippi. She couldn't help but feel sad and started crying loudly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua asked, Miss, why are you crying? Could it be that you're moved to tears by seeing a village boy go from being ignorant to being knowledgeable? Little Orange heard this and cried even harder. She choked and pointed at the carriage and said, You'll know when you come over. Don't, Mississippi. See no evil. See no evil. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hands. Little Orange was anxious and jumped down from the carriage. She grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, "Come over, come over. You'll know when you come over." Zhang Xiaohua covered her face and said, "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. See no evil." Sigh, this guy is really good at acting. Chapter 347. Little Orange was still the generous one. She pulled off the sleeve that was covering Zhang Xiaohua's face and said with a sobbing tone, "My miss is already so sick. What's there to molest?" Zhang Xiaohua pursed his lips and thought to himself, "She's just a silly little girl. She's not worthy of my molestation." However, when he looked at her, he really couldn't bear to do it. Miss Nie's face was flushed, and there were small blisters on her lips, which were dry and pale. Her wrists had been carefully bandaged, but they were bulging. She lay there weakly, mumbling something indiscernible. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her delirious appearance and frowned slightly. He wasn't a doctor, so he didn't know how to treat her. Even if he was full of vital energy, what could it do? He asked weakly, "Miss, have you fed her water?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua acting like an amateur, Little Orange was a bit angry. She raised her arm to block his view and said, "Go, go, go, don't look. It's enough to know how sick my miss is. How can you stare like that? I'm the miss's personal maid. How can I not know how to feed her some water? They all say that scholars are useless. It's true." Zhang Xiaohua defended himself. "Miss, you're wrong. I've just entered the school and can't be considered a scholar. However, if you think I'm a scholar, I'm very happy. I didn't waste my 2 months of studying the 3-character classic." Pfft. Little Orange's sadness almost turned into joy. This guy was too funny. She said, "You've only been studying the 3-character classic for 2 months. You don't recognize many words, but you've learned the tone of a bookworm. You're a genius. Miss, you have sharp eyes. My master also said the same thing. I'm very proud of you. Oh, by the way, miss, your bodyguard should be here soon. Since I'm useless, I'll take my leave now. I still have to go home and study the 3-character classic." Don't go. You're also someone who's read the books. Why don't you know that saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda? Ah? Big sister, you must be joking. Didn't I just say that I'm reading the 3-character classic? Is there such a sentence in the 3-character classic? Let me count. It's about 10 words now. By the way, this sentence sounds familiar to me. It seems that an old monk in my village who always asks people to give alms often said this. This. Little Orange didn't know how to convince this fake scholar, but she felt that it would be a pity if she let this fake scholar go. According to this scholar, he was just from the countryside and had just become a scholar, so he must have some strength. Moreover, although his nose was a little flat and his eyes were a little small, he was honest and kind. If she asked him to help send the seriously ill young lady to the clinic, he would definitely be the most suitable person. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the girl didn't know what to say, she was secretly happy. She cupped her hands and said, "If that's the case, Shaoxing, I'll take my leave first. If I meet your bodyguard on the way, I'll tell him to come back quickly." After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. In fact, the reason why Zhang Xiaohua was like this was because Little Orange said yesterday that he looked ordinary and wasn't a good match. He didn't like it when he thought about it. An 18-year-old handsome young man being belittled by someone else's appearance, no one would be happy. Secondly, Little Orange lied to him and said that there was still a bodyguard alive and that she was asking for help. This feeling of distrust made him a little unhappy. With these 2 factors added together, he acted as if he was purposely making things difficult for her. Of course, he also wanted to let this girl know that he was just an ordinary person and that she shouldn't associate last night's violence with him. When he turned around, he saw Little Orange biting her lips and tears flowing down her eyes. She looked like she was in a difficult situation. He couldn't bear to see her like this. Sigh, forget it. What kind of act was he putting on this time? If he looked ordinary, then so be it. Why would he be afraid of others talking about him? She had just suffered a great disaster, so she naturally had to be careful. Didn't he often lie to others like this? But after all, he was a young man in his prime. Since he had already turned around, how could he put down his pride and stop? He could only pray inwardly. Hurry and beg me to stop. Hurry and beg me to stop. However, when he turned around, he didn't hear Little Orange's pleas for help. Helpless, he had already turned around. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little remorseful. Right at this moment, a moan came from the carriage. Don't kill me, ouch. Miss Nya, who was in the carriage, moved and suddenly clutched Little Orange's hand tightly. The last cry of pain must have come from Little Orange touching her wrist again. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. In the end, he still couldn't bear to take the first step. When he turned around again, he saw Little Orange also clutching Miss Nya's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. That's right, she was just a little girl. How could she have encountered such a situation? It wasn't easy for her to meet a somewhat pleasing fake scholar, but he didn't give her any face. What opinions could she have? Zhang Xiaohua looked around and randomly picked a horse from the scattered horses. He found a water sack on the horse's back and uncorked it to take a look. He walked over with it and raised his hand to hand it to Little Orange. Little Orange was crying inwardly when she suddenly saw a large object being handed to her. She really jumped in fright and looked up in panic. When she saw it was Zhang Xiaohua, she opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. She took it with difficulty and carefully fed it to Miss Nya. The water sack was really big. Although Little Orange was careful, she still spilled quite a bit of water on Miss Nya's face. Perhaps it was because of the refreshing water or because she wasn't thirsty anymore, but Miss Nya lay quietly in the carriage again. While Little Orange was feeding Miss Nya, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stay idle. He walked over and brought over the black horse with the water sack. He threw the saddle and other things on the ground and put everything from Little Orange's carriage onto the black horse's back. That black horse was already trained. When Zhang Xiaohua took the water sack from its back, it dodged to the side. Now that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take it away, it was even more impossible. Zhang Xiaohua didn't panic and only pressed her hands on its back. With a bit of force, the black horse couldn't take the force and fell to the ground. When Zhang Xiaohua let go, the black horse used all of its strength to stand up. The horse's eyes were filled with fear. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't waste any time and easily dragged it to the side of the carriage. That black horse was very docile and obedient to Zhang Xiaohua's manipulation. It was as if Zhang Xiaohua had been training it. At this time, Little Orange was shocked and looked at Zhang Xiaohua's somewhat clumsy but very easy movements. Little Orange had seen the David's deer before and naturally had seen horses. Of course, she knew that horses weren't easy to be controlled by strangers, not to mention that this horse was specially trained. Otherwise, she would have already gotten off the carriage and didn't need to wait for Zhang Xiaohua to come. Although Zhang Xiaohua had never set a carriage before, when he went with Yannan last time, he was just a servant. It was very normal for him to help the coachman unload the horse and set the horse. It was just that he had forgotten about it. The reason why he said it was very easy was because if you had the strength of thousands of pounds, what kind of work wouldn't be easy to do? Not long after, the carriage was set. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Miss, I don't know how to drive a carriage. However, I think that you wouldn't be able to either. Then, I will reluctantly give it a try." Little Orange said gratefully, "Young master, my name is Little Orange. You don't have to be so courteous. Just call me Little Orange. Now that my young mistress is seriously ill, she can't thank you in person. I thank you in advance." Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Miss, Little Orange, I am not a young master. I am just a boy from the countryside who has been studying the 3-character classic for a few days. The way I spoke just now was very awkward. I am not used to it. Oh right, I am Ren Xiaoyao. You can call me Brother Xiaoyao." Seeing this fake scholar reveal his true face, Little Orange's face revealed a trace of a smile. Her anxious heart had a little bit of sunshine. She said, "Young master's personality is very good. So straightforward. My mistress will definitely like it." "Ah?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "This is a good personality? Little Orange, are you saying that all the people in our village are straightforward people? Will your mistress like it?" Little Orange's face turned red and said, "Then I won't be so polite. However, it is not appropriate to call you brother. You are quite tall, but you are about the same age as my mistress. You may not be older than me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Then you can call me Ren Xiaoyao." Then, "Okay, Ren Xiaoyao." Little Orange finished talking to Zhang Xiaohua and looked at the sleeping mistress. She said, "If it is possible, Please drive the carriage to the town in front as soon as possible so that you can treat my mistress. Zhang Xiaohua said. That is exactly what I was thinking. After saying that, she jumped onto the carriage and sat cross-legged on the coachman's seat. She thought of how the coachman used to drive the carriage and imitated him. She picked up the reins and prepared to drive the carriage out. But Little Orange suddenly thought of something and called out. Ren Xiaoyao, wait. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said with a smile. Could it be that you know that I don't know how to drive? If you can, then just come. Little Orange said embarrassedly. No, I just thought of something. This. Little Orange said this for a long time but couldn't say what it was. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and knew what she wanted to do. She smiled and said, Could it be that you want to go to the toilet? Bah! Little Orange's face immediately turned red. She spat at Zhang Xiaohua and said no. Actually, how could Zhang Xiaohua not know? She was just saying it casually. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua was now 18 years old. She was in the prime of her life. When would she have the chance to talk to young girls in the past? She had just returned from the deserted island and met these two young girls. Although she didn't have any romantic thoughts, it was normal for her to say something inappropriate. Chapter 348. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had misunderstood her, Little Orange thought about it, then gritted her teeth and said, Yes, you guessed right. Ren Xiaoyao, I do want to pee, so please. Can you hide behind the carriage? Zhang Xiaohua was startled, then smiled, revealing her white teeth. Of course I'll go right now. Then she jumped off the carriage and walked to the other side. After Zhang Xiaohua left, Little Orange gently placed Miss Nie's hand on her body, then slowly and painstakingly got off the carriage. She looked behind the carriage and said, Ren Xiaoyao, you're not allowed to peek. OMG. Zhang Xiaohua almost fell. She thought, do I have to do this? If I wanted to look, I could have just used my divine sense. Why would I need to peek? Plus, do you think I don't know what you're doing? As expected, Little Orange carefully walked and looked behind her. She walked to the place where the vice hallmaster had fallen off his horse last night. She looked left and right and saw several corpses lying there. Because of the fear last night, no one saw the vice hallmaster's face clearly. Little Orange had no choice but to crouch down and search the corpses one by one. Soon, she found a small brocade box from one of the corpses. Little Orange was overjoyed and looked behind her again. She didn't see Zhang Xiaohua peeking. Little Orange stood up and put away the brocade box. She was about to go back, but her brows furrowed slightly and she finally walked behind a small tree with a red face. She only came out after a while. After she left, some strange sounds entered Zhang Xiaohua's ears. Zhang Xiaohua also blushed a bit and muttered in her heart, luckily I knew what she was going to do, so I didn't release my divine sense. Otherwise. However, Zhang Xiaohua now had a good impression of this bold and scheming little girl. She no longer criticized her like she did when they first met. When Little Orange got onto the carriage, she called for Zhang Xiaohua to come out. Zhang Xiaohua tactfully didn't ask anything. She got onto the carriage, shook the reins, and imitated the coachman, shouting Hiya. The black horse was very obedient. It exerted force with its 4 hooves and slowly pulled the carriage forward. However, the many corpses in the field also tested Zhang Xiaohua's skills. There were several times when she had to get out of the car and drag the corpses to the side. Huan had been standing quietly by the side of the road, occasionally eating the weeds on the side of the road. Now that it saw Zhang Xiaohua driving over, it also screamed happily and followed her. There was no need for Zhang Xiaohua to call out to it. Little Orange, who was in the carriage, was very surprised. She originally wanted to ask out of curiosity, but looking at the young miss lying on the sickbed next to her, how could she still be in the mood? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua asked, Little Orange, do you think we should go forward or back? Little Orange said, Of course we're going forward. But I remember that there's a village not too far behind us. Maybe there's a doctor there. Let's go forward. Our escorts are supposed to go forward. Maybe we'll meet them after we walk for a while. Little Orange said it like it was real. In fact, she had neglected one point. Zhang Xiaohua had seen their 8 escorts before. If Zhang Xiaohua had looked carefully at the corpses, she would definitely have seen them at the scene. How could there be an extra bodyguard? But in Little Orange's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was just a young man from the countryside. How could he be so scheming? So she directly ignored him. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to expose her lie. In his heart, he had only met these two girls by chance. It was just in life or on this journey. He wouldn't have any interactions with them at all. All he had to do was help them drive the carriage to the town ahead. At most, he would help them find an escort agency and let a real escort them to where they were supposed to go. I'm not a curious baby, so why should I care about you? It didn't take long for them to reach the main road. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about the two maidservants in the carriage and focused on driving the carriage. Although he hadn't really driven a carriage before, the horses he used to pull the carriage were trained by others. They were much better than ordinary horses, so he didn't have to worry too much about them. Moreover, the carriage didn't go very fast, so naturally, it became more and more convenient for him. Sitting in the carriage, Little Orange could feel that the carriage wasn't going very fast. Although she was burning with anxiety, she didn't want to rush them. It wasn't until it was almost noon that they arrived at a slightly larger town. The first thing Zhang Xiaohua did when he entered the town was to find out if there were any escort agencies or medical centers in the town. Unfortunately, the town was too small, so no escort agencies were interested in this place. Fortunately, there were still medical centers around. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and chose the largest one to drive the carriage over. Miss Nie's wrist was broken, so Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to move it too much. He wanted to get the doctor to take a look at her in the carriage, but the doctor only sat in the hall and didn't come out. He only asked them to send the patient over. Later, Little Orange had to secretly bribe him with some silver before he was willing to go out to see the patient. Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. Everyone said that doctors should treat their patients with care, but why was this doctor like this? Because he had received the silver. The doctor was especially meticulous. After examining her, he frowned slightly. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Is there a problem?" The doctor was puzzled and said, "From the way you bandaged her and the medicine you applied, they're all excellent. It looks like you're only slightly worse than me. So how did you get a fever and faint?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said, "I just met a wandering doctor on the side of the road and treated him carelessly. I only rushed over because I didn't know that you're a skilled doctor." The doctor was very pleased and said with a smile, "I was wondering why it was like this. It turns out that you didn't treat her properly and didn't use any professional tools to fix her wrist. This is simple and is just a small test for me. Please wait a moment." The doctor was also very professional. Not long after, he fixed Miss Nie's wrist and wrote a prescription with a stroke of his pen. He then asked the medical center staff to brew the medicine according to the prescription. Little Orange was still worried, so he carefully read the prescription before agreeing to brew the medicine. After the medicine was brewed, Little Orange carefully fed it to Miss Nie. Zhang Xiaohua carried a lot of medicine bags and put them on the carriage before driving the carriage away from the medical center. When they reached the side of the road, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Little Orange, do you think we should continue to walk forward, or—" He didn't finish his sentence and wanted to let Little Orange choose to go forward. However, Little Orange had his own ideas and said with difficulty, "Ren Xiaoyao, can I trouble you to find an inn first? It's not good for Miss Nie's health if she continues to travel like this." Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Why didn't he know that patients needed rest the most? However, he was also in a hurry to go home. His family in the Guozhuang house hadn't heard from him for 4 years. His mother must be missing him every day. He just wanted to hurry back. Forget it. Anyway, a few days won't make a difference. I'll wait until I find an escort agency. After making up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to drive the carriage to find an inn. However, just as he was about to start the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something. He turned around and asked, "Little Orange, I have an idea. Do you think it'll work?" Little Orange said, "What is it? Just say it." "Here's the thing. I saw so many corpses in front of your carriage this morning. You said that someone wanted to kill you and steal your things. Do you think they will send people to chase you again?" "That's right." Little Orange heard this and his expression changed greatly. He said, "Ren Xiaoyao, you're right. They will definitely send people to kill us again. What do you think we should do?" Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. "How would I know? This has nothing to do with me at all. I don't know where you guys are from or where the people who want to kill you are from. I can't even tell who's good and who's evil." After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Since they can chase after you, I'm sure they must have some clues. Maybe it's the carriage, or maybe it's your looks. Looks can't be changed, but carriages can be changed. Don't you think so? That's right. Ren Xiaoyao. You're so smart. Are you really a farmer in the countryside? Little Orange clapped his hands and praised him. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head proudly and thought to himself, what do you mean by that? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua said, let's get out of this town first. Once we're out, you guys can wait here. I'll come back and find a carriage to pick you guys up. What do you think? Of course, Little Orange would follow Zhang Xiaohua's lead. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua drove the carriage onto the main road. After traveling for a while, they turned into a secluded area. Zhang Xiaohua tied the black horse to a tree and prepared to ride the deer back to town. At this moment, Little Orange stuck his head out of the carriage and called out. Ren Xiaoyao you, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, is there something else? Little Orange looked at him eagerly and asked, You won't not come back, right? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't a bad idea at all. Of course, this was just a thought. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't that despicable. With a look of disdain, he snapped his fingers and said, Look, do I look like that kind of person? No matter what, I've studied the 3-character classic for a few months. Pfft. Little Orange almost fell off the carriage. But after a while, seeing that Zhang Xiaohua still hadn't moved, Little Orange felt strange again and asked, Why aren't you going yet? Don't tell me you're angry with me for saying that? Zhang Xiaohua looked at her from head to toe as if he didn't know her. He asked curiously, Is this still the smart Little Orange? Doesn't Little Orange know that buying a carriage costs money? This carriage is what you want. You don't want the salary I give you to drive the carriage. Do you want me to pay for the carriage as well? Little Orange blushed and quickly shrank back into the carriage. After a while, she came out with a small green pouch in her hand. She handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Ren Xiaoyao, this is my pouch. There's some money inside. Take it. Zhang Xiaohua took the pouch and opened it to take a look. He couldn't help but cry out, Aya, you guys are really rich. There's even gold inside. After saying that, he took out a small piece of gold from the pouch and looked at it fondly. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's greedy look, Little Orange didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, Take the flowers first. When it's not enough, come find me. Miss has more. Chapter 349. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Little Orange maliciously and said, Aren't you afraid that I will rob you? Little Orange's face was also full of fear. She trembled and said, Young master, may I ask, are you going to rape me? Zhang Xiaohua's face immediately turned red. She slapped the head of the deer and ran away. I was teased. Zhang Xiaohua thought as she ran away. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua gradually disappear into the distance, Little Orange's mouth revealed a smile. But when she looked at the young miss next to her, her face became a little worried. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's voice came from not far away. Little Orange, tidy up the things in the carriage. Wait for me to come back and rob you. This guy, Little Orange said as she stood up. Yes, there were a lot of things in this luxurious carriage. There was still a long way to the young Mrs. Villa. If she didn't tidy it up properly, what would she use in the future? Fortunately, Little Orange was a servant girl. Tidying up was her job. In a short while, she tidied up everything neatly and waited for Zhang Xiaohua's carriage to pick her up. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of her. Little Orange couldn't help but feel her heart beat faster. Could it be that her good eye for people was not accurate? Could it be that this seemingly honest young man from the countryside took the money and ran away? Moreover, when she thought of the assassin that could appear at any time, her heart was in her throat. Just as Little Orange was about to get out of the carriage and draw circles on the ground to curse Zhang Xiaohua, he heard the sound of a carriage not far away. He looked up and saw a worn-out carriage being pulled by Huan Huan, the 4 odd beasts. Zhila, the carriage was slowly moving towards them. In an instant, the cold of early winter disappeared. Little Orange had the urge to jump up. Huan Huan pulled the carriage very slowly, as if it was very unwilling. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. She sat cross-legged and let it do as it wished. When they arrived, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from the carriage and smiled. Little Orange, you must have been waiting for a long time. Yeah, you're dead. Where did you go? Little Orange immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly changed his words. He looked down at the ground and squinted at Zhang Xiaohua. What took you so long? Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to hear anything and said embarrassedly, I'm not very familiar with this place, so I asked a few people. Moreover, there are no places that sell carriages, so I had to look for several places before I found a seller and bought this carriage. Look, isn't it very inconspicuous? Little Orange was still thinking about its slip of the tongue and did not notice this. It just nodded randomly. Zhang Xiaohua continued, besides, Huan is supposed to pull firewood. Now that it's pulling the cart, it's not happy. That's why it's walking a little slow. Oh, is that so? Huan? Who is Huan? Little Orange answered casually, but suddenly froze. Huan, who was beside it, did not agree. It hissed in a low voice and said, Please, I've already condescended to pull your cart, but you don't even know my name? Alas, this animal was just like a human. It had just left Songning town and it was already tired of pulling carriages. Little Orange finally understood that this animal's name was Huan. If it was any other day, it would have jumped over to look at it. However, last night's incident seemed to be a catalyst that made her mature. He smiled and said, Then I'll have to trouble your mount. When we go back, I'll find something it likes to eat as compensation. Zhang Xiaohua heard this and said happily, That's great. Huan, aren't you going to thank Little Orange? Huan shook its head and wagged its tail. It stuck out its big head and stuck out its big red tongue to lick Little Orange's face. Little Orange was scared and quickly hid. Huan hissed in a low voice and said, This girl doesn't give me any face. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and laughed in her heart. She said, Also, when I was looking for a carriage, I found a decent inn. I used the money you gave me to reserve a small courtyard. We can go there later. Little Orange heard this and was very happy. He praised, Ran Xiaoyao, you're so thoughtful. Miss will probably need to recuperate for a while. It won't do if she doesn't have a secluded courtyard. What do you mean she needs to recuperate for a while? Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised and disappointed. Little Orange said curiously, It takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. How can she not recuperate? She did not hold back and directly treated Zhang Xiaohua as one of her own. However, she did not think that Zhang Xiaohua had something to do. Then, okay. Zhang Xiaohua could only be speechless. Then, he took out a package from the small carriage and threw it to Little Orange. He said, You change first and then help your miss change. If you need my help, I don't mind. Little Orange was stunned. He reached out and took the package that was not heavy. When he opened it, he saw that it was some clothes that were not too shabby. She immediately understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant. She and her miss were dressed in this luxurious carriage. If they were to sit in a small carriage, wouldn't it be more obvious? It was better to change to a carriage. In addition, she had just shown her face at the medical hall. If she did not change her clothes and was seen by others, they would know that she had just been to the medical hall. If an assassin came, he would definitely ask around and find out. Why didn't she think of this? Little Orange could not help but pat her forehead. Usually, she was the smart one in the manor. Otherwise, her miss would not have brought her out. Why was it that in front of this Ran Xiaoyao, her cleverness disappeared? With that thought in mind, she spat at Zhang Xiaohua and said, You're self-reliant and have plenty of food and clothes. After saying this, she turned around and entered the carriage. There was a rustling sound from inside. Not long after, a simple peasant girl appeared. However, she encountered difficulties when she helped her miss change her clothes. First, her miss was unconscious and could not cooperate at all. Second, her wrists were fixed with splints and could not be moved carelessly. Little Orange tried a few times, but in the end, she still could not help her miss change her clothes. At this time, she could not help but grit her teeth and secretly said, Sigh, I really have to ask him for help. This country boy is too lucky. Little Orange raised her head from the carriage and said, Ren Xiaoyao that. Can you come up and help? Damn. Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. Just now she was just joking. Did he really need her help? Although she did not know how the servants of the rich young masters served their young masters and young mistresses, but helping the young mistress change her clothes should be the most basic skill. Moreover, she heard that when the rich young masters were drunk, their servants would help them bathe and dress them. Just thinking about it made her drool. Was this little orange a fake? Did she not know how to dress people? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was not stupid enough to think that little orange wanted him to help her dress. Hehe. However, Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and was about to walk over. Little orange frowned and shouted, "But Ren Xiaoyao, you have to close your eyes." Close my eyes? Then how can I help? Zhang Xiaohua understood. This help was still very thought-provoking. Very naturally, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Does your miss not wear underwear?" Bah! Little orange glared and scolded. "You don't wear underwear. Why are you talking nonsense? If someone else heard you, wouldn't it damage my miss reputation? Even if I don't wear underwear, you won't know." Zhang Xiaohua thought viciously. Even if she wears underwear, if a man like you sees it, my miss reputation will be ruined. So even if I ask for your help, you can't look. Little orange explained. So troublesome, but there's no one around. What are you afraid of? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Miss always told us that God is watching what we do. No matter what you do, you don't have to care if there's anyone around, or if anyone is looking. The most important thing is to stay true to your heart. It's best to have a clear conscience. Ting! It was as if a spark had ignited something in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua's state of mind was growing at a perceptible speed. That's right, when she saw Little Orange and the others being hunted down last night, Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely repulsed. If it wasn't for something in her heart, or if it wasn't for the fact that the bad guys left without killing anyone, Zhang Xiaohua might not have done anything. This was all because Zhang Xiaohua was afraid of getting into trouble and delaying her journey. But now, Little Orange's words reminded her. If she really didn't do anything last night, how could she face her own conscience? She was afraid that many times in the future, she would think about this matter and ask herself, that night, why didn't I do anything? I wonder what happened to those two pitiful girls in the end? Sigh, luckily, I did do something last night, and I did my best. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself with a smile. At this moment, he felt that his cultivation that had been loosening up had improved again. What are you laughing at? Forget it, you should just stay aside. I'll do it myself. Little Orange saw Zhang Xiaohua suddenly smile and thought that he had thought of something. She blushed and said angrily, "Ayo, Little Orange, you're saying that it's a misunderstanding." Zhang Xiaohua realized that Little Orange had misunderstood and quickly explained, "I heard you say that your miss was scolding you, and I thought of something that a friend of mine from the academy told me." Is that true? Don't lie to me." Little Orange did not believe her at all. "It's true. I once knew a scholar who loved to read books. He read a lot of miscellaneous journals, travelogues, supernatural novels, and so on. But one day, he suddenly wanted to write a book of his own. So he started writing excitedly. Who would have thought that after writing for almost 10 months and writing 1.2 million words, not many people would read it? But he didn't know how to revise it or change to a new topic. So one day, I asked him, you've worked so hard for so long, but no one applauded you, so what's the point of doing so? Can you guess what he said? What did he say? Could it be that he is as smart as my miss? How can you say something so philosophical? Zhang Xiaohua clapped and praised, yes, that's right. That scholar smiled and said, no matter what others think, I have kept my heart and wrote down the story that I wanted to tell. I feel that it does not lose to any book, and it is their loss if they don't read it. See, isn't he as smart as your miss? That's true. Such an amazing person. I wonder when I can meet him? Little Orange looked forward to it. Zhang Xiaohua looked into the distance, as if he had seen through endless time and space, and smiled. You will, that day will come. Chapter 350. Although Little Orange was worried that her young miss would be taken advantage of by Zhang Xiaohua, she couldn't do it on her own. She was also afraid of being hunted down by bad people, so she could only hold her nose and ask Zhang Xiaohua for help. Thankfully, Zhang Xiaohua was a gentleman. She closed her eyes and even wrapped her hands with clothes as if it was something she really needed to do. She helped Little Orange support Miss Nye and successfully changed into the farmer's clothes. After changing, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and couldn't help but praise. Little Orange, look at your young miss. She's wearing farmer's clothes and looks even more authentic than me. An authentic farmer's child. Could it be that your family is a landowner in the countryside? Hey! Little Orange almost spat on Zhang Xiaohua's face again. This guy looks ordinary and unattractive. He was still acting like a serious nerd in the morning. How did he become so glib in just one morning? She actually couldn't help but want to hit him? Sigh, let's drink some water first. We'll talk again when you're hydrated. Little Orange looked at Zhang Xiaohua exasperatedly. She picked up the water skin from the carriage and drank several mouthfuls in succession. After she finished, she thought for a moment and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, Ren Xiaoyao, you've been busy all morning and didn't even drink a sip of water. You must be tired. You should drink some too. Zhang Xiaohua took it with a smile, but as soon as she handed it over, Little Orange regretted it. What? She drank from the waterskin's mouth just now. Now, if Zhang Xiaohua also drank from his mouth like her, wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, Little Orange's face flushed red. Unfortunately, the waterskin was already in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Even if she wanted to take it back, she didn't have a good reason. She just needed to lower her head, look sideways, and glance at it from time to time. Zhang Xiaohua saw her strange behavior and did not understand at first. But when he was about to drink, he felt Little Orange's body tremble slightly. He looked at the water bag and immediately understood. He smiled and said, I'm not thirsty. I'm not tired. I'm working hard for Little Orange in Mississippi. My heart is sweet. Then, he threw the water bag back into the carriage and said, This water bag belongs to someone else. Let's not take it. When Little Orange saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not drink any water, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. But immediately, a trace of disappointment appeared in his heart. Then, with Zhang Xiaohua's help, Little Orange carefully carried his miss onto the worn-out carriage. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua thought that he could do it by himself. Who knew that this Little Orange was so loyal? He was afraid that his miss would be bullied and insisted on doing it himself. So, Zhang Xiaohua could only help hold his miss's injured arm. Sigh, he had no choice. Zhang Xiaohua put on some clothes on his arm and went to help. After moving the most important Miss Nye onto the worn-out carriage, the rest of the things were naturally taken by Zhang Xiaohua. This time, Little Orange did not stop him at all. The luxurious carriage was not too big, but there were a lot of things inside. It was hard for Little Orange to clean it up so well. It almost filled up all the extra space in the worn-out carriage. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it and could not help but frown. How could this be? It did not look like something from a country family. Zhang Xiaohua told her concerns to Little Orange. Little Orange also felt that it was inappropriate. But looking at these things, he could not bear to throw this away or throw that away. He wanted to use this and that too. He was really a money grubber just like Zhang Xiaohua. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to coax and scare him to throw a small portion of the things that were not too valuable and took up a lot of space back into the luxurious carriage. As for the rest, she covered it with a worn-out felt cloth to hide it. Zhang Xiaohua led the black horse and drove the luxurious carriage onto the main road. She walked forward a bit, looked around, and saw that there was no one around. Then she slapped the black horse's butt. The black horse cried out in pain and galloped forward. Zhang Xiaohua easily jumped down from the carriage and ran back. Little Orange sat in the small and narrow roof of the worn-out carriage and felt extremely uncomfortable. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua coming back, he asked, Ren Xiaoyao, why didn't you find a slightly bigger carriage? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, This is already not bad. This town isn't big, so there aren't any places that specialize in selling carriages. Besides, we're just farmers in the countryside now. If the carriage is bigger, it won't look like it. Little Orange muttered, I know the reason. I'm just afraid that Miss won't be used to it when she wakes up and will blame me. Oh right, I even threw Miss's carriage away. Do you think Miss will scold me? After Miss Nye finished taking the medicine from the medical hall, her complexion looked better and her fever gradually subsided. Therefore, Little Orange's heart, which had been on edge all this time, finally returned to its original position. He also had the leisure to think about other things. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Little Orange strangely and said, You're your Miss maidservant. I'm not. How would I know your Miss temper? Who knows if she'll blame you or not? All right, forget it. Hurry up and drive the carriage. Don't let the bad guys catch up to us. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua knew very well that the news of all the bad guys being wiped out would probably only be sent back this afternoon. The next time they would send someone over would probably be tomorrow. That was not including the time they would have to study it. Therefore, he had plenty of time to spare. However, since Little Orange was urging him, he did not say anything else. He walked in front of the David's deer and patted its head affectionately. The David's deer slowly pulled the cart forward while Zhang Xiaohua walked beside the David's deer. The inn Zhang Xiaohua found was not big or new. It was located in a rather remote part of town. She didn't know what the innkeeper was thinking. Why would anyone come to a place like this? However, looking at the innkeeper's indifferent attitude when he saw the customers, she could probably guess the reason. The courtyard Zhang Xiaohua rented was not inside the inn but next to it. It was a very small courtyard that was similar to the one Ji Xiaohua lived in. The shabby appearance of the courtyard was also similar. Presumably, a family used to live there. The courtyard had its own entrance and a small door that was connected to the inn. Zhang Xiaohua led the carriage to the courtyard under the guidance of a waiter. Then Zhang Xiaohua gave the waiter a few copper coins and sent him away. The waiter was very happy when he received the copper coins. It seemed like there weren't many people who tipped him, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel very regretful. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have tipped him. There were 3 rooms in this small courtyard. Little Orange carefully tidied up the largest one before carrying Miss Nie onto the bed with Zhang Xiaohua's help. Before Zhang Xiaohua could say anything, Little Orange kicked him out and said nicely, "Miss Nie's boudoir is not for trespassers." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl didn't regard herself as an outsider at all. She couldn't wait to get rid of this big burden so she could go on her way. Who would want to provoke her? Of course, she was just thinking about it. Since she had already helped to this extent, there was a saying from ancient times. If you do a good deed to the end, send Buddha to the Western paradise. 1 or 2 more days wouldn't make much of a difference. If she just gave up now, would she still be human? Looking at Little Orange's appearance, Zhang Xiaohua swallowed the words she wanted to say. She turned around and went out. She untied Huan Huan from the carriage and casually threw the broken carriage in a corner. Then, she found a small room nearby and pushed the door open. This small room was clean and tidy, but it was a small town after all. The room emitted an indescribable smell of soil. Zhang Xiaohua felt very comfortable when she smelled it. She couldn't help but think of her own Guozhuang house. Didn't it have the same smell? Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. She wished she could grow wings and fly back home to Guozhuang house. But now, she had to wait for Miss Nie's body to recover. Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out a primeval stone and sat cross-legged. Just as she was about to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra, a thought suddenly entered her mind. Grow wings? If she could obtain the cultivation method after the ethereal steps, perhaps she could fly into the sky? Wasn't the Misty School already destroyed? When she had the opportunity, she should go to the Misty Mountain Villa to take a look. Their restriction must have some immortal Tao items. If there were some suitable cultivation methods inside, then she would be rich. Hee hee. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. What would it be like to fly into the sky? That day at the tea house in Songning Town, I felt like I was flying into the sky. I flew higher and higher. That shouldn't be my divine sense. Then what could it be? Could it be my consciousness? During this period of time, I was in a hurry to return home and didn't properly comprehend what I learned that day. The comprehension of flying into the sky isn't something that can be obtained easily. Moreover, I risked the danger of my consciousness drifting away to obtain it. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua secretly operated her cultivation method to absorb the primeval qi while carefully comprehending what she had learned from flying into the sky. That day, Zhang Xiaohua sat in the tall building and looked down at the bustling crowd below. It was as if she was high above, looking down at the various states of the world. In an instant, her consciousness left her body and flew towards the boundless horizon. It was similar to the unity of heaven and man realm in the immortal Tao cultivation. The unity of heaven and man realm, as the name suggests, was to combine one's consciousness with the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. The boundless horizon in Zhang Xiaohua's perception was only the simplest manifestation of the heavenly Tao. The cultivation of the immortal Tao was the process of exploring, and grasping the heavenly Tao. This unity of heaven and man realm was a shortcut to integrate the essence or meaning of the heavenly Tao into one's consciousness. And the appearance of this realm was extremely rare. Even during the peak of the immortal Tao in the ancient times, there were only a few that appeared. And these few that appeared were all the outstanding cultivators of the immortal Tao. They all borrowed the moment when they glimpsed the essence of the heavenly Tao and grasped some of the rules of the heavenly Tao. From then on, they had a great improvement in their cultivation, reaching a level that ordinary cultivators could not imagine. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua was able to enter this exceptionally precious realm was not only because of the deep accumulation of his 4 years on the deserted island, but also because he had left the mortal world for a long time. When he returned, he had many feelings. It was as if there was a saying, "There is no Bodhi tree, nor is there a bright mirror. If there is nothing at first, where can there be dust?" The moment Zhang Xiaohua's clean mirror came into contact with the mortal world, everything in the world became so clear. It could not help but arouse his feelings towards the heavenly Tao. Chapter 351. Of course, the appearance of the realm of being one with the world was not based on one's level of cultivation. Sometimes, when one had just entered the first layer of Qi practitioner, they might encounter it by chance. Furthermore, in this realm that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams, the amount of comprehension and benefits one could obtain was not based on one's level of cultivation. Two people with the same level of cultivation might experience a situation where one's level of cultivation made a breakthrough while the other gained nothing. With Zhang Xiaohua's current level of cultivation that was close to the edge of the 6th layer of Qi practitioner, it was truly rare for him to enter this realm by chance. However, because his level of cultivation was too low, he had never received any systematic education in this area. As a result, as soon as he entered the realm of being one with the world, he flew towards the horizon uncontrollably without comprehending the mysteries of the realm in detail. As his consciousness drifted away, some comprehensions that he was unaware of were deeply engraved into his mind. However, the greater danger was that his consciousness would expand endlessly and draw closer to the boundless heavenly way. In the end, it would dissipate into the horizon, and his body sitting in the tea house would become an idiot. As a result, although Zhang Xiaohua was unaware of the danger he was in, he could faintly sense that Ji Xiaohua's shout was of great help to him. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness had entered the realm of being one with the world. Various mysteries of the heavenly way had opened a blurry door to him. Some indescribable things were deeply engraved into his mind. He had never been able to calm down and comprehend them. Today, in this tiny town, in a small hut, he finally had the leisure to immerse himself in the memories of that day and carefully comprehend the heavenly way that was as vast as the starry sky. That's right. Even if it was only a fledgling form of the heavenly way, it was as vast as the sea before Zhang Xiaohua. However, since he had the outline of the starry sky in his mind, didn't that mean he had a direction to comprehend it in? Wasn't this countless times better than being illusory and unfathomable? As long as he continued to comprehend it, the mysteries of the starry sky would be completely comprehended one day. Didn't that mean that the heavenly way was within his reach? At this moment, the droplet of essence in Zhang Xiaohua's dantian suddenly trembled, like the ripples of a drop of water falling into water. A black dot faintly appeared in the center of the essence. Afterwards, the essence began to tremble in a profound manner and slowly revolved. It was so slow that it was almost imperceptible. Perhaps, only in this nameless town, in this inconspicuous hut, did Zhang Xiaohua truly see the essence of cultivation and take the first step into it. Meanwhile, in the tea house of Songning town, the curtains to Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation began. After an indeterminate amount of time, perhaps an instant, or perhaps an entire afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua felt some changes in the true qi in her meridians when she was meditating. It rapidly revolved and charged towards the bottleneck of the 6th layer of qi refining. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua temporarily stopped her comprehension of the heavenly way and increased her absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The accumulated true qi finally broke through the final barrier after several collisions and created new meridians in Zhang Xiaohua's body. Zhang Xiaohua finally broke through to the 6th layer of qi refining. Zhang Xiaohua suppressed the joy in her heart and slowly circulated her true qi according to the 6th layer of the Carefree Heart Sutrich. She absorbed spiritual energy from origin stones and refined it in the new meridians before flowing it into her dantian, gradually stabilizing her 6th layer of qi refining. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was comprehending the heavenly way and cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra to a new level, Miss Nye also slowly opened her eyes in the hut next to her. Miss Nye opened her eyes and felt weak all over. She turned her neck with difficulty and examined her unfamiliar surroundings. Only then did she see Xiao Orange sleeping next to her. Miss Nye was startled and stared at Xiao Orange's clothes for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Orange's hair was very familiar, she would have thought it was a stranger. She called out softly, but her voice was weak and hoarse. Xiao Orange's head didn't move at all, as if she was deeply asleep. Miss Nye smiled bitterly in her heart. Of course, Xiao Orange must have had a sleepless night after such a big incident last night, and she even had a high fever. She looked outside and saw that the sky had already darkened, so it should be the afternoon of the next day. Xiao Orange must have used up all her strength to drive her from the wilderness to this place by herself. With her body, it would be strange if she could still endure it. Looking at Xiao Orange's clothes, Miss Nye lowered her head and looked at herself, gratification filling her heart. This careless girl knows how to change her appearance. At that moment, pain came from her right wrist. Miss Nye couldn't help but look at her arm on the bed out of the corner of her eyes. It was actually also in a splint. Although it looked sloppy, it had fixed the broken bone in place. She had treated it simply last night, so she wasn't sure if the bones were aligned properly. With that thought, Miss Nye raised her arm worriedly and placed it in front of her chest. Her light movement immediately caused Xiao Orange, who appeared to be deeply asleep, to shiver. She lifted her head and opened her hazy eyes. Mississippi, seeing Miss Nye open her eyes, Xiao Orange's sleepiness immediately disappeared. She cried excitedly, "Miss, you scared me to death. You're finally awake." Then, she placed her hand on Miss Nye's forehead and tested it. "Miss, your head still has a bit of a fever." Seeing Xiao Orange wake up, Miss Nye smiled weakly and said, "Give me some water to drink." Xiao Orange quickly stood up and poured some water from the teapot on the table. She lifted Miss Nye's head and fed her the water. Miss Nye gulped down the entire teacup, then licked her lips and said, "What's the taste of this water? It doesn't taste good." "All right, Xiao Orange. Where are we?" Xiao Orange placed the teacup on the table and helped Miss Nye lie down. Then, she recounted the morning's events in detail. When Miss Nye heard about Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, a strange light flashed through her dim eyes. She said in a low voice, "Eccentric, he really is an eccentric." "What?" Xiao Orange smiled. "Miss, you're wrong this time. No matter how I look at him, he's just a normal country bumpkin who can't be normal." "Why do you say that?" Miss Nye was confused. "Oh, miss, you didn't see him. He's petty and rustic. He wants to speak like a scholar, but he can't. He's neither fish nor fowl. No matter how I look at him, I don't find it strange." "Oh? It's only been half a day, and you've already figured him out so thoroughly?" "Well, you'll know when you see him later. He's definitely not one of our people from last night." "Alas, I didn't say that he was our man last night. Last night, the man didn't show up, but he killed more than a dozen people with the legendary flying sword skill. This kind of skill can't be practiced without decades of hard work and excellent talent. It's estimated that a senior master was playing in the world and happened to meet him, so he helped him. Although this man named Ren Xiaoyao is tall, he seems to be 14 or 15 years old. Even if he practiced martial arts since he was born, he may not have such skill." "Yes, miss, I think so too. But haven't you thought about it? Why did he appear in the suburbs so early in the morning? When he saw the corpses all over the ground, he didn't panic or run away. Instead, he came up to ask you and helped you drive the carriage to this town?" "No, Mississippi. He wanted to leave, but in the end, maybe he found his conscience and stayed to help. Well, let's not talk about that for now. Then, he helped us buy clothes from the countryside, bought a broken carriage, and let our carriage and black horse go. Are these ideas something a youth from the countryside could think of? Why wouldn't it be possible? I think I can think of these things too. It doesn't mean he's a superhuman." "All right, whether he's a superhuman or not, I feel that he's not a simple country bumpkin. By the way, miss, what do you think this is?" After saying that, Little Orange took out a small brocade box and handed it to Miss Nye. He said, "I sent Ren Xiaoyao away and took this from the corpses. If he's a superhuman, he would have known. Why would he fall for my trick?" Thinking of the method he used to send Zhang Xiaohua away, Little Orange's face heated up. Miss Nye looked at it and said uninterestedly, "Maybe." Miss, you don't seem very happy. Aren't you excited that you can keep the treasure? What's there to be excited about? Didn't I say that treasures are dead and people are alive? With this treasure in our hands, bad people will come looking for us sooner or later." "Ah yes, Mississippi. Let's take it one step at a time. You should keep this treasure well. It's not safe with me." Miss Nye smiled. What's not safe about it? You should keep it. If bad people come looking for you, they'll only come looking for me. Of course, Little Orange wasn't willing to take it. He put the brocade box on Miss Nie's uninjured left hand. Miss, you should keep it well. The two of us are very safe together. Miss Nie smiled and put it in her pocket. Then, Miss Nie brought her right hand to her chest and carefully examined it. She smiled and said, the doctors here are average, but their basic skills are solid. When they put the splint on, they actually didn't open my set bone. Yes, Mississippi. You still have a fever. Shouldn't you change your medicine? Yes. Let me take a look at the prescription the doctor gave this morning. Little Orange thought about it and went out. He rummaged through the small carriage and brought the prescription and herbs into the room. Miss Nie took a look and said with a smile, this prescription is a bit lacking. It's harmful to the body and can't treat my illness. Bring me the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. I'll make some changes. Hearing this, Little Orange was a little embarrassed and said, Miss, in order to avoid being noticed, I also sat in a carriage to come to this inn. I'm not familiar with the road. I think I'd better call Ren Xiaoyao and ask him to help us. Chapter 352. Miss Nie and Little Orange had completely different attitudes toward Zhang Xiaohua's identity. Miss Nie felt that Zhang Xiaohua should be an otherworldly mutant. Just the way he pretended to be deep in thought while sitting on the deer was enough to make people ponder deeply. Of course, this was also because Miss Nie knew and understood the habits of animals like the deer. If it was anyone else, they would just think this guy was a mule-riding brat. Speaking of brats, Miss Nie was a bit hesitant because of Zhang Xiaohua's age. Although Zhang Xiaohua's height was basically all grown up, his facial features weren't much different from a few years ago. It was just that the shape of his face was slightly longer, shedding the childishness of a youth and replacing it with the vitality of a youth. The youthful aura that assaulted her face all indicated that the young man in front of her was in his prime during the rainy season. This puzzled Miss Nie. How could a mutant be so young? However, Miss Nie, who had a good eye for people, could read a certain depth in Zhang Xiaohua's seemingly normal eyes that she had never seen before. This was the key to why she kept saying that Zhang Xiaohua was a mutant. However, she couldn't explain what that depth was. It's just a woman's sixth sense. Miss Nie said. You're the only one who's a woman. I'm not a woman. Little Orange pursed his lips and said in his mind. That's right, in Little Orange's eyes. Wasn't it normal to wake up early in the wilderness? He heard that the farmers outside the farms worked at sunrise and went to bed at sunset. It was extremely easy for a young man in the countryside to wake up so early. Wasn't he afraid of corpses? Nonsense, he was a man. What was a man? A careless guy. As long as he was a man with a bit of courage, he shouldn't be afraid of corpses. Most importantly, if he was a mutant, how could he talk to a girl like that? Thinking about those details, Little Orange's face heated up. That guy definitely wasn't a mutant. Little Orange had already decided on Zhang Xiaohua's character. It had to be said that first impressions were truly too important. Zhang Xiaohua was a classic example. So when Little Orange was about to order Zhang Xiaohua to do something without hesitation, Miss Nie was a bit hesitant. She asked, "Is this appropriate?" Little Orange snickered in his heart and cursed. "Miss, while you were unconscious, I wonder how many things you had that guy do." However, she also had a contemplative look on her face. After a long while she probed, "It should be possible. Young miss, look at his honest face, and the way he speaks is also amiable. Even if he's a mutant, he should be approachable. Moreover, this kind of thing that men like to do the most to help beautiful women. I guess they can't wait to do it." Bah! Miss Nie spat at Little Orange and said with a smile, "I'd believe you if you said you were a beauty, but how am I?" If Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, she would know why Little Orange liked to beat him up. Xiao Juezi's face blushed and she smiled. "Everyone judges a book by its cover, but they don't know how much beauty you have in your heart. Not only do I not dare to look up to you, even ordinary men cannot compare to you." Miss Nie rolled her eyes in boredom and said, "Little Orange, why are you blushing? Normally, you're always so proud of yourself when you praise yourself. Why is it different now? Could it be?" Little Orange's face became even more embarrassed. She rolled her eyes and changed the topic. "Oh, miss, it's really a pity to talk about this prescription. If you didn't give all the pills you brought with you to that injured heroine last time, we probably wouldn't have to go to the pharmacy to sell medicine right now. Plus, we'd have to trouble the mutant in your heart. Hearing this, Miss Nie's interest was piqued, and a trace of redness appeared on her pale face. She said in high spirits, "Speaking of which, Little Orange, you're wrong. If we didn't meet heroine Xue and help her by taking care of her for half a day, our journey would have been delayed. Think about it, if we were attacked yesterday morning or the night before, it would have been a problem whether we could have met someone to save us. Who knows, we might have been 2 corpses by now. This is the cycle of karma, 1 drink, 1 peck. It's really fated." Little Orange also nodded thoughtfully. Then, Miss Nie became even more interested. She seemed to have forgotten about her illness and continued, looking at heroine Xue's valiant appearance, "I'm so envious. Sigh, it's a pity that I'm still young. Father only wants my daughter to take over his business and doesn't want me to practice martial arts. But father doesn't know that I've always liked to roam the Jianghu since I was young. It's a pleasure to repay kindness and revenge." Little Orange didn't want to disturb Miss Nie's mood and could only say half-heartedly, "That's right. If Miss Nie was skilled in martial arts, you wouldn't have to bring along a maid. You wouldn't have to hire those 8 bodyguards either. You could have just used Qinggong to move around. Naturally, you wouldn't have encountered such danger." Little Orange's words hit Miss Nie's soft spot. She was a little dispirited and said, "Sigh, even if I've been practicing martial arts since I was young, I might not be able to fight against 8 bodyguards right now. Do you know who that expert with the flying sword is? If I have the chance to meet him, how good would it be to have him as my master?" Then, Miss Nie's eyes turned and she said, "I wonder how that mutant's martial arts are? Miss, didn't I tell you before? His name is Ran Xiaoyao. You can just call him by his name. Why does this mutant sound so weird to me?" "Oh right, Miss Nie, we just wanted to chat. Don't you still need to go get the medicine? Hurry up and tell me. I'll write down the prescription first. Later, I'll ask your mutant to go get the medicine for us." Miss Nie was also speechless. Although she was still sick, she was overjoyed to be out of danger. She couldn't help but chat a little more with Little Orange, tossing the matter of getting the medicine to the back of her mind. Little Orange looked up and saw that there was no writing brush, ink, paper, or inkstone in this simple inn. He had no choice but to stand up and say, "Miss, I'll go find the inn's manager and get some writing brush and ink." As soon as Little Orange got up, he looked at the sky and shouted, "Oh miss, it's almost dark. Are you hungry?" When he said hungry, there was a rumbling sound from their stomachs. Both of them blushed. It had been almost a day and night since the attack last night. They only drank a little water and didn't eat a single grain of rice. How could they not be hungry? Little Orange stomped his foot and said, "This Ren Xiaoyao, why didn't we see him for the whole afternoon? He must have fallen asleep. Why didn't he wake us up for lunch?" Looking at her angry and energetic appearance, she didn't look like someone who was looking for a mutant at all. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua in the small hut had already stabilized her 6th level of qi refining. The speed at which she absorbed the qi of heaven and earth had increased a lot, and the range of her spiritual sense had also expanded. In her spiritual sense, she had a clearer understanding of heaven and earth. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua was absorbing as much qi as she could from the vitality stones and circulating it through her meridians to familiarize herself with the 6th level of qi. Although Little Orange came out in a huff, when he went out, he became gentle. He looked at the closed door of the small hut and walked over slowly. He raised his small hand and knocked on the door. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't release her spiritual sense, her eyes and ears were still very sharp. At this time, she wasn't comprehending the Carefree Heart Sutra, nor was she comprehending the laws of heaven. When Little Orange came to the door, she already knew. When the knocking sound came, Zhang Xiaohua raised her voice and said, "Who is it? Please wait." Then he stood up and opened the door. When he saw Little Orange, he pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, Little Orange, did you call me to eat?" When Little Orange saw this, he couldn't help but be angry and said, "You little brat, now you know how to eat. Why didn't you call us when you were staying at the inn earlier? Now Miss is so hungry that she's sticking to her back." "Your Miss is already awake?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. "When I put Miss down earlier, I wanted to ask you if you needed anything, but you kicked me out. How could I have the time to ask?" "About this?" Little Orange was a little speechless. Yes, at that time Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something, but he kicked her out first. How could he blame her now? Therefore, Little Orange quibbled, even if you didn't say it in the hut, why didn't you say it outside? Didn't you want to see us make a fool of ourselves? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. Then he asked, has your young miss recovered from her illness? Can she eat now? Little Orange was a little worried and said, yes, Miss has woken up, but her fever hasn't subsided yet. Our miss wrote a prescription herself, so I'll have to trouble you to go to the pharmacy and get some medicine for her. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised and said, your miss knows how to write a prescription herself. Of course, my master is. Little Orange said proudly, but he knew he had misspoken, so he quickly shut up and said perfunctorily, our miss is very smart. These are just minor illnesses, so she'll be fine with just a dose of medicine. Unlike the doctors in town who have been taking medicine for almost a day, their fever hasn't subsided yet. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, then what medicine do you need me to get? Oh, go to the inn and get some brush and ink. When Miss tells me, I'll write it down for you. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that, she nodded and turned around to leave. Also, Little Orange added, don't forget, it's getting late, so it's time for dinner. Her. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. How could he not know? In order to cover his tracks, Zhang Xiaohua did not ask the waiter to send the food over. Instead, he brought it back in a food box. The inn in town was also very simple, and there were only a few types of food available. Zhang Xiaohua took the food box, brush, ink, and other things to the cottage where Little Orange and the others were staying. He gently knocked on the door, and Little Orange happily opened it. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to pass the things to him and go back into the cottage, he heard a soft and hoarse voice from inside. Hero Ren, please come in too. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was shocked. Please add it to your collection. Please tip it. Thank you. Chapter 353. Hero. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled and a little surprised. It was impossible for this girl to see him using a flying sword. She also did not see him using any martial arts such as Qing Gong. Why did she call him a hero? Hearing Mrs. Greeting, Little Orange flashed and invited Zhang Xiaohua in. Zhang Xiaohua entered the room and put the food box, pen, ink, and other things on the table. At this time, the room was already lit with candles. The light of dusk and the dim light made the whole room not clear. Miss Nye was nestled on the Kong with her back on the thick quilt. Her upper body was slightly raised, and her lacquered eyes stared at Zhang Xiaohua without blinking. Zhang Xiaohua coughed and said, Miss, did you recognize the wrong person? My name is Ren Xiaoyao. I'm not a hero. Little Orange heard and hurried over to introduce. By the way, Ren Xiaoyao, I haven't introduced my family's miss to you. Her surname is Nye. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, so it's Miss Nye. I heard from Little Orange that Miss Nye's health is still not good. Do you need to get medicine? Miss Nye nodded and said, my surname is Nye, and my full name is Nye Chenyu. If you don't mind, you can call me Little Yu or Little Chen. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose helplessly and said, Miss Nye is too polite. I'd better call you Miss Nye. I'm just a country bumpkin with little experience. You're a girl from a big family, so I don't dare to be so close to you. Zhang Xiaohua kept saying, afraid that Nye Chenyu would put the hat of a hero on him. But the more humble he was, the more Nye Chenyu felt that this person had the attitude of a master. Nye Chenyu said, hero, just as she opened her mouth. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Miss Nye, you'd better call me Ren Xiaoyao. This hero makes my hair stand on end. I suddenly thought of the pile of corpses in the morning. I guess that was the masterpiece of a hero. Nye Chenyu thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, don't be angry. I'll call you by your name. That's great. Miss Nye, you don't have to be so polite. I'm not some hero. Ren Xiaoyao, I think Little Orange has already thanked you in the morning, but I still want to thank you in person now. Thank you for lending a helping hand when we were in danger. I will never forget this kindness. When I return to the villa, I will definitely report it to my father and give the hero. Give you a big reward. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua had a strange expression on her face. She smiled and said, Miss Nye, you're being too polite again. I was just passing by. It was a piece of cake for me to bring you and Little Orange to this town, so how could I owe you a favor? If you think highly of me, just give me some gold and silver. I don't dare to covet your rewards. Well, Nie Qianyu looked embarrassed and said, I didn't bring any extra gold and silver with me when I came out. If we return to the villa, I can still take it out. But now, I'm just saying it without any evidence. Please don't laugh at me. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. She pretended to be surprised and said, I see. Miss Nie, Little Orange gave me a lot of money earlier. I bought your carriage, medicine, and paid for the inn. There's still a lot left. You don't know, right? I'll give it to you now. Nie Qianyu's eyes flashed with surprise. She thought to herself, that counts as money? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to take something out of her pocket, she quickly stopped her and said, Ren Xiaoyao, there's no need to take it out. You should keep the money. Don't you still need to buy medicine later? We'll need money on the way. I'll have Little Orange give you some later. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, All right then, Miss Nie. This humble one is just a country bumpkin and has never seen money before. Little Orange has already given this humble one a lot of money. When this humble one leaves, you can just give this humble one a little bit. If it's too much, this humble one won't be able to accept it. Leave. Miss Nie and Little Orange both called out in a low voice. Miss Nie looked at Little Orange and asked Zhang Xiaohua, Ren Xiaoyao, from what you said, are you leaving soon? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, That's right, Miss Nie. I still have my own matters to attend to. After I escort you to a bigger town, I'll find an escort agency and an escort. Naturally, I'll get them to escort you home. How can I escort you home? Is that so? Miss Nie and Little Orange looked at each other with disappointment in their eyes. Yes, they were wrong. They had always thought that since Zhang Xiaohua had lent a helping hand and brought them back to town from the wilderness, she would definitely protect them all the way and escort them safely back home. But who knew that she didn't have that intention at all? Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to notice their disappointment and only said, Unfortunately, this town is still too small and doesn't even have an escort agency. So, I can only send you two back. Ren Xiaoyao, can you send us back to the mountain villa? Little Orange bit her lip and asked in disappointment. However, Zhang Xiaohua still refused and said, Little Orange, it's not that I don't want to, but I really don't have the ability to escort you two back. Actually, when I saw the ground full of corpses this morning, I was scared out of my wits. Wasn't that because I didn't want you to laugh at me? That's why I pretended to be indifferent. Didn't you hear that I kept dropping my satchel? That was just to cover up my fear. I think, Miss Nie, you two must have encountered some enemies or robbers. Even if I were to escort you back, I wouldn't be able to ensure your safety, so I might as well leave it to the professionals. Besides, I really have an extremely important matter to attend to. I can't afford to be delayed at all. My heart is burning with anxiety while accompanying the two of you. When Nie Qianyu heard this, she said indifferently, If the hero is in a hurry, just leave us behind. Our lives are just a bunch of shepherd's purse that can be harvested by others. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Miss Nie, don't try to provoke me. The teacher said that if you want to help Buddha, you have to help him all the way to the west. Even though I'm not that talented, I have to send you all the way to India. Well, you'd better quickly write down the prescription for me and eat quickly. If you don't give me the prescription, the pharmacy outside will be closed soon. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's nonsensical analogy, Nie Qianyu, who had a straight face, also laughed out loud. She was born with a precious jade in her mouth and was doted on in the villa. This time, she came out because she was stubborn and refused the arrangement of her family. She wanted to rely on her own ability to do something. Now that she encountered a setback, she was already bitter in her heart. Moreover, she was rejected by Zhang Xiaohua. She made up her mind. It was just a life anyway. Now that she heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, she could only take this opportunity to get out of the embarrassing situation. In the small room, the situation was also eased. Therefore, Nie Qianyu dictated the prescription, and Little Orange wrote it down and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it and frowned. Little Orange wrote it very well, but if you take it to the pharmacy like this, it will definitely attract attention. Nie Qianyu's eyes lit up, but Little Orange was puzzled. It's written well, but it will attract suspicion? Why is that? Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, Nie Qianyu smiled and said, Ren Xiaoyao is very careful. Since this town is very small, there must be very few people who can write well. There are almost no women who can write with such fine and beautiful handwriting. When the pharmacy staff see it, they will definitely remember it. If someone asks, they will naturally know. Then what should we do? Little Orange immediately became anxious. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and his eyes lit up. Do you know how to write? Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, Didn't you hear me say that I studied the 3-character classic for a few months? How can this be difficult for me? 3 months of studying the 3-character classic? Nie Qianyu almost laughed out loud. Therefore, under the light of the small house, Zhang Xiaohua held an ink brush in her hand and carefully copied the prescription that Little Orange had written. Only then did she show her handwriting to the two of them. Looking at the messy handwriting of all sizes on the paper, Little Orange almost laughed out loud. Yes, any of the servants in the villa who had studied for a few days could write better than him. Nie Qianyu, on the other hand, was smiling. She couldn't help doubting her own judgment. She had been writing since she was young, so she could naturally see that this was Zhang Xiaohua's handwriting. There was no trace of falsehood. Could this young man really be a country boy? And not the hero she had imagined? Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed by Little Orange's unladylike laughter. She said angrily, Little Orange, you don't have to. Even if I can't write well, it's because I haven't practiced enough. If I practice for a few more days, I may not be worse than you. Little Orange held back his laughter and said, Well, Ren Xiaoyao, if you come with us and send us to the villa, I'll teach you how to write on the way. How about that? By the time we reach the villa, your handwriting will be well proportioned. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said in a low voice, You wish. After saying that, he put away the paper with the prescription and said, Then Miss Nie, please eat first. I'll be right back. Nie Qianyu nodded and said, Thank you. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Zhang Xiaohua clasped her hands, tidied up the brush and ink on the table and left. After Zhang Xiaohua left, Little Orange said with a smile, Miss, did you see that? I told you that Ren Xiaoyao was just a boy from the countryside. I was right. Sigh, maybe I made a mistake. But I keep feeling that something is not right. He is only a teenager of 14 or 15 years old. If he was a child from the countryside, how could he be so calm? Moreover, looking at him, he seems to be going on a long journey. Do you think his family will be at ease with him going on a journey alone? Won't they ask someone to take care of him? I remember that the children outside the village need someone to take care of them when they leave their relatives. Little Orange said disapprovingly, He didn't say where he's going. I guess it's somewhere nearby. Besides, I heard that there are many brothers in the countryside. He's so tall. Maybe he's the eldest in the family. He's been taking care of his younger brothers and sisters since he was young. Of course, he knows how to take care of himself. Miss, you should eat first and have a good rest. It's his loss if he doesn't send us. Can't we find a bodyguard? Nie Qianyu didn't answer. She seemed to be thinking about something. Even when Little Orange was feeding her, she was absent-minded. Suddenly, she patted the quilt with her left hand and said, Alas, I finally understand. I was almost fooled by this boy. Her words were so sudden that Little Orange was so shocked that he almost dropped the bowl of soup in his hand. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 354. Zhang Xiaohua returned the innkeeper's brush, ink, and other items and went to the pharmacy in high spirits to get some medicine. Little did she know that she had already given herself away in front of the innkeeper. Although the sky had darkened and smoke was rising from all over the place, many shops were still lit up and open to welcome customers. The pharmacy was also open, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not go to the pharmacy she had visited earlier. She just went to a random pharmacy. The shop assistant was not very busy. When he picked up the prescription that Zhang Xiaohua handed over, he only frowned slightly but did not seem surprised at all. In this town, although there were people who came to get medicine with a neat prescription written by a doctor, most of them were like Zhang Xiaohua, who hired someone else or copied other people's prescriptions to get medicine. Zhang Xiaohua's crab-like handwriting could only help the shop assistant gain some experience and did not do anything else. Zhang Xiaohua took the medicine brewed by the shop assistant and paid for it. She casually threw her calligraphy into the trash in the shop. At this moment, Nie Qianyu explained to the confused Little Orange with a smile. Little Orange, blame me for teaching you to pay more attention to details. You should know that details determine success or failure. Didn't you see that Ren Xiaoyao kept saying that he had only learned the 3-character classic for 3 months? But he didn't know that it was his handwriting that gave him away. Is that so? Miss, I think his handwriting is really not good. Even if he copied your handwriting, it was extremely ugly. Could you tell that he was faking it? No, those words are his true level of handwriting. But it's precisely because he didn't fake it that I could tell. Miss, don't keep me in suspense. Where are the flaws? Tell me quickly. Nie Qianyu was still unhurried as she said. Do you still remember what my father said when he evaluated the calligraphy of famous masters? Little Orange thought for a moment and said, in my impression, it's nothing more than that. The words are just like the person, round and smooth. Nie Qianyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. She mocked, round and smooth, and even plump and charming. Little Orange begged. What do you think? When father praises people, he usually says that it's thick and thin, dense and natural, simple and clumsy or delicate, square or round and soft, reserved or ostentatious. The strokes of the brush are like floating clouds, swift and fierce like a dragon, strong and round, powerful, and so on. Little Orange still didn't understand. She looked at her mistress and said, could it be that Ren Xiaoyao's writing skills have so many advantages? Why can't I tell? Bah! Nie Qianyu spat at Little Orange and said, how can his handwriting have so many merits? It's just one spot. Little Orange asked curiously, that crab handwriting has a great advantage. Yeah, Nie Qianyu said thoughtfully. Strong and powerful. The force of his strokes penetrates the bottom of the paper. I heard from my father that most of the people in Jianghu are uneducated. They don't practice calligraphy, but when they write, they often inadvertently use their inner strength. Even a real calligrapher can't compare with them. Do you think Ren Xiaoyao is like that? He couldn't help but praise Nie Qianyu. She was really an expert at such a young age. Although Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened by Shua Wen Jiezi, and read countless books about herbs in a short period of time, practicing calligraphy was the most important thing. He didn't have time to practice calligraphy. He didn't even know the strokes of most words, let alone study calligraphy. Of course, his handwriting was extremely ugly. But after all, his body was full of genuine qi. Moreover, he had just seen a trace of heaven's way. The path of calligraphy was just a trivial skill. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to write, but every stroke of his contained endless inner strength and a trace of heaven's way. Although Nie Qianyu was talented and understood the force of Zhang Xiaohua's strokes, she was not a master. She didn't see the natural charm of his calligraphy. But even this simple recognition was enough to confirm Nie Qianyu's thought. This guy must be a martial arts master. But then, another question popped up. How old is this young man? Because according to Nie Qianyu's limited experience, a master of Jianghu who could write with such force must have been immersed in the inner strength for decades. Only when the inner strength was used to a certain extent could one understand all the other things. Only then could one apply the inner strength to the performance of calligraphy. Generally, a master of Jianghu who was much older than Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to write with such force. Nie Qianyu was still thinking about this question when Zhang Xiaohua came back with the medicine. Zhang Xiaohua entered the room and took out the medicine that was still warm. She said, Miss Nie, this medicine is still warm. Can it be used? If not, I'll heat it up in the kitchen. Nie Qianyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and said, it's okay. This medicine is warm. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua noticed that Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were looking at her strangely. She couldn't help but raise her guard and said, well, that's good. After that, she handed the medicine to Little Orange and was about to leave. Nie Qianyu wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. She shouted, Ren Xiaoyao, wait a moment. I have something to ask you. Oh, what is it, Miss Nie? Please tell me, Zhang Xiaohua asked carefully. Little Orange looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated expression and said, wait a moment. I'll help Miss Nie finish the medicine first. Little Orange's expression made Zhang Xiaohua even more uneasy. She couldn't help but step back and stand with her hands behind her back. After Nie Qianyu finished the medicine, she stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua stood there, feeling like a fish being stared at by two female cats. She felt a little creepy and couldn't help but ask, Miss Nya, what's the matter? If you have something to ask, please tell me quickly. I've been tired all day and need to rest quickly. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's evasive tone, Nye Qianyu became more nervous. She asked with a smile, Ren Xiaoyao, where's the prescription you just transcribed? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought for a moment. He didn't know what was so special about the prescription he wrote, so he said, when I came out of the pharmacy, I just threw it away. Does Miss still want to use that prescription? Oh right. Do you still need to take the medicine tomorrow morning? I forgot. Little Orange rebuked. Miss Nye wrote the prescription. She doesn't need to take a second dose. This bowl of medicine is enough. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked tentatively, so Miss Nye's medical skills are very good? Nye Qianyu waved her uninjured left hand and said, Little Orange, you're flattering me. Although I know a little about medical skills, I can only treat minor diseases. My current condition is caused by anxiety and a little injury on my wrist. It's really minor. Of course, it can be cured with some medicine. If it's something else, I can't guarantee. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little regretful. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, Nye Qianyu asked curiously, could it be that your family members are sick and need a miracle doctor? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and told her about Ji Xiaohua's mother's illness. Of course, he ignored the details of his encounter with Ji Xiaohua and only told her about a neighbor. Nye Qianyu listened and said with a smile, according to your description, it's just a simple case of tuberculosis. It's very simple. It's just that the family has been poor for a long time and didn't receive timely treatment. The ordinary doctors in town can cure it. If you're still worried, I can write a prescription for you. You can take the medicine and recuperate for 10 days to half a month. You should get better. However, it's been a long time and it's difficult to fully recover. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed to hear this. Just as he was about to ask her for a prescription, he heard that ordinary doctors could also cure it. He thought about the money he had left for Ji Xiaohua and figured it should be enough. He smiled and said, since Miss Nye says so, let them go to the medical hall for treatment. I thought it was some serious illness. Nye Qianyu was a little disappointed when she heard this. She said, however, this is just your description. The way to cure a disease still lies in looking, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse. Everything has to be carefully examined. If it's convenient or on the way, I'll go and have a look. Zhang Xiaohua was not willing to let her know the details. He only said, that's too much trouble for Miss Nye. You haven't recovered yet. Let's talk about it in the future when there's a chance. Then he was about to leave. Nye Qianyu realized that she had been led astray by Zhang Xiaohua again. She couldn't help being angry and amused. She said, Ran Xiaoyao, wait a minute. I haven't asked you the question yet. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, nonsense. Of course I know you haven't answered. I just don't want you to ask. But he said, then please enlighten me, Miss Nye. Nye Qianyu said, how old are you this year? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua said naturally, Miss Nye, you'd better tell me your age first. Then I'll answer your question. Xiao Juezi was unhappy and scolded, Ren Xiaoyao, what are you talking about? Don't you know that a girl's age is confidential? How can you tell others? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, a girl's age can be confidential. Why can't a boy's age be confidential? The teacher once told me that if you want others to do to you, you must do to them first. I don't understand it very well, so please enlighten me, Miss Nye. When I want to ask someone a question, shouldn't I answer their question first? Nye Qianyu and Xiao Juezi were at a loss for words. Wasn't this the reason? She had asked him a question for no reason. Naturally, she had to pay him back. Nye Qianyu couldn't help but be a little angry. How can this guy be so unkind to girls? After thinking for a while, Xiao Juezi said, Ran Xiaoyao, I'm 14 years old this year. You can rest assured now. Can you tell us your age? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Hee. When did I say that I'll tell you if you tell me first? Miss Nye said angrily, You can't go back on your word. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't angry at all. She smiled and said, besides, even if I want to tell you, I have to wait for Miss Nye to finish before it's my turn. Miss Nye was the one who asked me first. So, I'll stay up all night and covet the urge to update. I'll kindly accept it. Thank you, Si Jiao. Sure, just this once. I hope everyone likes it. Please vote for me, hee hee. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.